The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
(1831). Are Americans well educated? Look for the learned, and you will be surprised how few they are. But if you count the ignorant, the American people will appear to be the most enlightened in the world. It cannot be doubted that in the United States, the instruction of the people powerfully contributes to the support of democracy.
Common Sense and Moonshine, a study in American education. Item 10 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American education, Common Sense and Moonshine.
When Beaumont and I landed in America in May 1831, we were overwhelmed with the multitude of sights and sounds of the city of New York. But one thing struck us so forcibly by its absence.
Where are the children?
You are quite right, Beaumont. There are no children to be seen, whereas Paris is overrun with children.
Perhaps they are working in the factories.
They were not working in the factories. Far from it. They were in school. The New York of 1831 had universal, free, public education. Out of a population of 200,000, 50,000 were in the schools. 1/4 of the entire population. And this is true of the whole of New England and New York State. Every citizen, as a child, receives the elementary notions of human knowledge. There is no country in which there is more respect for education.
Or more suspicion of the educated man.
Or more indifference to the position of teachers. These are strange contradictions, Beaumont, but they are ever present in this country that believes so ardently in the power of education. All the people you see, to whatever rank of society they belong, seem incapable of conceiving that the advantage of education might be doubted. They never fail to smile when told that this opinion is not universal in Europe.
My dear Mr. Tocqueville, it's not a matter for discussion. Every American is sure that universal education is an absolute necessity to a free people like ourselves.
I sympathize, but I am by no means convinced.
My dear sir, there is no money qualification for either voting or holding office. Every man is a citizen. Every man must be educated.
Is there no hostility between education and religion?
None whatever. Schools, churches, roads. Those are three universal needs that all Americans agree on.
But don't you find men educated beyond their position in life? Isn't there a danger that indiscriminate education can make men discontented?
Discontented? What about? This is America.
Yes, but...
In America, sir, the resources of nature are far beyond the claims of man. There's no moral energy or intellectual activity which does not find a ready outlet. In America, sir, schoolhouses are the Republican lines of fortifications, the factories of citizens.
I know that this is an idea that is alive in every American mind.
And it's not merely an idea, sir. I have the figures by me.
You are very fond of figures.
All Americans like statistics. We may not always have much use for history. We are too much interested in the past. But statistics, now they can be a clue to the future. You can get an idea of the direction of progress. We like that. Progress and education. Now, in the state of New York at present, out of a population of around 2 million, there are 509,000 children between the ages of 5 and 16. And 97% of them are in school. Around 1 in 4, sir, of the entire population. Furthermore, any citizen at all who sees a child at play during school hours will ask, "Why aren't you in school?" And unless he gets a good reason, he'll take that child straight off to the nearest schoolhouse. And people do it, sir. I've done it myself. That's the meaning of universal free education.
Indeed it is, but how can you possibly afford to educate so many children?
Well, all European visitors ask that question and are surprised at what we're accomplishing. We can afford it because we must afford it. The principal expenditures of our states are on education. For every American, sir, knows in his heart, and will brook no contradiction, Mr. Tocqueville, that a people that is to govern itself must first educate itself. As a matter of fact, sir, James Madison, our fourth president, said once that popular government without popular education is a prologue to either a farce or a tragedy.
Thus, in the northern states at least, education remains the first consideration, even in a new community. Even the Farmer's Almanac says,
A prudent farmer looks first to three things to prepare for winter: secure your cellars from frost, fasten loose clapboards and shingles, and secure a good schoolmaster.
and they are secured. Not less than 60,000 New Englanders are employed as teachers in the different states, which is more creditable to New England than all the praises which could be bestowed on the industry and ingenuity of her inhabitants.
Even the laws relating to public education shed the clearest possible light on the original nature of American society. The preamble to the Massachusetts Education Law of 1650 is unmistakable.
Whereas Satan, the old enemy of mankind, finds his strongest weapons in the ignorance of men, and whereas it is important that the wisdom of our fathers shall not remain buried in their tombs, and whereas with the help of the Lord, the education of children is one of the prime concerns of the state,
There follow clauses establishing schools in every township and obliging the inhabitants under pain of heavy fines to support them. And so it has been ever since.
Education needs schools, and schools need teachers. But even in those parts of America where custom exalts education and the schools, you will not find a similar respect for the teachers.
That is why so many teaching in our schools are men whose mind is set on something else.
In what way?
Why, sir? In that they intend to become lawyers, ministers, or physicians. They have been obliged, so to speak, to resort to teaching, either to finish their college education or to earn the means to study what they consider their real professions.
But is this the general view?
It most certainly is, sir. I can assure you, an old teacher like myself of many years' experience is only sure of being considered as a man of inferior talents, else he would have followed his colleagues in their professional careers.
Certainly, sir, as long as this opinion of instructors is entertained in the United States, the schoolmaster's task will be degraded.
It is not only a humble occupation, but a humiliating one in the eyes of many. I know of teachers who feel that the necessity of being reduced to teaching has defamed their fair reputation. Certainly they take the first opportunity to leave it with disgust and detestation.
But why? Why should this be so in a country that places so much faith in the power of education?
Money, sir.
Money?
This country also places much faith in the power of money. But our teachers' wages are mere pittances. If you can change, you are almost sure to better yourself. There is too much turnover of teachers and consequently neither discipline nor continuity. I tell you, sir, many a fashionable gentleman of the large cities would be glad of the company of the instructor of his children to a family dinner, but would think himself disgraced if he appeared with him in public. I ask you, sir, with what zeal can a man devote himself to teaching in America? A profession at once laborious and difficult, but in which the greatest success is incapable of procuring distinction, which exposes him to unmerited contempt and reproach. And why should a pettifogging lawyer or a quack consider himself better than an honest and successful instructor?
The Americans talk so much of the immense extent to which they carry the education of their people that one is apt at first to suppose that greater progress is made in the celebrated march of intellect than the result is found to justify. At 16, education ends and money-making begins.
To say nothing of the fact that all this interest in education is centered in New England and New York, so that as you go west or south, education diminishes. Yet they believe themselves in all sincerity to have surpassed, to be surpassing, and to be about to surpass the whole earth in the intellectual race.
For example, there was a Vermont farmer who, hooking his toes in the underrail of his chair legs and hooking his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat, gave his opinions with an interesting mixture of the pride of simplicity and the authority of indifference.
Well, sir, there's some men like to talk of politics and agriculture. That's reasonable, very reasonable. Interesting to hear how many British were thrashed in this place, how much wheat was thrashed in that. But I take an interest in literature. I've what you'd call a literary bent. Little more cider?
No, thank you.
Take a taste of the Old St. Croix rum?
Thank you.
Well, that keeps the pork and beans clear from the bunkin pie. Well, now, sir, out here on the farm, I always devote my evenings to reading and learning. Writing, you know, and sometimes kind of geometry.
What kind of geometry, sir?
The arithmetic kind, I guess you'd call it. Now, I reckon myself a tolerable good scholar, for I'm a great one for reading.
What do you read?
Well, there's 3 books I'm always reading. The Bible, the Almanac, and the dictionary. But that's not all.
I'm glad to hear it.
No, sir. I take in a weekly paper. And once a fortnight, I ride over to Burlington, Vermont, to see what there might be new and cleverish in the bookstore.
And what is there?
Well, there's Goldsmith's History of Rome. That's rather cute book, I reckon. I like it very much. And then there's the Natural History. That's considerably well done, I think. And Buchan's Medicine and Murray's Grammar. And some more, the like, I know pretty well. Them are all judgmatical books, I reckon. What do you think on 'em?
Alas, I have not read them. But do you read novels or poetry?
Well, I tell you, I never read no romances or poetry but 2. Pilgrim's Progress and Robinson Crusoe.
And how did you like them?
Oh, I don't see there's much genius in 'em. They're too belittling, as Mr. Jefferson says, for a man to read.
I see. Of course, you, sir, are an educated man.
Yes, sir, I am. I've been able to get quite a sufficient lot of learning without going to any great trouble or cost.
Do you know any of the classical languages? Latin, Greek?
What in all creation have living people to do with dead languages? That kind of rubbish is only fit for colleges and universities, and such like aristocratic places for the high-born and the rich. All they ever learn at those places is gaming, drinking, and wenching. I don't need 'em. I'm self-educated.
The Americans set their own standard and judge for themselves. But because they all use the same rules for the direction of the mind, they nonetheless end with something very like their neighbor's opinion. This follows from their philosophical method.
What is the philosophical method of the Americans?
To evade the bondage of system, to accept tradition only as a means of information and existing facts only as a lesson to be used in doing otherwise and doing better. To seek the reason of things for oneself and in oneself alone. To look for results without being bound to means and to strike through the form to the substance. And, of course, their idea of education is based on this down-to-earth practical philosophy. This means that while there is respect for education itself, there is suspicion and perhaps even scorn for the educated man.
Do you remember when we were in Boston, exposed to a rolling fire of dinners, balls, and receptions, how often we heard this sort of conversation among the leaders of Boston society? They warmly approved the use of elementary education, but there was a very different attitude towards higher education. Instead of respect for the calm cultivation of the mind, they were for nothing but practical education, whose motto is common sense.
Common sense. Yes, gentlemen, common sense is the genius.
Genius, Caleb? I do not like that word.
Common sense is the essence of society and good government.
And I think no people in the world have inherited a larger share of this commodity than the Yankees. Our cool, calm, calculating, money-making Yankees.
Correct.
You, sir, being a foreigner, did you ever see a more intelligent people than our Bostonians?
Did you ever see a city more quiet, more prosperous, more orderly than Boston?
The appearance of Boston certainly warrants all
Yes,
you say.
sir, and I can point out to you at least 100 persons in this city worth upwards of $100,000.
That certainly argues in favor of the industry and perseverance of its inhabitants.
It argues in favor of their common sense, in which industry and perseverance are necessarily included. We are a common-sense, matter-of-fact people. We leave genius and enthusiasm to Europeans.
Thank heaven. I have no genius in my family. My children are all brought up to be industrious.
You may thank the Lord for that, Seth. I never saw a genius yet who was either himself happy or capable of making others so.
Yep.
I have brought up my sons to become merchants or manufacturers. Only Sam, who's a little hard of hearing and rather slow of comprehension, should go to college.
Our merchants, sir, are the most respectable part of the community.
What college do you mean to send him to?
I shall send him to Harvard University, the oldest literary institution in the country. Have you been to see it?
We have been but a few days in Boston, but I shall certainly take an early opportunity.
Do so. You will find it well worth your while. It will convince you that while we've been making money, we have not altogether neglected arts and sciences.
Which are your cleverest men in the various departments of science?
Why, they are none of them very clever in our sense of the word.
Yep.
We consider professors as secondary men. Our practice is to give the different professorships away to young men in order to induce them to devote themselves to the branch they are to teach. Our country is too young for old professors.
Besides, they're too poorly paid to induce first-rate men to devote themselves to the business of lecturing.
But in this manner, you will never have eminent men in the higher departments of philosophy.
We have as yet no time to devote to abstract learning.
We are too young for that. Our principal acquirement consists in common sense. All the rest we consider as moonshine. Let me tell you, a young man learns as much in 6 months in a counting room in Boston as in 4 years at college.
All our friends don't entirely agree.
Not all. But I tell them that our colleges only make poor gentlemen and spoil clever tradesmen.
Name over the rich men in Boston. Most of them were self-taught country boys, possessed of no other learning than the art of making dollars in a neat, handsome, clean manner.
And this has given them a higher standing in society than they could have acquired by all the philosophy in the world, and has enabled them to marry into the oldest and most aristocratic families in Boston. Take, for instance, the case of our friend we were with last night.
Yeah.
What does he know except making money?
Nothing. Fine man.
What has he ever learned except negotiating notes?
Some of them pretty sharp, too.
What college did he ever go to except that of our brokers in State Street?
None.
And has he not married the daughter of one of our richest men?
Yeah, fine man.
And is he not now connected with some of our first people, with the real backbone of our Boston aristocracy?
Yeah.
And do you know the answer his father-in-law gave to one of his old friends who remonstrated with him for giving his daughter away to a parvenu from the country?
What answer, monsieur?
I give my daughter to any man, he said, who will come to Boston and have wit enough to make $100,000 in 6 years.
There's common sense for you.
That's what we call practical philosophy.
It is a melancholy fact that a great number of our young men who have gone to college have afterwards been unsuccessful in business. I think our education is not sufficiently practical. We're still attached to the European system.
Not only that, most of our students contract habits of idleness, which will never answer in this country. They want to imitate English gentlemen. They all ought to be told what my partner told his son when asked how to succeed in business. Take off your kid gloves, he said, and go to work. That's philosophy. That beats Aristotle.
But if this be the prevailing taste, why do you call Boston the Athens of the United States?
Oh, that refers to our ladies, not to our gentlemen. Our ladies read a great deal. What else have they to do?
Besides admire their husbands.
And we have, besides, a lot of literary twaddles manufactured by the wholesale at Harvard who attempt to turn the heads of our young girls with the nonsense they call poetry, which fills nearly all our papers instead of clever editorials. If we have one good poet among us, we have at least 50, the joint earnings of whom would not be sufficient to keep a dog.
Yep.
But how do your literary men manage to get along?
They marry rich women who can afford paying for being entertained.
They show common sense in that.
It's quite the fashion for our rich girls to buy themselves a professor previous to taking a trip to Europe.
You see, all this moonshine is well enough for rich girls, but the thing to teach all the children is the necessity of working.
And in what manner is this done?
In the best manner common sense could dictate. The instructors make them study for money. They distribute annually a certain sum, say from $80 to $100, in the shape of prize money among those who obtain the highest marks. The pupils are numbered as high as +7 and as low as -7, a certain number of positive marks entitling the child to 1 cent prize money. At the end of the school term, accounts are made out when each child receives a check on a bookseller or stationer for the amount due him, for which he may now select a book, a penknife, or some trifling article.
On which, of course, the instructor himself enjoys a liberal discount.
But does not this practice induce sordid habits at an age in which the mind is most susceptible of receiving impressions, and in which it is of the greatest importance to instill more elevated notions of honor and justice?
You are entirely mistaken.
Yep, entirely.
One can see that you are a little dyed in the speculative philosophy of your country. No, sir. No stimulus to learning can be half as great as when a boy can figure it out on his own slate how many dollars and cents his geography, grammar, spelling, reading, and good conduct come to per annum.
In America, most of the rich men were formerly poor. Most of those who now enjoy leisure were absorbed in business during their youth. The consequence of this is that when they might have had a taste for study, they had no time for it. And when the time is at their disposal, they have no longer the inclination.
I do not believe that there is a country in the world where, in proportion to the population, there are so few ignorant and at the same time so few learned individuals. Primary instruction is within the reach of everybody. Superior instruction is scarcely to be obtained by anybody.
Their education generally ends at the age when ours begins. If it is continued beyond that point, it aims only towards a particular specialized and profitable purpose. One studies a branch of knowledge as one takes up a business, and one takes up only those applications whose immediate practicality is recognized. Thus, a middling standard is fixed in America for human knowledge. All approach as near to it as they can, some as they rise, others as they descend. Man cannot prevent the unequal distribution of the gifts of intellect, but although the capacities of men are different, as God intended they should be, the means that Americans find for putting them to use are equal.
Practical education, therefore, is a form of enlightened self-interest. The clearest lesson of wisdom on this concerned a hard-working Massachusetts mechanic.
Here tell they're fixing to build a normal school.
Right.
Normal school. That's to educate teachers for all the public schools.
Right.
I guess it would be right good. We can use one of them.
I guess so, Amos.
Well, I guess you'll be raising money.
Don't get much done without it.
I brought along a subscription. Here's my check to help establish one of those teacher training places.
Well, thank you kindly, Amos. I'll just give you a receipt. Wait a minute. It says here $1,000. You better change that quick.
Why?
You're not a wealthy man, Amos. Didn't you mean $100 and put down a cipher too many?
Nope.
Well, you can't afford that much. After all, you're the father of a family.
Right. I am the father of a family. And how can I help my children better than by seeing they get decent teachers? If I want to educate my children, I've got to educate the community they're living in.
In Philadelphia, the Philadelphia Working Men's Committee said in 1830, while pressing for common public schools as a matter of legal right instead of charity,
When the committee contemplates their own condition and that of the great mass of their fellow laborers, When we look around on the glaring inequality of society, we are constrained to believe that until the means of equal instruction shall be equally secured to all, liberty is but an unmeaning word, and equality an empty shadow.
Education is the priceless advantage. As the great Benjamin Franklin said,
if a man empties his purse into his head, no one can take it from him.
But yet better not be found out. However, this passion for education does not apply to the South, where a few receive a good non-practical contemplative education. Yet, in general, it may be said that education languishes in the South. Indeed, you can find people on the extreme borders who are totally illiterate, as in France. But even in the South, the power of education is respected. All laws relative to slavery forbid the education of slaves. Not only are the public schools closed to them, but their masters are forbidden to allow them the most elementary instruction. One South Carolina law imposes a fine of 100 pounds sterling on the master who teaches his slaves to read. The penalty is no greater if he kills them.
In general, however, Beaumont, the effort made in America to spread useful education is truly prodigious. The universal and sincere faith that they possess here in the power of education seems to me one of the most remarkable features of America. There results one of those powerful efforts, quiet but irresistible, that nations sometimes make when they march toward a goal with a common and universal impulse. There has never been under the sun a people as enlightened as the population of the north of the United States in the year 1831. Because of their education, they are more strong, more skillful, more capable of governing themselves and enduring the condition of liberty.
You have just heard Common Sense and Moonshine, a study in American education, item 10 in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Chief Instrument of Freedom, item 11, on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Wherever you are, stay tuned to world events on NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Albany, July the 4th, 1831. The reading of the Declaration of Independence in the Methodist Church was really a fine spectacle. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, something deeply felt and truly great.
The 4th of July in Albany, 1831. A study in American independence. Item 3 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American independence. The 4th of July in Albany, 1831.
What is it? What's the matter? Are they at the barricades?
Quiet, Beaumont. This is not France. We are in America. It is Independence Day, 1831. And the loyal citizens of Albany seem to be saluting the dawn with a fusillade of artillery.
Not a very pleasant awakening for me. The guns made me dream of the Reign of Terror.
The Reign of Terror was over years before you were born, Beaumont.
I know, but my family has told me many stories of the Revolution.
So has mine. My own father and mother, in prison, barely escaped the guillotine. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, an uncle and an aunt, all guillotined. And since then we have had Napoleon, the restoration of the Bourbon, the July Revolution last year, Louis Philippe back again with his damned umbrella. All that in 40 years. When we were living on the estate at Verneuil, there was an evening which I shall never forget, though I do not think I was very old. Napoleon still ruled Europe, and Waterloo was still only a village near the outskirts of Brussels. There was a family celebration. I don't know what it was, but I do remember that the chateau was full of people, most of them relatives. It was evening. The servants had been sent out, and the whole family had collected around the hearth. My mother was singing the royalist song from the opera Richard Coeur de Lion. It made them think of the misfortunes and the suffering of His Majesty King Louis XVI at his death at the guillotine. As my mother sang, each person in that room was weeping, not over the private misfortunes every single one of them had suffered, not even over the many relatives every single one of them had lost in the civil wars and upon the scaffold. No. They were weeping rather over the fate of this man who had died more than 15 years before. Many of those who were weeping over him had never seen him. But Beaumont, these were the ladies and gentlemen of France, and this man had been the King of France. No wonder the Count, my father, was somewhat taken aback when I proposed a visit to America to study equality. Equality he himself had closely studied already, and its supposed associations with liberty and fraternity.
And yet, equality in America led to no reign of terror.
Evidently not. It is strange how the very same principle can lead to such widely differing results.
Now, they're ringing the church bells, and it cannot be 6 o'clock yet. How these Americans are full of zeal. And how fortunate they are to have a fine day in Albany for their celebrations. Oh, come to the window, Tocqueville, and enjoy the morning. Throw away your nightcap as I have done, and throw away your gloomy memories with it. Today, we are in America. And in America, the only revolution was a glorious one.
So glorious, in fact, that it was not even a revolution. It was a war of independence.
I stand corrected. Look at all the flags. I wonder if it's going to be hot today. I hear there will be processions today and a band. Well, let us get dressed quickly and go downstairs. How I long to hear that band. Come along, Tocqueville, a little more brandy. You'll never be able to stand the strain of an American celebration unless you're first 45 with an American breakfast.
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I mean thirsty.
Oh, come, Tocqueville. You must bring your mind back from France. This is July the 4th, not July the 14th. Independence Day, not Bastille Day. We are about to witness the national celebration of a happy democracy.
And how much of this happiness and democracy can we teach to France? Now we have a constitutional monarch with an umbrella. Now we have the beginnings of a democracy. Will that make us a happy and contented people, Beaumont?
I don't know. What little I've seen of it among the Americans makes me think it certainly suits them. Whether it suits us, well, that is something else again. It depends what we do with it.
You may be right.
Well, I shall keep an open mind. Pass the cold beef.
Morning, gentlemen. Early breakfast, that's the thing.
Mr. Flagg.
What a pleasant surprise.
Nothing like a good breakfast to start a good day. Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, meet the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Edward P. Livingston.
Delighted to make the acquaintance of the countrymen of Lafayette.
Oh, of course. Delighted, sir, to make your acquaintance.
You must forgive our early intrusion, but Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that you must be spoken to at once before you'd made other arrangements.
Spoken to, sir?
Well, we're very anxious that you gentlemen will march with us and with various other dignitaries at the head of the procession. Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that it would be most fitting.
And a friendship between the nations, a very fine thing.
I agree.
Sir, we should be most honored, but will not such a thing sadly disturb your table of precedence?
Table of precedence? Oh, not here, not over here. Plague take such a thing. The nearest we get to a table of precedence is that meeting we had last night in your house, Ned.
I agree.
And, you know, we just sat down with half a dozen of the leading citizens and thrashed it all out, where the wagons were to go, where the 4th of July orator was to march. I hope you're ready for some long speeches. And that just about settled it. Wait a minute. I forgot the militia.
You're right. We'd better get along and see that they're going to turn out on time.
Militia, what is that? To maintain order?
Maintain order? What for? It's just for show. The militia's the National Guard. You're aware the Constitution gives every man the right to bear arms. Citizen army, that's the militia, citizen army.
Do you not have an army in France?
Oh, indeed, yes. We have an army and an armed police force, several police forces. But we have no such thing as a citizen army. There have been occasions when the army has ruthlessly suppressed the citizens.
Happily in the past.
In the past, yes. Come, Beaumont. You must excuse us, gentlemen. This Independence Day of yours is awakening in my breast feelings of patriotism and remorse. No doubt I shall feel better when the actual ceremonies begin.
Now then, where's the Lieutenant Governor?
Here I am, Azariah.
Oh, good for you. Now, we shall be in front, the Lieutenant Governor and you gentlemen and I, and the Chancellor and the Controller and all those people. Then we shall have the fire department.
All of them?
All 9 companies.
What if there's a fire?
No American house dare burn on the 4th of July. Fire department has a new banner and a miniature engine, very fine. Then the Sons of St. Andrews. There they are, over there. What time do you have now?
5 and 20 of 10.
What time does the procession start?
10 o'clock sharp, Mr. Beaumont, with any luck. And if they can get all the wagons and floats ready in time.
Look, step over this way, gentlemen, and take a look at the printer float.
We should be very glad to. Come, Beaumont.
Now, here, gentlemen, look. Look at all this.
How splendid. How superb. But what does it all mean?
I know what some of it means, but the master printers can tell you what it all means. Hey, here now. Here's your chance. Distinguished visitors from France come to see America. Tell them what all this means.
Well, this, like, is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin. I guess you should know him all right.
He spent a great deal of time in France. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Now, in the center of the wagon, you'll observe we have a flagstaff set up and the flags of various nations. The U.S. colors, of course.
And those are France.
And Belgium. And what is that other one?
Well, that will be the flag of Poland, sir. Gallant country, very brave. Keen interest here in Polish independence.
That's the truth. There's a keen interest here in countries that are fond of liberty themselves, or fighting for liberty, or anything of that kind.
No call for you to fret, gentlemen. Your flag's there. France has overthrown her tyrants.
Has she? I do not think that the American Revolution and the French Revolution are truly comparable.
Now, I want you to come with me this way. See, this way.
Oh, but I want to make some notes.
Oh, this will give you something worth noting, Mr. Tocqueville. Now, look, near the head of the procession, we have a carriage with the veterans of the War of Independence. There are very few left now. After all, it's 55 years ago. But there's one old fellow that's very spry, considering he's very well preserved. He's the man you should see before the procession starts. He'll be too tired when it ends and may have drunk a great many toasts into the bargain, if you take my meaning. Old soldiers, you know, military reunions. Let's catch him now.
Mr. Flagg hurried us past the other groups that were forming for the parade. The Mechanics Benefit Society, the Painters Association, the Apprentices Society. And I could not help reflecting, as we walked along, how unlike France this country has become. The American Revolution produced a Washington, not a Napoleon. It had no reign of terror, and General Washington was followed not by counter-revolutions and plots within plots, but by an orderly succession of constitutional presidents. Then we reached the place where an old gentleman was sunning himself beside his carriage, waiting for the procession to start.
And these gentlemen are from France to study whatever we have to offer.
It is an honor, sir, to meet a survivor of the armies of the American Revolution.
No such thing.
I beg your pardon?
No such thing. It wasn't a revolution. That's what the British called it. We called it by its right name, the War of Independence.
I stand corrected. And only this morning I corrected my friend, Monsieur Beaumont, for the same error.
Did you see General Washington?
I surely did. I was a drummer boy in the retreat across New Jersey. That was a cold campaign, that was. December. We all thought the game was about up then. Later on, we heard the general thought so, too. I was writing dismal letters to his friend about it. You heard of Tom Paine?
Tom Paine? The infidel?
Well, I don't know whether he was an infidel. I never got to ask him. I know he was all for an independent America, and I know General Washington thought a lot of him. Of course, he was a friend of his. Right in the middle of that New Jersey campaign, when we was all cold and sick and miserable, the general paraded us by regiments. Well, we hoped we were going to get an issue of brandy or rations or powder or something we could have used. But what we got was something written by this Tom Paine read out to us.
A very famous passage. These are the times that try men's souls.
We knew that without some scribbler telling us so.
Well, no doubt he was trying to put heart into you. You have heard of our great General Napoleon. He was always addressing his troops to put heart into them.
And he got beat in the end, though, didn't he?
He did. But he knew that the armies did not run on speeches. An army, he once said, marches on its stomach.
Well, the general knew that, too. He was the greatest man the world has ever produced.
And he served only 2 terms as president. And then he went home to Mount Vernon and lived as a private gentleman.
Now, there they go with some more of those confounded firecrackers. I hate the things. I'd rather be back in a retreat across New Jersey than to listen to those infernal contraptions. Every 4th of July, this place is like a town under siege. One damn fool after another, firing off muskets from the front door and pistols from the window. Rockets come whizzing into your bedroom and blazing grasshoppers jump at you on the sidewalk. I'm scared to death. The horses are going to bolt, and all us veterans will be killed at one go. When we fit the war, we never reckoned that for the rest of our lives, every living soul from the senator to the chimney sweeper to let off his patriotism in gunpowder.
Yes, well, it's 5 minutes of 10. Time to be moving along, gentlemen. You'll be walking near the head of the procession with the lieutenant governor and myself. Just one thing before we go. Look at that.
An old flag, torn and scarred.
Yeah. Those holes were made by bullets.
Some of them certainly were. That's a flag that's come down from the War of Independence. You have no idea, gentlemen, what it's like to overthrow a tyranny.
I could have told him that in France we had had too much experience of overthrowing tyrannies. But why should I worry him with the dark thoughts that preyed upon my mind? In America, these old soldiers who fought with Washington are themselves looked on as precious relics, and whom all the citizens delight to honor. And at 10 o'clock sharp, a band struck up, and the procession moved away, with Beaumont and myself marching proudly near the head.
So here we are, Tocqueville, marching in the 4th of July parade in Albany.
We swing around here onto North Pearl Street. Now look behind you in a moment. Gentleman marching behind.
Oh, yes. The preoccupied-looking gentleman.
Yeah, that's the one. Mr. John B. Van Shake, leading lawyer in town. He's the Independence Day orator. I believe he has some telling remarks prepared on the independence of the Poles and also on this little revolution of yours last July.
Last July? Oh, yes. The July Revolution. The July Revolution. Do you remember, Beaumont, our talk after last July? We are resolved, then, Beaumont.
Absolutely resolved.
I've already explained to my father that my position as a magistrate of France has been rendered intolerable by the July Revolution.
To say nothing of their testing our loyalty by making us take the oath of allegiance twice. That was nothing but a deliberate insult.
It certainly didn't make us any more loyal. My friends are sufficiently outraged at my having taken the oath once.
Brother's hand is set against brother.
Our position in France has become intolerable. This trip to America will form a sort of voluntary exile.
To study the American prisons. Well, that is a legitimate occupation for a pair of young magistrates.
I think we have more to learn from America than information about prisons.
What?
The principle of equality. It may be that in America we can get a glimpse of the destiny of France.
The exercises will begin with a prayer from one of the Protestant ministers.
I noticed that they begin everything with a prayer.
Probably things don't go any the worse for it.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the fountainhead and origin of human liberties here on earth, the foundation and the buttress of all just governments, we humbly thank Thee for having preserved our nation for yet another year. We pray further that the liberties and freedoms so dearly won by our forefathers will be maintained under Thy guidance and extended to Thy glory, not only within our own nation, but to the other nations of the earth, and especially we pray at this time for the people of Poland. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, amen.
Amen. Judge Waterton will commence the exercises by reading the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Of all the events which occurred, I was most impressed, first, with the honor and respect accorded to the veterans of the war, and secondly, with the reading of the Declaration of Independence itself, which was done with warmth and dignity. It was really a fine spectacle. A profound silence reigned in the meeting. When, in its eloquent plea, Congress reviewed the injustices and the tyranny of England, we heard a murmur of indignation and anger circulate about us in the auditorium. When it appealed to the justice of its cause and expressed a generous resolution to succumb or free America, it seemed that an electric current made the hearts vibrate. This was not, I assure you, a theatrical performance. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence, so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, in this union of the present generation to that which is no longer, sharing for the moment all its generous passions, there was, in all that, something deeply felt and truly great.
And a right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Amen. Fellow citizens of Albany, the 4th of July oration will now be delivered by our silver-tongued 4th of July orator, Mr. John B. Van Shake of this city.
Hello, Americans! Consider, first of all, ancient Egypt. Oh, my fellow Americans, how readily does ancient Egypt spring to the tongues, the hearts, and the eyes of every one of us here today. In this very
They should have stopped with the reading of that noble declaration, but no. No sooner was it concluded than a lawyer stepped up to make us a long rhetorical harangue in which he pompously passed the entire universe in review to get to the United States, which in all respects he made the center of the world. This had all the appearance of a farce, though of course we see such things in France at the funerals of our great men. I came out cursing the orator whose flow of words and stupid national pride had succeeded in destroying a part of the profound impression that the rest of the spectacle had made on me. But before we left, the proceedings ended with an ode called The Progress of Liberty, set to the tune of our Marseillaise, and accompanied by an orchestra which consisted, I assure you on my word of honor, of nothing whatever but one single flute.
Then onward be thy way, unstayed thy progress be, empires and thrones shall on thy sway triumphant liberty.
Well, Tocqueville, what did you make of our day?
For me, a day of contrasts. I saw and heard America, but I thought of France. It was a strange irony that these two lines of thought should have intersected at last in that peculiar ode to American liberty that they sang to the tune of the Marseillaise.
And think of all those toasts, the symbolic 13 toasts, to Washington, to Lafayette.
And the 13th, the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
So far, so good. But surely the voluntary toasts were the most peculiar, when the most directly opposed political sentiments were solemnly proposed in perfect and rapid succession.
That was simply because on Independence Day, all shades of political opinion unite in praising the Union. Well, there is more brilliance in our ceremonies, but in those of the United States, there is more truth. I am still trying to compose my thoughts after the stimulation I have received from the sacred day of the nation of equality. What are we to make of it all? The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to servitude or freedom, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard The 4th of July in Albany, 1831, a study in American independence, item 3 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 4, The Arc of Civilization, on Democracy in America. National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
July 1831, the territory of Michigan. What are these pioneers in the wilderness? A restless, reasoning, adventurous race which does coldly what only the ardor of passion can explain. A nation of conquerors who submit themselves to the savage life without ever allowing themselves to be seduced by it, and who shut themselves in the American solitudes with an axe and some newspapers.
The Arc of Civilization, a study in American character. Item 4 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American character, the Arc of Civilization.
Listen, Tocqueville.
The voice of the wilderness. Almost the only sound we have heard in these silent Michigan forests. Beaumont,
This wilderness began outside that little town of 2,000 souls, Detroit, the last city in the Northwest. And it was only a mile from Detroit this road entered the forest for good. The territory of Michigan is a vast solitude, but in it, I think, I see the still empty cradle of a great nation.
You know, Tocqueville, this dense forest, this is the frontier. The frontier is here, all the time, ready for the taking. Anyone who wants to can pick up his family and move to the west, and every day they do it. On this boundless continent, nature herself favors the cause of the people. The great fact of America is the presence of the wilderness, the frontier.
You've forgotten another fact, and one that's just as important.
What?
This morning, we were in a pioneer's cottage. What was it like?
A log cabin, one window with a muslin curtain, a rough floor of trodden earth, the home of a frontiersman braving the miseries of a savage life, exposed to the forest fevers and the tomahawk of the Indian. That's what I mean.
And also what? Next to the chimney was stretched a map of the United States. The plank shelf was rough, but it held a Bible whose cover and edges are already worn by the piety of 2 generations. A book of prayers, and Milton, Shakespeare.
Yes, but the table was of green wood with the bark still on it.
But on that table, a teapot of British china, silver spoons, cracked teacups, and some recent New York newspapers. In America, even on the frontier, Beaumont, there is only one society. It may be either rich or poor, humble or brilliant, trading or agricultural, but it is composed everywhere of the same elements. The plane of a uniform civilization has passed over it.
Civilization? That cabin had only one room. There was not even a partition. The wind blew through the cracks in the wall.
But the family that lived in it came from New England and brought with them democracy and equality. That cabin, Beaumont, was itself a little world, an ark of civilization, lost in the midst of an ocean of leaves. In July 1831, Beaumont and I spent 2 weeks in the wilderness of the new territory of Michigan. We left Detroit on horseback, and for days we went through these great forests. For Beaumont and I did not simply listen to what people told us about the frontier. We did our best to see for ourselves. Our guides were Chippewa Indians. With a silent savage at our side, we went on and on, the forest never changing. It was only in the evening, after sundown, that we reached the tiny village of Pontiac. 20 very neat and pretty houses lost in the woods. We went to the best inn, called the Yellow Tavern, and Beaumont and I were introduced, as usual, into what is called the bar room.
I'm heading for Ohio. You can live cheaper there than anywhere else.
Give me Illinois. You can buy the most fertile lands in the Mississippi Valley. Pick them up dirt cheap.
Now, what about Indiana? Now, I hear that Indiana's quite a place.
Let's talk to the landlord. There he is. Look, the big fat man. He looks like a great peasant from Normandy.
You may look it, but I'm sure it's deceptive. There are no peasants in America.
All the same, he's got a face like a Normandy horse trader. That mild, candid expression. And underneath, as sharp as you like. I'm sure he'll know everything about this new territory.
I'm sure he will, but how shall we ask him? Perhaps he will not like Frenchmen to be too inquisitive.
But let's pretend that we are thinking about buying land in Michigan.
Settling, you mean?
Certainly. If we pretend we are on our way to Saginaw on business, any amount of questions will seem perfectly reasonable to an American.
Excellent. Sir? Sir?
Huh? You calling me, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, we were. I wonder if you could give us a little advice.
Oh. What kind of advice?
This gentleman and myself are from France. We are interested, shall we say, in the question of settling in the territory of Michigan.
Ah, and we hoped you might be able to enlighten us.
Boys, you came to the right quarter. Judge Mesa Bagley, at your service.
Judge Bagley? But I thought you were our landlord.
That's right. I'm a judge here as well as landlord of the Yellow Tavern.
I'm going to vote for Henry Clay. He's a man of the people.
Clay's taking you into that tattered old coat he wears just for campaign. He's angling. He's just courting your vote.
All right, who are you for?
I'm for President Andrew Jackson. The White House has been a better place since Old Hickory is in it. He's just the man for the people and as immovable as a rock.
Let's go into another room where we can get a little peace and quiet. Now, if you'll just step this way, I'll take a candle with me, and we better have a map of the Michigan Territory.
You see, business opens all doors.
In here. That's the style. Ah, there we are. Pray be seated. Thank you. Now then, let's get it straight. You're from France and you want to settle here?
Let us say we are interested.
Yeah, you're interested. Good. Well, let's begin with France. I'll just snuff that candle. With you, labor is cheap and land is dear, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, here things are very different. The cost of land is nothing, and the labor of man is beyond price.
Then to establish yourself in America, capital is hardly necessary.
Oh, no. You need capital. I shouldn't advise anyone to seek his fortune in the Michigan Territory unless he has about $200 handy. Around here, uncleared land costs $1 an acre. Now, that's about the price of a day's work. That means that a fella can earn enough in one day to buy an acre of land. But once he's bought it, then the fun starts. Why, it costs $4 to get an acre cleared of trees. So he does it himself. Alone, usually. Back-breaking labor, too.
You are speaking of uncleared land.
Sir, that's all there is for hundreds of miles, maybe thousands for all I know. It's the clearing of that land where you have the trouble and expense. Now, first you put up a tent. Then you fell the trees and make a cabin. Meantime, you live off salt pork and a couple of barrels a meal. You let a few cattle run around. That doesn't cost you anything. Most settlers are young fellas with families. They put in an acre of potatoes and the rest in wheat. And corn. I tell you, corn is the providence of the wilderness. It's the corn that saves the family when poverty, sickness, or carelessness has prevented a large enough clearing. There's nothing harder than the first years after the clearing. And you must keep working. For left to itself, the ground is marshy and unhealthy.
It sounds very dangerous.
You hit the right word for it. It is dangerous.
Wild beasts?
Indians?
Oh, occasionally. Fever, as much as anything. Often, when you travel in the fall, you'll find a whole family down with fever.
What do they do?
Put up with it.
No doctor?
60 miles to a doctor. They do like the Indians. They die. Or they get better, as God sees fit.
How is it in our wanderings in these forests we have not met any Europeans? I should have thought immigrants from Europe would have come to the frontier.
No, sir. The frontier's no place for such people. They stop in the East Coast cities, become servants or artisans. Why, from last May, when the ice melted up to the 1st of July, they came to Michigan in 2 months, about 5,000 new settlers. But the Detroit land agent tells me there wasn't among them 200 immigrants from Europe. Only Americans have the courage to face the frontier. They know how to buy prosperity at the price of misery. The land belongs to the American.
It is quite true that the cost of land is almost nothing, and the labor of man beyond price. It would be difficult to describe the eagerness with which the American rushes forward to secure this immense booty that fortune offers. We had the idea that, as in Europe, the more remote parts of the country, these tiny places, often very poor, would have customs very different from the rest of the nation, so that, as in Europe, there might be in effect a difference of several centuries between different parts of the same nation. I thought that in America I might find all the transitions of the social state at once, from the opulent city patrician to the savage in the wilderness. No, nothing could be further from the truth. Of all the countries in the world, America is the least fitted to show this particular side. In America, there is only one society. You penetrate paths scarcely cleared. You perceive, finally, a cleared field, a cabin composed of half-cleared logs with a tiny window. You think you've come at last to the home of an American peasant. But you're wrong. You step into this place, which seems the asylum of all the miseries, but the owner wears the same clothes as you. He speaks the language of the cities. On his rude table are books and newspapers. And what does he say to you?
French, eh? Well, now, that's country I've always been interested in. Home of Lafayette, you know. Oh, yeah, well, of course you'd know. Yeah. These, like European countries, interest me. See, here, I've been trying to draw up a system for the defense of Belgium. Always been interested in strategy. Politics, too, you know. You'll likely want to hear my views on what's wanted for the prosperity of France. Near as I can figure out, you Frenchmen could do with some good advice. Let me tell you what you ought to do.
You see, it is the same everywhere. You would think you were talking to a rich landed gentleman who has come to spend a few nights in his hunting lodge. And in fact, the log cabin is only temporary for the American. A house more spacious for his needs will replace the cabin and shelter his children, who will in their turn go out and once more send the ark of civilization into the great ocean of leaves.
Inevitably, this has had its effect on the American character. There is not a country in the world where man more confidently seizes the future, where he so proudly feels that his intelligence makes him master of the universe, that he can fashion it to his liking. Born, often under another sky, placed in the middle of an always moving scene, himself driven by the irresistible torrent which drives all about him, the American has no time to tie himself to anything. He grows accustomed only to change and ends by regarding it as the natural state of man. He feels the need of it. More, he loves it. For the instability, instead of meaning disaster to him, seems to give birth only to miracles all about him.
The frontier line at present in 1831 is moving westward about 17 miles a year. It runs from Detroit to Louisiana, but there are vast islands of wilderness east of that line. In July, we arrived in a strange little Indian-filled town in the northern part of New York State. The name of the town was Buffalo, and it was full of people passing through on their way to the west.
That's where they're going. New Englanders moving into the Michigan Peninsula.
Are the settlers often New Englanders?
Pretty nearly always. The last settlers, anyway. They come through here headed for Detroit. Dearborn wagon, a feather bed, saddle, and a bridle. And some knick-knack in the way of a machine for shelling corn, hatcheling flax, or, for what I know, manufacturing wooden nutmegs for family use. And all headed for Michigan.
Come, all ye Yankee farmer boys who would like to change your lot, who've spunk enough to travel beyond your native spot, and leave behind the village where Pan Mada stay. Come, go with me and settle in Michigan, aye. Yay, yay, Michigan, aye. Yay, yay, Michigan, aye.
Most interesting, madam. Both you and your husband have made this trip on the lake steamboat most interesting.
We have picked up many valuable ideas.
Well, we're from New England. We've got the valuable ideas, and likely they'll do you good. I guess you don't have too much in the way of information at home.
pay him no heed. He's just showing off.
You're interested in Michigan, eh?
Yes, we are.
I'll tell you a story about a fella that bought land in Michigan.
Don't you believe a word of it?
Someone calls by one day and says, whose land was this that you bought? Moggs. What's the soil? Bogs. What's the climate? Fogs. What do you get to eat? Hogs. What do you build your house of? Logs. Have you any neighbors? Frogs. There you are, sir. That's the truth about the forest settlements. And you won't hear it from many.
Don't believe a word of it.
The movement to the west becomes a sort of game of chance, which people pursue for the emotions it excites as much as for the gains it gets them. Sometimes, indeed, the progress of man is so rapid that the wilderness reappears behind him. The forests stoop to give him passage and spring up again when he is past.
And what about the Indians? These frontier lands belong to them.
I think the Indians are in a hopeless situation.
I think so, too. If they stay savage, they're pushed back. If they try to civilize themselves, the pressure of the white man's society ruins them. They perish if they wander, and if they settle, they perish also.
And yet the Americans treat them with great attachment to all the formalities of law.
Remember, as we passed through Memphis, how we watched the expulsion of one of the most celebrated and ancient American peoples.
Oh.
I still cannot forget the sight of those poor Choctaw forced from their homes to cross the Mississippi in the middle of winter.
Yes, in weather that was 14 below zero. 7,000 Choctaw Indians were set down in the solitudes of Arkansas.
And it did not cheer me, Tocqueville, to learn that these poor people were being moved from their homes with all due formality of law and treaty. And yet, I suppose, that it is better than the way the Spaniards treated the savages they found on their frontier.
Well, the Spaniards were unable to exterminate the Indians by unparalleled atrocities, nor did they succeed even in wholly depriving them of their rights. But the Americans of the United States have accomplished this twofold purpose with singular felicity, tranquilly, legally, philanthropically, and without violating a single great principle of morality in the eyes of the world. It is impossible to destroy men with more respect for the laws of humanity. The life of the frontier is made by the American character, and it makes that character. But of course, the American brought his character with him to the frontier. In Canada and in the whole of South America, there was a frontier that physically was much the same as the United States. But the life there was very different. For the men came to it with different historical beginnings, different customs and different laws. On the American frontier, men buy and sell whole towns and settlements and speculate in western cities.
Now, when the United States purchased this land lying between the Flint and the Chattahoochee rivers from the Creek Indians, they made a lottery of it, and every white man of legal age in the state of Georgia had a right to draw for a fine lot of 202.5 acres precisely, if you follow me.
Go ahead, I'll follow you.
But this portion right here at the falls of the Chattahoochee, a very beautiful situation.
Seems as though.
Well, in this section of 5 miles square is the town. And I can offer you choice lots of half an acre or even larger.
Where's the center of town?
Oh, right that way, in that piney wood section. Right now, we're in an area devoted to professional men. Mind your footing between those stumps there. You'll find it kind of swampy, so... Too late.
Never mind. Soon dry off.
Yeah, that's too bad. Well, this is also a cause of manufacturing part of town. You see the sign on that cabin over there? Not the frame one, the log one.
Bakehouse.
Bakehouse, right.
As you see, we're coming along real quick, real progress.
You surely are. It's wonderful.
That's exactly what it is. Look at the board on the big tulip tree. T. Gordon, attorney at law.
Civilization's undoubtedly on the march.
Yeah. And, of course, we're having a railroad meeting this evening. High time. It's nearly 18 months since the first settler put up his cabin. High time for a railroad. Now, if you're interested in a lot in this thriving town, step along here where the auction's going on. But mind the stumps. Don't want to twist an ankle. A brilliant auctioneer we have. Very witty. Local man, of course. One of the founding fathers. Been here over a year. Much appreciated in this part of the state.
This land here,
Is that swamp we were in?
Good land, rich, real rich land.
It is
What am I bidding
kind of
for
well
this rich
watered.
land? Why, this land is so rich it produces 60 bushels of frogs to the acre. And you don't need to spend money on fencing, no need to incur expense in that regard. There's enough alligators right on the spot to form an excellent fence. All you have to do is catch them. And then, of course, you drive them alligators head downwards with their tails sticking up in the air. Now then, gentlemen, what am I bidding for this fine parcel of land? This desirable land.
The life of the frontier is often spirited and gay. Often, but not always. I remember the innumerable pioneer families we visited in their lonely cabins in the forest clearing. This man was not born in the solitude where he dwells. His own desire has thrown him into the labors of the wilderness. To become well-to-do, he has braved exile, loneliness, and death with a perseverance and a scorn for life that one might call heroic. He made this effort one day. He has been renewing it for years. He's a man capable of such sacrifices, a cold and insensible being. Ought not one, on the contrary, to recognize in him one of those mental passions so burning, so tenacious, so implacable?
Look across the hearth at the young wife who, while seeing to the preparation of the meal, rocks her youngest son on her knees. Her clothes even yet proclaim a taste for adornment ill extinguished. But time has weighed heavily on her. In her prematurely pale face and her shrunken limbs, it is easy to see that existence has been a heavy burden and that she has been exposed to unbelievable miseries. For the solitude of the forests, she has exchanged the charms of society and the joys of her youthful home. It's on the bare ground of the wilderness that her nuptial couch was placed. Around this woman crowd half-naked children, shining with health, careless of the morrow, veritable sons of the wilderness. But civilization is flowing into the woods, and the whole westward removal is carried forward, directed and dominated by New Englanders.
The talent of a New Englander is universal. He's a good farmer, an excellent schoolmaster, a very respectable preacher, a capital lawyer, a sagacious physician, an able editor, a thriving merchant, a shrewd peddler, and a most industrious tradesman. Being thus able to fill all the important posts of society, only a very few immigrants from New England are able to imprint a lasting character on a new state, even if our number is much inferior to that of the other settlers. I know of no better specimen of human character than a New Englander transferred to the western states.
I see the destiny of America embodied in the first Puritan who landed on these shores. The origins of the American is the first cause of the prosperity of the United States. The early settlers imported equality of condition and intellect, bequeathing to their descendants the manners and opinions that contribute most to the success of a republic. With space and elbow room for liberty, the frontier is also the guarantee of order, for men who feel themselves ill at ease can move to the west. Brave, but brave by calculation. They esteem only the results of victory. They hold that glory is a vain noise, and that man is come into the world to acquire ease and the comforts of life.
the way of escape is always to the west. And this gradual and continuous progress of the European race towards the Rocky Mountains has the solemnity of a providential event. It is like a deluge of men rising unabatedly and daily driven onwards by the hand of God.
You have just heard The Arc of Civilization, a study in American character. Item 4 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 5, Any Woman is a Lady, on Democracy in America.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
These precious premises. A study in political optimism. Item 14 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in political optimism. These precious premises.
Midnight. Midnight, December the 2nd, 1851. 20 years after Tocqueville visited America. And this city, sleeping in the winter night, is Paris, still ancient and disordered, her great squares and boulevards still unbuilt. But the man who is to build them is behind that lamplit window, working at his desk. He is short and unimpressive. He wears a large mustache and a small beard. He has a big nose and little eyes. He has a sort of immobility of features as he sits quietly with his head on one side. He has a good-natured smile, although one of his friends once caught him with a tiger-like expression that frightened her speechless, but never mind, he conquered himself in the instant and was kind again. Look at him carefully. Remember him well. He is the President of the Republic of France, and he is contriving schemes to appeal to the people of France to elect him their emperor in a thoroughly democratic plebiscite. The tendency to be elected emperor evidently runs in the family, for this man's name is Charles-Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, and he is the nephew of the great Napoleon. The 2nd of December, the most glorious day in the history of imperial France. On the 2nd of December, 1806, Napoleon the Uncle won his greatest victory on the field of Austerlitz. His enemies were Austria and Russia. But Louis Napoleon the nephew is not without his victories, for on the 2nd of December, 1851, Louis Napoleon has won his greatest victory, and his enemies were the laws and the liberty of France. Midnight in Paris on the anniversary of Austerlitz. Leave the lighted window behind which President Louis Napoleon schemes for the imperial crown. Cross this still medieval city to this building, also showing some lights. Armed sentries outside show that there are valuables inside. These are the members of the Chamber of Deputies, the freely elected representatives of France. There, behind that window, is the Vice President of the Assembly of France, Alexis Charles-Henri Maurice Clerel, Comte de Tocqueville. But this great building full of deputies is not the legislative chamber. It is a jail. The deputies of France are in prison, and the president has put them there.
All quiet?
All quiet. You're late.
Did none of them make any fuss?
No, these are the members of the Chamber of Deputies. They're not the kind of people that make a fuss in prison. They're above all that sort of thing.
Someone down the corridor's got the candle burning still.
Oh, that one. That's Le Comte de Tocqueville. He's the one that went to America and brought back a lot of American ideas about prisons. Solitary cells.
Well, I hope he likes it. Give him a taste of his own medicine. That'll teach him to plot against our government. See you tomorrow morning.
Right. You shouldn't have any trouble. These aren't your ordinary jailbirds, remember. Good night.
Good night.
To us who come later, this is an old story, the coup d'etat, power in the hands of the savior and liberator of the country. The elected representatives accused of plotting against the president, against the Constitution, against liberty, against anything you please, so long as the dictator gets his vote. For always we have seen the plebiscites, the referendums, the spontaneous 99% votes, despotism purified by the trappings of democracy. Tocqueville looks across vast, sleeping Paris and thinks of Louis Napoleon, elected president by 5.5 million votes to 1.5 million, and within a year to be elected Emperor Napoleon III by an even greater majority. Tocqueville stares at France, voting away her freedom, and remembers his words of a few years before.
Nowadays, men have two conflicting passions. They want to be free, but they want to be led. They try to have both at once. They devise a government that is paternal and all-powerful, but it is elected by the people. This gives them a respite. After an election, they console themselves for being in tutelage by the reflection that they have chosen their own guardians. By this system, the people shake off their state of dependence just long enough to select their master and then fall back into it again. Oh, I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it.
Busy at his desk, Louis Napoleon is thinking, too, those honeyed words that we who come later have heard so many times, in so many places, in so many languages, under flags and shirts of every imaginable color. In 1851, it's Louis Napoleon's turn.
People of France, I am your deputy and your leader. Make me your overlord, and I will rule for your good and in your name. I do not need the leaders, but I must have the people. As the emperor used to say, Men who have changed the universe have never succeeded by converting the leaders, but always by influencing the masses.
We have had in France in the last 40 years every form of anarchy and despotism, but never anything resembling a democratic republic. Well, we scarcely believe ourselves worthy of the freedom enjoyed by other nations. After all, political liberty is a food hard to digest. Only the most robust constitutions can support it. But when it comes, even mixed with other institutions, it gives the whole social body a vigor and energy that surprise even those who are expecting the most from it.
For after all, the sleeping city, the sleeping country, the world itself is not populated with either animals or angels, but men, a mixture of both. And Tocqueville is always prepared to take them not as they ought to be, but as they are.
Men in general are neither very good nor very bad, but average. Since we haven't got angels, we can attach ourselves to nothing greater and more worthy of our devotion than our own kind. And therefore, there is but one great goal that merits the efforts of man. That is the good of humanity.
Those who do not trust the human race think differently, and we who come later know their denunciations so well. They are all traitors but me. I am the only man you can trust. I tell you so myself. The new despotism, born of democracy, must have its votes. Everything must be done legally. Everything must be sanctioned by a vote, a plebiscite, a referendum. Then the road is clear. We who come later recognize the now familiar picture of the strong man pretending to be led by the people.
Well, sir, I saw your light still burning.
Yes, I have been writing.
Well, we've got no orders to stop you doing that.
I hope not.
If you behave yourselves, I shouldn't be surprised if you gentlemen aren't let out again tomorrow. The president just wants to teach you a lesson, you know.
Louis Napoleon wants to teach all of us a lesson.
You're the one that visited America, aren't you? Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville?
Yes, I visited America 20 years ago.
Louis Napoleon went to America, too.
I know. Just after I was there.
I wonder if he thought the same as you did.
Evidently not. Louis Napoleon wishes to govern us all himself. But I saw how America presents for the solution of this great question of freedom some very precious premises. They have faith in human perfectibility. Each man regards himself as interested in public security and in the functioning of the laws. Instead of counting on the police, he counts only on himself. In America, public force is everywhere, but it never shows itself. The Republic is everywhere, in the streets as well as in the Congress.
That seems hard to believe.
It is hard to believe, I assure you, how the American people keeps itself in order through the single conviction that its only safeguard against itself lies in itself.
Is this the sort of thing you deputies were trying to suggest for us?
Not at all. The simple and logical institutions of America would not suit a great nation like this, which needs a strong internal government and a fixed foreign policy. A people, to be Republican, must be poised, religious, and very enlightened. American democracy demands of the people who adopt it a long practice in freedom and a mass of true enlightenment that is only acquired rarely and after a long time. All the same, it's a fine thing. And I am very sorry that the moral and physical constitution of man forbids him to obtain it everywhere and for always.
Do you want this sort of democracy in France?
Alas, in France, there is more genius than common sense and more heroism than virtue. I'm afraid American democracy is not easy to transplant. So far, it has combined equality and liberty. And these two things do not always go together.
Well, Louis Napoleon saw America, and evidently he didn't like it. I'm tired of all this talk about democracy and liberty. I want to see a strong government and the country great again. I'd like to see a second empire. Louis Napoleon will give us back authority. He'll give us back national morality.
Give us back authority? Can you believe for a moment that to use the means that have been used and to do what has been done will give us back authority? Don't you see that he's destroying all authority except his own? Do you believe that you can give back morality by giving the world the most glaring example of trickery, violence, and perjury? Triumphing in the acclamation wrested by fear from the educated and respectable people?
It doesn't make me afraid.
It doesn't make me afraid either, but he's trying to. That is why we are getting a little taste of jail and national morality. Do you think that will be established by violating all the laws? By the sight of the country's best men in prison vans, simply for the crime of having been faithful to their commissions and to the laws of their country?
I see you deputies in prison, but you aren't the country's best men.
You elected us. You chose us. If we are not, the fault is yours.
You blame the voters, I blame the deputies. You wait and see who we vote for next, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville. It will be Louis Napoleon and the Second Empire. Good night, sir. And consider yourself very lucky to get off with nothing but a warning.
It is hopeless. The French peasant has never understood the working of free institutions. Perhaps I should go into exile. Perhaps back to America, where I first saw equality and democracy at work. America. 20 years ago, I set foot on those far-off shores. Even then, I foresaw democracy for the whole world. Equality without limits. I knew that France would stomach it very badly, but I was sure we would be pushed into it. All the efforts to halt it were only temporary. The progress of equality is a fact which a government can regulate, yes, but it cannot stop. And many Frenchmen want absolute equality under one man, which is not liberty, though it may be democracy. Another visitor at this time of night. Good night, sir. Or rather, good morning.
Good morning, Monsieur le Comte de Tocqueville.
May I have the honor?
I am a captain in the army. I am in charge of the garrison. I'm ordered to ask if there is anything you need.
Only liberty?
Liberty? I think you will be released tomorrow. One day is not much hardship.
One day? Will the Assembly ever meet again under Louis Napoleon?
I hope not.
You hope not?
France is tired of talk. We need a strong man. You know, Monsieur le Comte, I was a drummer boy at Austerlitz under the Emperor. Liberty has poisoned the world. I want to see our country great. I want glory.
Do you not fear despotism?
No.
Even despots don't deny the value of liberty, but they want to keep it all to themselves. They say the rest of us are unworthy of it.
Perhaps we are.
Perhaps. But the difference between a despot and myself is not in our opinion of liberty, but in our judgment of mankind.
We have equality and democracy. When we have glory as well, there will be no further chatter about liberty. Even you, Monsieur le Comte, will be content. You will have order and peace instead.
No, sir. I shall always love liberty. And I am not one of those who are ready to sell free will and our laws for the sake of sleeping safely in their beds. There are enough of them already, but I dare to prophesy that they will never accomplish anything great or durable. I long to see liberty in all the political institutions of my country. But at the same time, I respect justice. I love order and law. I have so deep and so reasonable an attachment for morality and religious beliefs that I cannot but believe that people will see plainly in me a liberal of a new kind,
and will not confuse me with the majority of Democrats of our day.
Are you too good even for your own party, Monsieur le Comte?
No, Captain. But I know that the upper classes are distrustful of liberty. The lower classes inclined to license. That is France.
I saw the glory of Austerlitz. Louis Napoleon acted yesterday on the anniversary of Austerlitz. That is enough for me. That is all the liberty I need. Frankly, I don't understand why you have this exaggerated affection for what is, after all, only a convenience. Possibly you acquired it in America.
The love of liberty? It was because I loved liberty that I went to America to see if it would be destroyed by democracy and equality.
And your conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Then perhaps you love liberty because you have read too many books.
Captain, many men have loved liberty. Still, you have asked a good question, and I have often asked myself, what is the source of that passion for political freedom, which in all ages has been the fruitful mother of the greatest things which mankind has achieved? It's evident, you see, that when nations are badly run, they readily conceive the wish to govern themselves. But a love of independence which only springs up under the influence of the evils produced by despotism is never lasting.
Why not?
It passes away with the accident that gives rise to it. What seems to be the love of freedom is only the hatred of a master.
Men love freedom because they think it will bring them advantages.
It is very true in the long run that freedom always brings to those who know how to keep it ease, comfort, and even wealth. But there are times at which it disturbs for a season the possession of those blessings. There are other times when despotism alone can confer their enjoyment, even though it may be passing.
Then let us have despotism. The word does not frighten me. Some even call the emperor a despot.
But don't you feel a love of liberty for herself alone? This is what I'm trying to say. Freedom has native charms, independent of her gifts.
What?
The pleasure, the very great pleasure of speaking, acting, and breathing without restraint, under no master but God and the law. He who seeks in freedom anything but herself is only fit to serve.
You follow nothing but a word.
And many have done so. There are whole nations who have pursued freedom through every sort of peril and hardship. They didn't love her for her material gifts. They regard freedom herself as a gift, so precious and so necessary that no other could console them for the loss of that which consoles them for the loss of everything else.
In your case, Monsieur le Comte, your taste for freedom is undisciplined and unwise and unpatriotic. I do not understand it. Thank God for Louis Napoleon.
Well, Captain, I can't explain further if you really don't feel the sentiment. The love of freedom enters of its own accord into the large hearts God has prepared to receive it. It fills them. It enraptures them. But to minds which have never felt it, it is past finding out.
I am glad I have never felt it. I prefer an autocrat on whom I can rely to the follies and uncertainties of freedom.
You remind me once again, Captain, that it is very easy to establish a despotism when the conditions of society are equal. And I think that if such a government is established, it will not only oppress men, but strip them of the highest quality of humanity.
If there is nothing I can do for you within the terms of my duty, I bid you good night.
Good morning, Captain. It is a winter night, but the day will be breaking soon enough. I will not despair. All these people who trust in strong men, who trust in these special despots that democracy brings forth, all these people treat other people as if they were overgrown children, very degenerate and very ill-educated. I think that people today have been badly brought up. But the remedy is to bring them up better. We can do something with our fellow men today through an able appeal to their decency and common sense. In short, by treating them as human beings. I may be wrong, but I follow my principles, and I delight to follow them. Human societies, like people, become worthwhile only through their use of liberty. No, I shall not believe that this human race, which is at the head of all visible creation, has become that bastardized flock of sheep that some think it is, and that nothing remains but to deliver it without future and without hope to a small number of shepherds, who, after all, are not better animals than we, the human sheep, and who indeed are often worse. I have less confidence in the prophets of gloom than in the goodness and the justice of God. It would seem as if the rulers of our time sought only to use men in order to make things great. I wish that they would try a little more to make great men, that they would set less value on the work and more upon the workman. I am full of apprehensions and hopes, but I cling with a firmer hold to the belief that for democratic nations to be virtuous and prosperous, they require but to will it. I am aware that many people maintain that nations are never their own masters here below, and that they obey with absolute necessity some insurmountable and unintelligible power arising from previous events, from their own race, or from the soil and climate of their country. Such principles are false and cowardly. Such principles can never produce anything but feeble men and faint-hearted nations. Providence has not created mankind entirely independent or entirely free. It is true that around every man a fatal circle is traced, beyond which he cannot pass. But within the wide verge of that circle, he is powerful and free. As it is with men, so it is with communities. The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to freedom or servitude, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard These Precious Premises, a study in political optimism. Item 14, the final in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new de Tocqueville study materials, including de Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a recently published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is Ben Grauer. Tonight's program brings to a close the Democracy in America series, which was pre-recorded and is a presentation of the NBC Radio Network.
This is NBC, the largest single source of news and information in the free world.
Preview 1, Alexis de Tocqueville. NBC invites you to listen to the first of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville, a young French nobleman who visited the United States in 1831-1832, at the time of President Andrew Jackson. De Tocqueville was so impressed with our new young nation that he wrote Democracy in America, acclaimed all over the world as the definitive book on America. It's interesting to note Tocqueville's precepts are almost as true today as when they were first written. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life, based on de Tocqueville's book, will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network 1 week from tonight, Wednesday, January the 17th, at this same time, over most of these NBC stations. And now, Preview 1, Alexis de Tocqueville. And here's your moderator, Dorothy Gordon, known to you as the founder and moderator of Youth Forums and author of the book You and Democracy, a book for children. Miss Gordon.
Well, here we are, sitting at a table in America, a Frenchman and an American woman, to talk about our American way of life. Now, Alexis de Tocqueville probably did the same thing when he was in America in 1831. Don't you think so, Monsieur Morrissey?
Yes, Miss Gordon. In fact, de Tocqueville wrote about the women in this country in his book Democracy in America. And I think, if I can remember, that he attributed the singular prosperity and strength of the people here to the superiority of the woman. I think maybe he was right.
Oh, well, that's very good of you. And, of course, the women cannot object to that, although it took some time for the men to realize it, let me tell you. In the series of broadcasts that we're introducing, there is one devoted to the women as de Tocqueville saw them here. And incidentally, I'm afraid I'm failing in my duty as a woman.
Oh, I think it's impossible. Don't believe it. But in what way?
Well, you're a very good friend, but you know I failed to introduce you. I do want to do that. Now, Monsieur Edouard Morrissey is the cultural counselor to the French embassy here in the United States. He represents the French universities and is a liaison between the universities in France and those here in America. He's a professor of philosophy and author of books in philosophy and innumerable articles. He's been responsible for much of the Franco-American cultural exchange programs. I ought to know, because he arranged my trip to France and my Youth Forum broadcasts over there. So you see, he was a logical person to help us introduce to you the de Tocqueville series, which will start on the NBC radio network January 17th. We also have two young people with us, a French student and an American. We'll ask them to introduce themselves. Will you, Joan?
My name is Joan Healy, and I'm a freshman at Marymount Manhattan College.
And, Joan?
My name is Jean-Michel Giraud, and I'm a student at the French Lycée in New York.
Well, now, you just stay by, because I'm going to talk with Monsieur Morrissey, and then afterwards you're coming into a discussion with us about democracy. Now, Monsieur Morrissey, let's talk about de Tocqueville a bit. How do you feel about the idea of a series of broadcasts built around Alexis de Tocqueville's visit to America? It was in 1831.
Well, I think it's a wonderful idea for many reasons. First, because de Tocqueville's book is the best written in this country or in Europe on the United States. That's a basic book for the understanding of America and democracy. And I think it's to the right time to do it because it is a time for a new understanding of our common ideal of democracy in the United States and in France.
Well, does the average Frenchman know the name de Tocqueville? Do the students? Are they familiar with the book? As I understand it, de Tocqueville's book, Democracy in America, was hailed immediately as the classic analysis of the society of the United States. And as a Frenchman living here, do you think America has preserved the ideals that de Tocqueville emphasized?
Oh, may I quote my own experience? I remember very well when I heard de Tocqueville's name for the first time. It was in a high school in Paris at the beginning of a course of my teacher on the history of the United States. And he told us, well, there is only one book You have to read about the United States. There's democracy in America, and nobody since that time did better.
Well, you read the book in French, of course.
In French at that time, yes. But I think that all of the French students heard about de Tocqueville one day or another, and as you know, de Tocqueville is really the best interpreter of the United States, and for the political scientist, is a sort of model.
Well, do you think that de Tocqueville and his companion, Gustave de Beaumont, were so impressed because they themselves were aristocrats and were not accustomed to see so much equality amongst the people?
Yes, I think it's partly true, but I think there is another basic reason for that. It's because de Tocqueville belonged to a general society, you see, in Europe, and I think that there was a special atmosphere in Europe at that time about the United States. The United States was considered as a sort of utopia, a possible realization of democracy.
Yes, because I remember that in one of de Tocqueville's sayings, and if I remember it correctly, that he said that he was an aristocrat and never really understood liberty until he came here to the United States.
That's right, but I think for any unprejudiced Frenchman, the impression would have been the same.
Well, now, for instance, when de Tocqueville and Beaumont were to call on the governor of New York, that was in that period of the middle 19th century, they were astounded to find the governor living in a boarding house in New York City. To a French aristocrat, this would be very astounding, wouldn't it?
Oh, surely. It was a very big surprise.
Yes, but they didn't know that later on our governor would live in Albany in a palace, just
as the change of time.
Yes, this is as time moves along. Well, you know, the dramatizations and the broadcasts are designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s. And the conversations are based on the actual words of de Tocqueville and Beaumont. Would you like to hear a bit of the scene when the two Frenchmen called on Governor Throop of New York? Well, let's hear that, shall we?
You're taking notes, Mr. Tocqueville. I'm glad to see you do it. Take a note of this. The American people, dispersed over an immense territory, abounding in all the means of commercial greatness, who early found an opportunity of adapting their government to their circumstances.
Their government to their circumstances.
They followed the manifest order of nature when they adopted a constitution which was free, a constitution which was republican, and a constitution which was based on a commercial federation.
But, Mr. Governor, was that desirable?
No, sir. I will not comment on its desirability, except to say this. As far as we are concerned, it is infinitely desirable, because it was wholly inevitable. Will you forgive me if I speak for a moment of your own country and speak to you privately as a man?
We should be honored.
Very well, sir. Your country, too, has recently passed through a great revolution, but one which I cannot help feeling has had a very different influence on your destiny. You will forgive the strong language, but I cannot help but remark that the course, and indeed the catastrophe, of the French Revolution has cast a gloom over republicanism which perhaps it may never shake off, and which renders it, in Europe, repulsive and discreditable, at least for the present. But here, sir, is the difference between your revolution and ours. The American Republic is the natural fruit of the American soil. The spirit of freedom may be impassioned, it may be factious, but it is neither furious nor bloody. The strong bonds of union are here and will remain. There is a common language, there are common laws, there are common political attachments, and finally, and above all, there is the great reciprocal bond of common interest. Remember this always, gentlemen. We live on trade. We live by trade. We live for trade. Trade is our life. And I tell you frankly, we all regard the carrying on of trade as something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life. And indeed, while we are talking today, 100 ships are discharging their cargoes, and 1,000 emigrants from all parts of the globe are landing with big hearts and stout hopes to realize their dreams of a free and happy West.
Monsieur Morosea, do you think Governor Throop was correct in the statement he made about the difference in the French Revolution and the one in America as he was talking to Monsieur de Tocqueville?
Well, first, I think he was not absolutely correct when he said that the catastrophe of a bloody and furious French Revolution was responsible for the decline of democratic faith, because we have not to forget that, after all, the Napoleonic armies spread all over Europe revolutionary ideas. And the 19th century was, in Europe, the era of awakening of nationalities and fights for new liberal constitutions. But I think that he is right when he opposed a new revolution in a new country and a revolution in an old country. In an old country, a revolution is a fight for more freedom, for liberty, and it's something very different from the frontier spirit in 1830.
Oh, yes, and then the difference in the people who came over here seeking religious liberty. In your position as cultural counselor, do you think that we are building up a culture of our own?
I think sincerely. I think you have in this country a great literature, a new school of painting, a unique movement in architecture, and that's part of the definition, the expression of a culture, a philosophy of education. It's why I strongly believe in the existence of a unique and original culture of the United States. And maybe too, in our European ideal of culture, we think that a culture has to be expressed by a sort of human ideal, what we call in the 17th century, the 18th century, the honest man, later on the cultivated man or the gentleman. But I think that the United States too, from the beginning, produced that sort of human ideal. Permit me not to quote living examples, it's a bit too delicate or embarrassing, but you have ideal of culture people like Jefferson, Franklin, Emerson, Walt Whitman, and so on.
Pioneers. But don't you feel that we did develop a certain type of culture in our music? Jazz, for instance, it's based on folklore, and people don't realize that it really is something original, and it is a sort of a contribution to the musical life, which has been taken up by countries all over the world.
Oh, I think so, and I think that the jazz really was a revolution in the interpretation of music, and I remember that very well after the First World War.
You got your first impression of jazz at that time?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'd like you to hear another excerpt. This gives de Tocqueville's reaction to that emphasis on trade. As the two men left the governor's boarding house, they heard the street sounds characteristic of the 1830s. Now let us listen to it and pretend that we're there.
More noise. There is a band now. Surely the streets of New York must be the noisiest and busiest in the world.
And yet, for all their bustle and prosperity, I feel all the time that we are walking about in a city which is nothing but one gigantic suburb.
There they go, across the end of the street. Flags, banners, bands. What can all this be? 3 cheers for the clockmakers! I can hardly believe my own eyes. This is a parade of tradesmen, of mechanics. Look at them. Look at the banners. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker.
It is miraculous. Did you ever see such assurance, such confidence, such calm complacency with which these fellows hold up all the traffic? And listen to the cheers of the people.
Yes, the governor told us that these people think that the carrying on of trade is something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life.
And look at their clothes. Sleek coats, glossy hats, gay watch guards, and doeskin gloves.
Hey there! Look at the dandy mechanics! Give them 3 cheers, boys! 3 cheers for the dandy mechanics!
The dandy mechanics. It is the right name for them.
There is an unbelievable outward equality in America.
The whole country has melted into a middle class. A remarkable thing. A country blessed with nature's richest gifts and selected by Providence for the noblest experiment tried by man, which is not only the civilization of a new world, but the practical establishment of principles that till now have only had an ideal existence. A great people which has no army, a country full of activity and vigor, where the action of the government is hardly perceived. A world given up to trade and equality, and proud of both.
Of course, it has a great deal more dramatization in the rest of the series. And then, as you heard, de Tocqueville emphasized equality. How do you think of the word equality? Are all men created equal? Would you say?
Oh, that's a very important and philosophical question. It's very difficult to answer. But no, I think it's not a fact, but an ideal. We have to work for the equality of people.
Well, isn't it really that men are created equal? In other words, to have the equal opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is our Jeffersonian ideal of democracy. You know that we have 2 young people here in the studio with us. One is a Frenchman and a young American. And we're going to have the young people talk with each other and with us. And Jean-Michel, I'm going to ask you, you know that de Tocqueville was here for 10 months when he wrote this book, which became such a famous classic. How long have you been in America?
Well, I've been here 5 years now.
Oh, we expect a great big long book out of you. As you listen to us and to the excerpts, do you feel that de Tocqueville was justified in his impassioned feeling about liberty for all men?
Well, I certainly think that America and the United States is quite a good example of democratic realization.
John?
I would say that he had a reason for being so enthused, but I believe that if he lived now at the present time, he would have even greater reasons, because since the time that de Tocqueville was here, we have had much greater advances, such as in civil rights legislation and other such legislation, where he could see that his total views of equality would be realized. He seems to think only of the working class, the increase in their powers, but I should think that the slaves being freed and other such changes would make him even more elated than he was at that time.
Jean-Michel, now, you're a Frenchman, you're living here. How do you compare life here? And how do you feel about the young people in this country, their liberties and their freedoms? Do you think that they're freer here than they are in France?
What do you mean, point of view from the parents or from the state?
Well, let's take from a social standpoint. Do you think that the young people here express themselves more freely, perhaps, than the young people do in France? We'll ask Monsieur Marossier. He's smiling there across the table.
We'll wait.
Let's hear what Jean-Michel, yes, has to say. Go ahead, Jean.
Well, I don't know quite exactly, but I think that in here you have more extracurricular activities and younger students write papers about more personal subjects and are trained to do this kind of work and to express themselves maybe more freely than in France. That is, they do express themselves, but I'm sure that French students don't bother to express themselves if they wish to.
Joan, are you familiar at all with foreign students? Do you find that the foreign students are as free in their opinions and in their expressions as the American young people are?
Yes, I do, but I don't believe that they're as partisan as the American students would be towards such things as communism. I know in recent polls taken in France, there has been much different opinion on such issues, and I think that the American student more realizes the danger against his country of certain influences in the world than a student in another country. They seem to think more in terms of economic alleviation at the present time rather than changes, rather than...
Well, Jean-Michel, it seems to me that Joan has thrown a challenge out to you.
Yes, well...
Very much so.
I do not quite agree.
You don't
because,
agree? Well, go ahead and tell us.
I think that, personally, that in France you have a wider choice in what you want to think. I mean, here in America, you can help it, but if you have more socialistic ideas, then it's generally the opinion here. Then you don't quite feel free to express yourself. I mean, but in France, since there are almost all kind of parties, political parties, you're always free to join the one you want.
How many parties do you have in France?
Well,
how many?
Not too many now. Not too many now in the present parliament.
But still, you can either be, I don't know, a royalist even, or a communist.
Mr. Marcia, you spend a great deal of time with young people, I know. Do you agree with Jean-Michel or or with Joanne?
Oh, that's a very, very complicated thing to answer because I know very well university circles in France and in the United States. I think it's true that maybe the American students express himself more easily than the French ones. But the counterpart, I think that the French students maybe is more trained to get a critical mind. And I remember I was a professor a few years ago, and we were all used in France to say, well, you have to discuss and to take a decision by yourself. So if we speak of liberty as a critical mind, I think the French student can compete very easily with the American one.
Yes. Joanne, now it's your chance to defend yourself and the American student.
My point of view was that the American student takes more of an interest, say, against, as I said before, communism or other elements in our society which might be dangerous to our future existence. Whereas
I'm interrupting a minute, Joan, but I want to ask you, would you say that the American student feels the same way towards the extreme right? You use the word communist. What about the fascist? Because is the answer perhaps that the answer is the middle road? The center, like your center party, which has always been so strong in France, Mr. Mosia. Do you find that the American student is anti-communist only, or is the American student also anti-fascist?
Well, I believe the average American student is sort of the middle of the road. However, the most domineering students at the present time, those who have the most interest, seem to be those interested in the conservatism and those who are trying to fight communism. Therefore, I should think, since they are the more dominant element in the student body, since they are more forceful, that it would be their opinion which would be heard.
Is it liberty, freedom of expression that bothers you? You feel that the French students can talk about communism, and that doesn't mean that they are communist, does it?
No, absolutely not. No, there isn't this communist fear that there is here in France, because there is a communist party, which is, I think, getting a little weaker now, and I don't know.
Mr. Mosia, what would you say about that? Do you think that there isn't the fear of communism in France, would you say, that there is here?
Well, it's not exactly the same problem, you see. Yes. I would say that the fight against communism is not pursued the same way in France and in the United States because of very clear historical reasons.
Yes.
It's why I think it's very difficult to compare in that time and to say that maybe the French students or the American students have a stronger feeling for freedom. I think the feeling for freedom is as strong in this country as it is in France.
Well, we have in relation to these broadcasts, there was a book that was edited by George Probst of New York University, who worked on the programs too, called The Happy Republic. It's a reader in Tocqueville's America, and it's quite an extraordinary book. You have a copy of it,
Yes,
I know.
I was very happy to get a copy, and I think it's an excellent book.
Well, I think, and this is related to the broadcasts, and I personally feel it should be read by all the young people everywhere, because the amount of research that went into it, and I never realized how many French writers there were that had written about America with a tremendous amount of interest. But there is one phrase here that I'm looking at now that I'd like to quote from and like to get an idea how Jean-Michel and Joanne feel. He said, the first of the duties that are at this time imposed upon those who direct our affairs is to educate democracy, to reawaken, if possible, its religious beliefs, to purify its morals, to regulate its actions. Now, do you young people feel at all that democracy is taken for granted a great deal? Yes, John.
I believe that at the present time, we do not take democracy for granted. There are many, as I have mentioned before, conservatives who are fighting for different causes, and one of them is for equality under the law. We have it now in words. It is stated that we do have equality under the law. However, we know that in many areas, Negroes are being denied their rights, and other minority groups are being denied their rights. Therefore, it is the aim of students now to bring forth, to change this situation so that our democracy will be in reality a living democracy, will be practiced for every single individual in the United States.
Well, how do you feel about that, Jean?
I think it's quite a noble purpose.
Well, but do you feel that democracy is under fire today?
But I think, as de Tocqueville said, the main thing about democracy is education, to get people educated and able to choose and to act for themselves toward a better democracy.
I'm going to come to you, Monsieur Morosier, on that question.
That again, I fully agree with de Tocqueville, because I think that it's true that democracy is a permanent fight, a personal and a collective fight, and we have to never to forget that we have to keep democracy. We have to be very cautious and to be real fighters, not in education and in politics.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I think this is a wonderful note on which to close our program. It was so good of you, Monsieur Morosier, to come. And you, Jean-Michel Giraud. I want to get your name right, and Joan Healy. I've been very excited and interested in this whole thing, and I'm sure that everyone else will be. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gordon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Gordon. You have been listening to Preview 1, Alexis de Tocqueville, the first of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network 1 week from tonight, Wednesday, January the 17th, at this same time, over most of these NBC stations. Our moderator was Dorothy Gordon, who had as her special guest Monsieur Edouard Morosier, the cultural counselor to the French Embassy, and two students, Joan Healy and Jean-Michel Giraud. Preview 2, the second of these discussions, will be heard next Tuesday night at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, at which time Dorothy Gordon will have as her guest Monsieur Hervé Alphand, French ambassador to the United States. For the exact listening time in your area, please consult your local newspaper. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation. The launching of America's astronaut into orbit later this month on NBC Radio.
Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville. NBC invites you to listen to the second of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville, a young French nobleman who visited the United States in 1831-32 at the time of President Andrew Jackson. De Tocqueville was so impressed with our new young nation that he wrote Democracy in America, acclaimed all over the world as the definitive book on America. It's interesting to note that Tocqueville's precepts are almost as true today as when they were first written. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life based on de Tocqueville's book will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network tomorrow night, Wednesday, January the 17th, at the same time over most of these NBC stations. And now, Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville. Our special guest this evening is His Excellency Hervé Alphonse, French Ambassador to the United States. And here is Dorothy Gordon, known to you as the founder and moderator of Youth Forums, and author of the book You and Democracy, a book for children. Miss Gordon.
Ambassador Alphonse, it's very good of you to be with us. And I understand you said that you had to dig back into your school days to speak about de Tocqueville's book on American democracy.
What I want to say is that I didn't read the entire book since my school days, but it's an immortal work, and we have to read and read it again, especially when you are a French ambassador to the United States.
Or just an American student, as it were, because many of our American students are going to listen to these broadcasts that are going to be sent over the country. But actually, we wish to take advantage of your presence here to cover a wider field, to discuss America today and its relation to France. But first, do let me introduce you to the listening audience. I want to tell you that our guest, Ambassador Hervé Alphonse, was the permanent delegate of France to the United Nations and her representative in the Security Council until his appointment as Ambassador of France to the United States in 1956. He's the son of Charles Hervé Alphonse, former ambassador from France to Moscow, so you see he comes to an ambassadorship very naturally. Ambassador Alphonse's name is a very familiar one in America, and he himself has been part of Franco-American relations since... Well, am I right? Was it in 1940 that you first came here?
I must tell you, yes, I came in 1940, but I was head of the economic section of the Foreign Office in France when I negotiated the trade agreement between France and America in 1938, so that was a long time ago.
Yes, further than that. Well, then I'm right in saying that your name is a familiar one here in the United States. Now, looking back at de Tocqueville's writings on American democracy, I found the following actual quote. He wrote, and this was 100 years ago, "The advent of democracy as a governing power in the world's affairs, universal and irresistible, was at hand. It may be said that this day it depends upon us whether the Republic shall be everywhere finally established or everywhere finally overthrown." Now, would you say, Mr. Ambassador, that those words could have been written today? Is that the great problem both France and America are facing, the maintaining of our democratic institutions?
It seems to me, Mrs. Gordon, that these words are, in fact, very true today. Not only France and America, but all Western democracies are facing the problems of defending their institutions. Democracy is very hard to get. Democracy is even harder to keep. And it is a constant struggle against the various forces from the extreme right or the extreme left so as to keep those precious institutions. Those enemies are coming, as I said, from the fascist elements as well as the communist elements, and I can speak here for my country, but I can speak also with hope, because the roots of democracy in France are very deep, because the will and the tradition of the French people is well known, and because the continuing progress of our economy, of our social welfare is such that we will certainly win in this constant struggle against the forces who are opposing democracy in my country.
Well, I think de Tocqueville was greatly impressed by the objectives of freedom, and I want to move into this question about the many new nations that are achieving independence. Would you tell us what a nation's purpose should be? What would you say are the basic needs of people everywhere?
Well, I think that basically we must make a difference between independence and freedom. I think you can be an independent country and ignore entirely freedom. And it takes a very long time to acquire this idea of freedom. The basic needs to acquire this freedom is, first of all, it seems to me, education and understanding of the problem. But also there are other prerequisites. You must have a civil service which is well organized and obedient of the state. You must have an army which is the servant of the state, and also I must say that democracy is always linked with a certain degree of economic progress and wealth in the country. But time is probably the major element.
Mr. Ambassador, freedom is something which people just have, and until they lose it, they're not aware that they have it. Do you think that people are apt to take their freedom, democracy, just for granted?
Well, I think many people in our two countries think that there is no danger. That the danger are less than they are in fact. They ignore the warnings. The warnings has been given by the communists themselves. I remember when Khrushchev came in this country 2 or 3 years ago, he said on the TV that he was sure that your grandchildren would be communists. He said that. But
did he use the word communist, or did he say socialist?
No, he said communist.
Communist.
And the great majority of his listeners ignore this threat. This threat exists, and maybe this ignorance of the threat is a danger in itself. So it's important that we should know that dictatorial regimes, either from the right or from the left, is still a great danger on this very fragile thing called democracy.
Which brings me to, I think, a rather important question, and that is whether poverty, hunger, disease force people to accept aid when it's offered. It might be offered from the left, it might be offered from the right, and because of their great need, they are apt to accept it anywhere. Well, how important is it for the free nations to be aided toward achieving a higher standard of living?
I think it is very important for the free nations to be aided toward achieving a higher standard of living. I think that hunger and poverty might lead to a totalitarian form of government. We are doing that as far as France is concerned, especially vis-à-vis our former colonies who are now independent in Africa. I think we were very lucky to keep good relations with the great majority of these former colonies and to help them in education, in the economic field, in buying their crops. And I think it's a contribution of France to democracy in itself.
Well, isn't leadership important? And you used the word education before, that was very important to give of our technical skills and teachers and education. But isn't education very important to educate leaders in these new emerging countries?
I think leadership and education are linked. To have the leaders, you must educate them. And it is also a thing that we did before giving them independence. They came in our universities, they studied with our own students, and we formed a great number of very good statesmen who are now the heads of these various independent countries of Africa.
Yes, but can democracy flourish in nations faced with hunger and poverty and lack of technical skills to develop their natural resources?
Well, I think we have examples of countries which are very poor and which are democratic. If you take, for instance, it's an example that I can quote, the former colonies of France in Black Africa. Here you have 12 countries, including Madagascar, who are rather poor and are definitely democratic. But, of course, it's much more difficult for those countries to maintain a democratic system as the one we cherish in our own countries of the West with these enormous economic problems. It is why I think the duty of the Western democracies and the industrialized countries of the world is to help those new nations. Not only to help them with our money, with their budget, but to help them with our technicians, with our educators, with also something more, with our trade. I think it's very important that they should find in our markets the way to export their goods at a certain price so that they can build their economy and go on the way of progress.
Because this comes right into your own area. In the series of dramatizations of Tocqueville's American Democracy, de Tocqueville was greatly impressed by America's emphasis on trade. And, of course, we are now in a situation where we're moving away, in a way, from the sort of common market which America established. Would you say that our economic strength was made possible because we did have the freedom to compete and to move men and goods across borders?
I would say that definitely. I think Tocqueville's views are still very true on this field. I think the fact that America is so powerful today is due to the extraordinary extension of the market, of the economic market of America. And that is certainly a sort of fascination for the people of Europe to see the progress of your economy due to the free flow of goods, but also of men and capital inside a very great unity.
Well, Ambassador Alphonse, you played a major role in the economic development of Europe after the war, and you drew up the 16-nation report on the Marshall Plan, didn't you? You were
yes, I was a reporter,
father
yes.
of that plan. Isn't the same kind of economic abundance developing in Europe now through the common market?
I must say that the example of the United States was present in our minds when the first idea of the common market was invented, I must say, by French people just after the war.
Was it Schumann that developed
it was Robert Schumann and Jean Monnet and some others who really had the idea of making a big economic unit
in
Europe.
Of nations.
I must add this, that it is much more difficult for Europe to create such a market that it was for the 13 colonies when the United States was founded. Why? Because they have their own language. They have their own traditions, their own history. And they were all very protectionist. They had their own barrier around their frontiers. And to suddenly decide that they will ignore all this and make one unit and make something which will be a step towards the United States of Europe one day. We don't know when.
The 6 different countries.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
And maybe there will be 7 if England
England
joins.
comes in, yes.
But the idea of having this big market certainly was the same as the one that you had. It's not only a question of trade, as you said, a question of exchange of men as well as capital, and also is a sort of common policy about the main problems of economy: agriculture, social, welfare, fiscal legislation, anti-cartel legislation, which makes not only a free trade area, but a real economic union between those countries.
If I remember correctly, years ago, I think you have always been very much interested in the United States of Europe. Is this a movement towards the United States of Europe?
It's definitely a movement towards the United States of Europe. And France, under General de Gaulle, as you know, wants to make it also political, because he is in favor of a unity of the various nations of Europe, and we propose to our partners a new plan which is a beginning towards unity. We don't know how and when it could be achieved, for the reasons I mentioned to you, and for these reasons it might be only a confederation of states instead of being, as you are, a federation of states. But definitely we are moving toward this
towards greater
goal.
unity.
Yeah.
Well, of course, a question which troubles some of our industrialists here is the question whether the common market will build a trade wall around itself and then shut us out, or will we cooperate with each other? Do France and America need each other today as we did in 1830 when de Tocqueville was here?
Well, I can answer very definitely to this question. I think we don't want at all to replace the former protectionism of the small nations of Europe by a new protectionism of the unity of Europe. What we want to do is a great new economic power which will be liberal in its trade with all the world, and including United States, of course. And therefore, I think that we will hope that on your side you will understand that you will have to gain economically from the force, from the strength, from the resources of this new market, because if we are more wealth, we can buy more from you if the duties are not too high. And we hope that it will be great progress in the exchange of goods between America and Europe.
Actually,
which is needed, as you said,
yes,
even more than in 1830, because the threat is greater than it has been for centuries.
Oh, yes. Do you mind if I quote President Kennedy and ask you a question of a statement that he made? And he said that he requests, as you know, he's been requesting reduced tariffs, and I'm going to quote. He said that there is a great potential if the two great markets, as the European Economic Community and the United States, were to be harnessed together into a team capable of pulling the full weight of our common military, economic, and political aspirations. Now, how much does a world peace depend upon the flow of trade between the free nations of the world?
Well, I think President Kennedy's remarks are absolutely shared by our government. We think, of course, we don't know the details of his program, and I don't want to interfere unduly with the work of your Congress and your domestic affairs.
It's coming up very strongly right now.
In fact, it is a problem of common interest, and therefore I can say that if we go protectionist again, I think there will be a weakening of the Western world.
When you say we, are you referring to the United States?
I say both America and yes, the European market. If on the other side we are liberal in our trade, and if we understand that we must have a common policy in matters of currency, of aid to underdeveloped countries, of fiscal policies, etc., I think we will strengthen the West, and it will be good for you, it will be good for us. I have no doubt that it is a direction for the West and for democracy to win in this big struggle which is going on. I have no doubt. It is the only constructive step that we are taking, really, towards maintaining this sort of democracy which is yours and ours.
Well, we need markets we need imports as well as exports, don't we?
Certainly.
So that we would have to lower tariffs to increase our imports.
I think it must be a reciprocal move.
Do you think it's coming?
Well, that's your problem. As far as we are
trying to get something out of you.
As far as we are concerned, we are ready to accept that the idea must be a reduction of all sorts of barriers between the common market and the United States, which is the great hope of a constructive program, policy of the West.
Well, of course, it's a mutual understanding between the two countries, which goes back pretty far. I say that our common interest dates back not only to the time of de Tocqueville and his friend Beaumont's visit here, but even further back than that. The name Lafayette is legion in this country, as you know. And talking about trade, wasn't the Panama Canal conceived first by a Frenchman?
Yes,
and,
the Panama Canal was conceived by the
a French
Lesseps,
company?
Yes, and was made first by a French company and then was abandoned and remade by another Frenchman.
And then an American company took it over.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Yes.
So that actually you're right to say that the links between France and the United States are older than Tocqueville, and that when I arrived here 5 years ago, really I thought that Lafayette was an old cliché and I would not use it again. I was very wrong. Every time one of your distinguished citizens was making a toast, he was referring to Lafayette.
Oh, yes.
So I learned the story of Lafayette, and it's a fascinating one. And
we have a Lafayette Society here, you know.
I know. And he was so disinterested, and he had also, at the time of the king, a sort of fascination for American democracy. And it was we helped you in the time of the revolution, your revolution, and after that, it was, in my view, thanks to your revolution that the idea of democracy and liberty came to France due to Lafayette and those who followed him in United States. And we continued this help, this reciprocal aid through centuries, through 2 wars, in spite of very superficial disagreements. We have an identity of moral and political principles since the very early days of your independence.
And of course, we do have a cultural exchange, a great deal.
Oh, yes.
Because I'm on the only woman on the board of the Fédération des Alliances Françaises.
Yes,
and yes, which you know, of course. And we work so much with the universities and the students.
I think the French is the first language here, foreign language.
Oh yes.
Apart from English.
Apart from some English, some Americans think the students ought to study English more, but. That's by the way. Going back to de Tocqueville, because we are introducing the de Tocqueville series, I'm going to quote, he said, "I have but one passion, the love of liberty and of the dignity of man. Now, the aims and purposes of our democracy, of your democracy, are to promote to the fullest the rights and the privileges and fulfillment of each individual, regardless of race, creed, or color. Would you say that these aims and purposes express the goals of one nation only, or do they belong to all free, independent nations?"
They belong to all free, independent nations. Also, they are not always implemented in the same way in all free, independent nations. But this is not a problem for France. There is no problem of races or religion in my country. The president of the French Senate is a Negro. We had, in the past, a prime minister who was a Jewish. We had a president who was a Protestant, although we are a country of 90% Catholics.
Yes.
So therefore, there is no problem of religion and race in my country. And it's one of the cornerstone of our policy under any kind of government in France.
Well, don't you think that this is moving a great deal forward in this country, too?
Well, I think so. There's no doubt.
We see it all the time, that there is an improvement in the relations, and we certainly hope that it's going to be much more so. Ambassador Alphonse, what do you think of the idea of this broadcast of a series based on de Tocqueville's visit to America and his impressions of the Republic in 1831?
I think it's a wonderful idea. I think you can find in de Tocqueville truths which are eternal, truths which are very actual, and that it's very important that we should read again de Tocqueville in our troubled time.
Well, I think it's important to have it read here particularly because you say that when you were a student that you read de Tocqueville, and I think that I took at random a half a dozen young people and said, does the name de Tocqueville mean anything to you? And it didn't. Lafayette, yes, the name Lafayette does. It has more glamour. And that's why this idea of putting the series on may be a very good thing. Are you familiar with the book? I think that we had a copy sent to you, The Happy Republic, which was edited by George Probst. Well, don't you think that that is a very valuable book?
I think I repeat that it is an extremely valuable book. I hope not only the name but the work of de Tocqueville should be more known in your country, that it should become a classic of America as it is a classic in France.
Well, it is really a classic, except that it has to be brought to the attention, and this is what we're hoping to do. Now, we open the program with a quote from de Tocqueville, and I want to close with another one. And this was written also more than 100 years ago, which could certainly apply today. The quote is, "The first of the duties that are at this time imposed upon those who direct our affairs is to educate democracy, to reawaken democracy, if possible, to reawaken its religious beliefs, to purify its morals, to regulate its actions." Wouldn't you say, Mr. Ambassador, that this is a task for all of us?
It is
in France, here too.
It is a task for all of us. I think the menace that we have together to face together are such that we have to understand the words of de Tocqueville, not only understand them but apply them every day.
Well, is there anything else that you want to say? You could give us a closing statement. We'd love to hear it.
Well, I'm extremely glad to have this talk with you, Mrs. Gordon. I want to say that I know you for a long time, and I work with your son, who is now your ambassador in Brazil, and it was a very wonderful opportunity to have this talk with you on this very important topic. Thank you.
Well, he has a tremendous admiration for you, and I think that both of you seem to be working along the same idea, and that is the question of trade. Of course, I would like to ask you some more personal questions, but I won't, because it would be embarrassing to ask you what you think about what our Congress will do when the President brings to them this whole question of lowering tariffs. There is a great feeling, though, in the country that there's something that may have to happen. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ambassador Hervé Alphonse. It was a pleasure indeed to have you with us, and I'm hoping to have you with me again on one of our youth forums.
Thank you
very much indeed.
You have been listening to Preview 2, Alexis de Tocqueville, the second of two discussion programs previewing NBC's dramatic radio series, Democracy in America, based on the classic work of Alexis de Tocqueville. This weekly series of 14 half-hour dramatizations of American democratic life will have its world premiere on the NBC radio network tomorrow night, Wednesday, January the 17th, at the same time, over most of these NBC stations. Our moderator was Dorothy Gordon, who had as her special guest His Excellency Hervé Alphonse, Ambassador of France to the United States. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Keep tuned to the world with Radio NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Well, Tocqueville, what are you thinking about as you stare at these picturesque shores? Are you thinking about America?
About America? No. I do not see America. I see more than America. I am trying to make out the image of democracy itself, with its inclinations, its prejudices, and its passions.
Where could I be better off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831 as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in Jacksonian America. Where could I be better off?
The month of May, 1831. The President, Old Hickory, General Andrew Jackson. And this is New York City. Over 200,000 people live here. Across the clear, fresh water of the East River, we look at Brooklyn, New York's dairy, a countryside of breezy heights and pasture land and cows. And looking across the beach is a New York clam dealer in an orange check waistcoat, tight-fitting gray gaiters, and a plug hat as tall and stately as a belfry with rips in the sides as if to let the noise of the bells out.
Clams, choice clams, here's your Rockaway Beach clams, fine sand clams.
But his mind is on the New York Consolidated Lottery.
To be had in the greatest variety of lucky numbers at Arnold, 313 Broadway, opposite the Masonic Hall.
10 years ago, the state legislature had forbidden the famous old New York lotteries, but the proprietors are still finding loopholes to satisfy their customers who swarm through the bright May streets to produce the busiest community that any man could desire to live in. In the streets, all is hurry and bustle. The very carts, instead of being drawn by horses at a walking pace, are often met at a gallop and always in a brisk trot. Omnibuses are racketing and terry-hooting through the New York streets with as much hubbub, hullabaloo, and general unmitigated uproar as the most optimistic man might expect in a city 7 times the size.
Get up there, team! Get up, team! Out of the way there, mister! One side, get up!
It is May the 11th, 1831. And on the deck of the fine steamboat President, just coming into New York Harbor, there stand 2 young men, both well-dressed, although both seem very tired. They have been without sleep for some time. They are surrounded by luggage, and they glance back and forth at the sights, as if they were strangers from another planet that had never seen the earth before. They are strangers, come from France to see this curious new land that is supposed to be a democracy. This one, age 26, is Alexis Charles-Henri Clérel de Tocqueville, son of a French count.
As for the harbor and the city itself, well, picture to yourself an attractively varied shoreline, the slopes covered by lawns and trees, in bloom right down to the water. And more than all that, an unbelievable multitude of country houses, big as boxes of candy. I am much struck by how convenient these little houses must be, and by the attractive air they give the countryside. Such is our impression of the city of New York.
Beside young Mr. de Tocqueville stands his great friend, also a French nobleman, but 3 years older. This young man, wearing a cloak, is 29. His name is Gustave Auguste de la Boninière de Beaumont.
At each instant you glimpse great bays which cut into the shores and form the most picturesque sides. We were full of real admiration. What struck us particularly was the animation given this majestic tableau by the immense number of vessels, brigs, gondolas, and boats of all kinds, which cross and recross in every direction.
Tocqueville and Beaumont plunge into the crowd as though into a bath and are lost in the tumult of activity and motion. The carriages rattle through the streets, the carts dance as if they were running races with them, and the ladies trip along in all the colors of the rainbow.
Lord, Mabel, skip into that door right smart, or I declare that carriage is going to splash our skirts.
And as for the passers-by, they look as though they actually had something to do.
Now I tell you what it is. Pardon me. I'm going to let you in on the ground floor of this development. I'm going to let you, excuse me, take an option in the purchase of some real first-rate, pardon me, Western Pennsylvania speculations. Basically, it's a granite quarry, which can
Watch where you're going.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
So am I.
Now, basically, like I say, the investment is a granite quarry that's financing an India Rubber Company, joint stock, and all enterprise, all pure enterprise, if you want to make money...
Everybody is walking as if he were in a hurry.
Well, if you want to find your way around this country, you'll have to hurry. We firmly believe that if a man means business, he better look as if he meant cent business. We Americans are born in a hurry and educated at speed. We make a fortune with a wave of a wand and lose it just as fast, and then remake and relose the whole thing in a twinkling of an eye. Our body is a locomotive ripping along at 30 miles an hour. Our spirit is a high-pressure engine. Our life resembles a shooting star, and death surprises us like an electric shock.
The governor of the state of New York himself, Mr. Throop, looks through his boarding house window at everybody in motion and observes,
"They all seem as if they were running away from an indictment."
And Governor Throop draws out a toothpick and continues to enjoy the May morning and watches the hogs happily rooting around in the gutters, indulging in hearty repasts of offal of every description. And this, too, in the midst of coaches, horses, and pedestrians.
Cholera. That's what you're going to get. Cholera. That's what you're asking for right here in New York City. I wouldn't give you more than a dog's chance.
Well, experience, sir, has proven that the most efficacious and powerful method of keeping the streets of a town in a state of perfect and refined cleanliness is plenty of hogs. And if the hogs aren't doing the trick, then you haven't got enough of them.
Or in 1831, New York City, with its 200,000 people and 11 daily newspapers, is very unequal in style and quality from one district to another. The great avenue of Broadway is striking from its continuous and unbroken length of 3 miles in a straight line. But its breadth, about 80 feet, is not sufficiently ample for the due proportion to its length. It is, moreover, wretchedly paved. And as for 3rd Avenue and 8th Avenue, these are no more than long, muddy lanes leading respectively to the remote villages of Harlem and Manhattanville. But New York is now and always has been a port, a city of ships. The sidewheel steamers, with their long, flaring funnels like postboys' trumpets, lie side by side with the forested sailing ships whose long bowsprits hang over the passers-by like sabers at a wedding.
We must quickly find a boarding house and get some sleep.
Do these people never stay still? Look how they chase along the streets. Everyone seems to be afraid to let the next man get ahead of him.
And indeed, an American is always on the lookout lest any of his neighbors get the better of him. If 100 Americans were going to be shot, they would contend for the priority. So strong is our habit of competition.
Look, Beaumont, over there. It must be some kind of parade.
In the early 1830s, New York was a city of parades. Here's Major Downing. He calls himself a major from the state of Maine. He says he's from Maine, rode in one of those parades with the 7th president himself, Andrew Jackson himself, Old Hickory in person and none other. At least he says he did.
I'd like to meet the man that'd disbelieve me to my face with my glass in my hand.
You tell him, Major.
If you'd been out that day, you'd have seen me and the general figuring considerable large, I guess. There never was anything like it in New York afore.
I'll swear to that, Major.
There's many an accomplished liar sitting outside the tavern drinking his whiskey and telling his stories, though certainly the great men are a great deal more accessible now in 1831 than they ever became later.
One thing strikes me at once.
What is that?
Look at the people. Look at their general ease. Most of them seem well fed. Most of them seem well dressed. This is a country where men live well by the work of their hands.
Irish labourers, straight off the boat, get as much as 75 cents a day. Together with lodging, 3 big meals a day, and 6 to 8 glasses of whiskey, depending on the state of the weather. Bread, meat, sugar, tea, fuel are cheaper than in the old country, and wages are triple.
The stores are full of things, some startling enough to horrify the casual visitor.
We observed the open sale of Dirk's Bowie knives and a long kind of stiletto called the Arkansas toothpick. These are sold by druggists in whose shops or stores these deadly weapons are hung up for public inspection and sold by them as part of the legitimate wares of their calling, thus plainly indicating that weapons to kill, as well as medicine to cure, could be had at the same shop.
A city of green trees and fresh paint. A lively, new, sparkling city for all its roughness and vigor. Towards each other, the citizens are forthright and breezy, as when the clam dealer calls on the governor of the state.
Hello there. Brought some fresh clams for the governor.
He's sitting in the parlor, picking his teeth. Go right in.
Hello there, Mr. Garrett. Step right in.
Morning, Mr. Governor.
Brought you some clams.
Well, that's just fine. Pull up a chair and bite yourself off a chew.
One man's as good as another, if not better, and people don't forget that elected officers are nothing but their servants. Towards women, however, the attitude is usually very different.
There are no women around here. The females are ladies, should be treated accordingly as the precious repositories and fair blossoms of virtue, beauty, and high morality. And anyone who suggests these dainty creatures should have their innocence sullied by too much education or the toil of commercial or political affairs deserves the active opprobrium of all decent men.
Equality and easy manners, then, and pride. Such pride. Boasting is a virtue, and a good boaster is a man to be admired.
When the ancient, respectable, and patriotic Tammany Society celebrates its 42nd anniversary tomorrow, May 12th, I shall propose the toast to democracy, the finest institution devised by the mind of man, especially suited for the greatest people on earth, the fortunate inhabitants of the greatest country on earth, under God's special protection, America.
Equality, boasting, and business. This is a city of merchants and men of affairs. Even in the streets full of hurrying people, business goes on as usual.
I'll go 30 cents a pound. I can't cover the cost of shipping at that price. 32.
That takes up all my profit.
You do better than that now with your markup.
There's overhead charges. 30 and a half. If that's what I'll make it, 30 and a half.
And yet, amid the bustle, there are some who sit calm. Like this old gentleman here with a white beard and whiskers and the clean-shaven top lip. He's reading the Mercantile Advertiser at the foot of Cortlandt Street and seems undisturbed by the bustle.
What bustle? This is the 11th of May. You've been here the 1st of May, you'd seen some bustle.
Well, why the 1st of May? What's so special about that?
Why, New York City, the 1st of May is moving time.
Well, how do you mean, moving time?
Time universal flitting. Time when everybody moves. People here are very locomotive in their habits. They are anxious to better themselves, see? It's the day of all others in the year when the good people of this town have one and all agreed to play at the game of move-all. 1st of May, they're all at it with all their might. 2nd of May, everything will be quiet. It'll all be settled again.
Did you move the 1st of May?
I most certainly did. I moved every May Day for the last 40 years. Everybody does the same. People can't bear not to be like their neighbors. Oh, it takes a live fish to swim upstream. Well, good day to you. Nice fresh day.
And it is a nice fresh day, perhaps a little too fresh. For down here by the water, there's quite a wind. Look at that poor lady, tacking along with the wind behind her skirts and flounces.
A lady has a time of it when the wind blows and the dust is flying in clouds, as it does in New York almost all day long. I encountered a puff at the corner of one of the streets, and there I stood holding my hat with one hand and my cardinal cloak, which has 56 yards of various commodities in it, with the other. I thought I should have gone up like a balloon and stood stark still until I came near being run over by a great hog which was scampering away from some mischievous boys. At last, a sailor took compassion on me and set me down at the door of a store. As he went away, I heard him say to his companion,
"Damn my eyes, Bill. What a press of canvas the girls carry nowadays."
But this lady is not the only one to complain of the wind, for as we near the waterfront, we see the air full of plug hats and people chasing after them.
Catch it! Catch it! Don't step on it, you confounded blockhead!
But particularly notice this. See the pieces of paper sailing about, together with a variety of vegetables, pieces of linen, and other materials, entirely interrupting the view. Where does all this come from? Is it garbage?
No, sir, it is not. All those commodities come from hats. And no nation on earth uses a hat for so many purposes as a Yankee. It serves him at once for a head covering, a writing desk, a larder, and a portmanteau. In it, the merchant deposits patterns of various descriptions. The doctor uses it as an apothecary's shop. The married man, returning from market, converts it into a depository for potatoes and other vegetables. And to the traveler, it serves as a knapsack.
Look, 66 Broadway. Room for rent.
A boarding house.
1831. Now, let me see. I was in New York City at the time. My husband had gone to his long reward. He used to work as a speculator, trading in commodities, you know. You can make a lot of money that way. He didn't, but he sure tried hard. A fine man. I guess that's what killed him. So I opened a refined boarding house for ladies and gentlemen of standing and position, number 66 Broadway, just down the street from the American Hotel. These two French gentlemen came in off the steamship President, and I never saw two fellas look more tired. They just rolled into their beds in the middle of the afternoon, and I guess they must have slept clean through until 8 o'clock next morning, when I told Kitty to ring for breakfast. All right, Kitty. All the cold meats are on, and the lobsters will be ready in a moment. Might as well let them have the gong soon as it's 8 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Kitty, let them have it. Morning, Mr. Griggs.
Morning, ma'am.
Do any studying last night?
I reckon I did. I've just about proved that the Babylon of the Apocalypse refers to the Scarlet City of London, England.
Mr. Griggs from Kentucky. Very keen Bible student, though just a piece biased about proving England's downfall. Good morning, Marquis.
Good morning, madame.
I hope you passed a good night, Marquis.
The wrongs of my unhappy country.
Get the bagwig and the rattles. That gentleman's a real French Marquis. That's the way they call it. I believe right now the Marquis is teaching dancing to young ladies of refinement and... Morning, Major General.
Morning, ma'am.
You look fit as a fiddle this fine morning, sir.
An old soldier usually comes out pretty fit, ma'am.
The Major General's from Vermont. A regular walking encyclopedia about the war, if you ask me. Morning, Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, morning, ma'am.
One moment, Mr. O'Brien. I wondered if we might have something on account on that little bill.
Well, I tell you, ma'am, I've got a job this morning at the Hudson River docks checking consignments. And whatever I get, you can have half of it. No, you can't say fairer than that.
I'd rather have the whole of it. But you can't say too much to the poor fella with his ribs all sticking out. He has to stand up twice to cast a shadow. A lot of Irish gentlemen are over here to live cheap, even though it cost them a year's wages to get here. Morning, Mr. Beasley.
Morning, ma'am.
Any luck yesterday?
I thought I saw one of them over near the courthouse, but it gave me the slip.
Well, I hope and trust you have better luck today. Mr. Beasley is from the Carolinas, indigo planter. He's up here on business and keeping his eye open for half a dozen of his slaves that ran away. He's had tell they're in New York City at present. I hope he can make those slaves realize that every time they run away, they deprive a gentleman of his lawful property. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning, madame.
Good morning.
Now, let me see. Which of you gentlemen is which?
I am Mr. de Tocqueville, and this is Mr. de Beaumont.
Mr. Tocqueville's the little one. Mr. Beaumont's the big one. Well, I hope I can remember that. And you gentlemen are from France?
That is perfectly correct.
Well, you can't start the day on an empty stomach, and you will if you don't step lively. Why, it must be 8:05 if it's a minute. The gong here goes at 8 o'clock, you know, and I wouldn't answer for there being many victuals on the board by 1:15.
Then we had better hurry.
Sit wherever you like. If there's any left, there's fish, ham, beef, boiled fowls, eggs, pigeons, pumpkin pies, lobsters, vegetables, tea, coffee, cider, sangaree, and cherry brandy.
Oh, we can sit here.
Yes. Beef?
Thank you. Potatoes?
Thank you. Cabbage?
No, thanks. Coffee?
No, not at this time in the morning. I'll have brandy.
Beaumont, look at the ladies.
It is also too early in the morning to look at ladies.
No, I'm serious. You notice they are completely dressed for the day. Everything complete and finished. And here it is only breakfast. At this rate, a lady would be ready to receive visitors at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Things will be very different here in America. See how fast you must eat. This food is melting away before our eyes. More beef?
Thank you. More potatoes?
Thank you.
Oh, some of them are leaving already. Certainly there seems to be very little formality in a democracy.
Then you and I shall gobble our breakfast as though we were Americans and hurry out to see the marvels of New York.
Let me see. Where are we?
This is the Bowery.
And this is Bayard Street. Now, look at that hotel.
The North American Hotel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. And an exchange table attached.
Never mind that. Look at the roof. What I want you to notice
But I
is...
do mind it. I want to notice everything and make a note.
Look on the roof beside where the American flag is flying. Huh? There is a wooden statue of a poor boy with ragged knees and elbows.
Oh.
Now, why should the management put such a thing on their roof? Surely there must be some instructive story connected with it.
Yes, sir, there surely is. And you'll find it's a tale of American industry, American opportunity, and American courage.
Are those things abundant here?
Sir, those virtues and many others besides are always found in America and never found in other countries. Now, sir, 38 years ago, a poor boy came to this town, a poor Yankee boy, named David Reynolds. He was 12 or 14 years of age at the time, without a crust of bread to feed him, without a copper in his pocket. Weary and hungry, he leaned against a fine elm tree, since cut down, made into lumber, and sold at a good price. That elm tree stood where the North American Hotel now stands. While young David Reynolds was leaning against it, luxuriating, you might say, in his beautiful shade, he racked his little brains to try and devise some means of procuring for the sustenance of his childish needs a livelihood that should be both honest and honorable. While he was thus reflecting how to get his dinner, a gentleman came up to him.
Name?
I beg your pardon, sir.
I wondered if you knew this gentleman's name.
This gentleman's name, sir, has not been handed down to posterity. May I proceed?
Pray do.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman whose name has not been transmitted to us approached this poor friendless boy and asked if he were willing to carry the gentleman's trunk down to the wharf. The boy eagerly consented and received for his labors the sum of 25 cents. Now, what do you suppose he did with it?
Spent it on food.
Perhaps he reserved some to pay for his night's lodging. Or was he prepared to sleep in the street?
He was prepared to do anything, sir, providing it was honest. I'll tell you what he did. He did an American thing. With a little of the money, he bought food. And with the rest of it, he bought fruit, which he offered for sale beneath that same elm tree. American initiative, sir, grasping the opportunity. He soon disposed of his little stock to advantage and spent that night richer than he had ever been before. On the morrow, he repeated the transaction. Soon, he had a fruit stall under the tree, then a small shop, then several houses on either side. Finally, he acquired such an estate that he pulled it all down and built this magnificent hotel. On this plaque, which he caused to be erected, he has set out his own story. And you will perceive it concludes with these words. The tree was cut down, but from its beloved trunk he caused his image to be carved. That's it up there. As a memento of his own forlorn beginnings and his grateful recollections. From a penniless, ragged boy, David Reynolds rose to be one of the most prosperous citizens in his community and the owner of the finest hotel in New York City. And possibly the world. That, sir, is an American story. And I myself am David Reynolds at your service.
Sir, I'm enchanted to make your acquaintance.
Delighted. But tell me this. Do not your fellow citizens hold against you in some way these humble origins of yours?
They do not, sir. Most emphatically not. I am a man of property and position. And in New York, that speaks for itself. Oh, I trust, by the way, gentlemen, that you are yourselves not in need of lodgings, because if you are...
No, thank you, sir. We are already accommodated. And in any case, we must very shortly leave the city. We hear New York is not America, and we want to see all the country.
You should see it all. The finest country in the world. Ask any American, and he'll tell you, where could I be better off? Goodbye, gentlemen, and remember that little American story.
I think he is right. That is an American story. A poor boy rising to be a large property owner, enjoying the respect of his community.
But chiefly because of his money.
Perhaps it is the symbol of position, as blood is with us.
This is indeed a new world.
And one to which we had better become accustomed. I am going to find out about this place, Beaumont, because I think in this country we can perceive something of the future of our own.
Democracy?
Yes. America is only my setting. Democracy is my subject. It appears to me, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that sooner or later we shall arrive, like the Americans, at an almost complete equality of condition. But first, we must collect the facts. We must dissect American society and search out the elements of which it is composed. We must ask useful questions. The smallest conversations will be instructive. There is not a man, on whatever rung of society he finds himself, who cannot teach me something.
You have just heard Where Could I Be Better Off? A study in Jacksonian America. Item 1 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lista Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 2, The Governor in the Boarding House, on Democracy in America.
Wherever you travel in the USA, stay well informed. Tune to Radio NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
What you say, Mr. Governor, surprises me very much. And there are two things I still want to know. Why do you in America not need soldiers on your streets? And why is the governor of the state of New York calmly living in an ordinary boarding house without a trace of pomp or ceremony?
The Governor in the Boarding House, a study in American equality. Item 2 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American equality. The Governor in the Boarding House.
May 1831. Our first day in New York City. And to our surprise and delight, we were visited early in the morning by a gentleman we had come to know on the ship, an enthusiastic American gentleman named Mr. Schermerhorn.
Tocqueville, here is Mr. Schermerhorn to see us.
What a pleasant surprise. How kind of you to think of us.
Well, you two seem to be important men. Did you see the Mercantile Adventure, one of the morning papers?
No.
Well, have a look right here.
The Mercantile Adventurer of New York, May 12, 1831. Two magistrates, Messrs. de Beaumont and de Tocqueville, have arrived here, sent by the Ministry of the Interior to examine the various prisons in our country and make a report on their return to France. We have no doubt that every facility will be extended to these gentlemen.
Our first taste of democratic hospitality, if true.
Oh, it's true enough. Here's how things work out. This paragraph will be picked up by some of the other journals. It'll be passed on from one town to the next and from one state to the next. All kinds of people are going to read it, important people. Then they'll call on you and offer their services.
But why? Is that how things are always done in a democracy?
That's certainly how things are done here, and the why is really pretty simple. I guess you know we're pretty proud of ourselves over here in America.
We observed on the voyage that praises certainly came easily to the lips of Americans.
Don't be too polite. It's a little stronger than that. Every book that comes out is exalted to the skies. The public orators flatter the people flatter the orators, clergymen praise their flocks, and the flocks stand amazed at the excellence of their clergymen.
Well, I want to inquire
Sunday
about
school
religion.
teachers admire their pupils, and the scholars magnify their teachers. And here's something you'll find out for yourselves. As far as guests from abroad are concerned, you'll find that you're going to need a dark corner to hide your faces in when everybody starts to praise you.
But who will praise us, Mr. Schermerhorn? We are merely two inquisitive young men from France. Why are we praiseworthy?
Well, that's what I was coming to. We're boasters, I admit it. We're proud of ourselves, I admit that. But we aren't all that proud. We haven't been in business long enough yet. We still aren't quite sure of ourselves. We have a lot of hard things to say about the old world, but even while we're saying them, we're sometimes casting a look out of the corner of our eye to see whether we've really impressed them or not. And you being sent here by your government means you people think we've got something to teach you.
Possibly.
The new world has got the jump on the old world, and the old world admits it. That's why you're going to be flattered and popular. That's why things are going to be easy for you. France is trying to learn something from America. You've heard the old proverb, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and we reckon your flattery right now is pretty sincere.
I begin to understand. This may make our task a little easier, eh, Tocqueville?
Now, look, in New York City, we get moving early. People will soon be calling on you. You'll get invitations from all over the place, so I want to get in ahead of them. I've arranged for you to see Enos Throop.
Oh, this is charming of you, but who is this Mr. Throop?
Enos Thompson Throop, sir, is the governor of the state of New York.
The governor? This is certainly an honor.
Normally, the governor resides in the city of Albany, but he's in New York City right now for the Tammany Society dinner.
What is the Tammany Society?
We will find out. No, I've made all the arrangements. Mr. Morse, who's a judge at Cherry Valley, he'll introduce. Morse is a friend of mine. Nice fella. I've written it down for you. Here's the address.
What a scene of hurry and bustle in these streets. I wonder if all this running is typical of a democracy. You notice everybody overtakes us. I thought myself a lively enough walker, but over here I seem only to dawdle. Why do the citizens of a democracy hurry?
How do we know, Tocqueville, these are typical citizens? Elsewhere, things may be very different. This New York is only one city in a vast country. Do not begin, I beg you, to build your theories until you have more facts.
Well, they all seem to wear the same clothes. Certainly, there seems to be a great deal of outward equality. All the classes seem to be intermingled. This sort of thing would be preposterous in Paris.
I wonder what this Governor Throop is going to be like.
I took a few notes. He is 47 years old, formerly a circuit judge. What is a circuit judge, I wonder? And he was only elected governor this year. Do you know what a circuit judge is, Beaumont? Beaumont?
Oh, forgive my inattention.
You are observing the crowds.
Yes, but it's not only the people who are here that interest me, so much as the ones that are missing.
Missing?
There are almost no children and no soldiers.
No children and no soldiers.
If we had walked this far in a French city, we should have seen hundreds of children and dozens of soldiers. Now, where are they?
It will give us something to ask Governor Throop. Well, here is the governor's residence.
How very peculiar. A boarding house, exactly like our own. Knock on the door.
How will people believe us when we say that the chief magistrate of the state of New York lives in an ordinary boarding house?
Possibly he and his entourage have taken over the premises. I'm sure we'll find him surrounded by the pomp and ceremony appropriate to his situation.
Good morning. Gustave de la Boninière de Beaumont and Alexis de Tocqueville for an audience with the governor of New York. Permit me to present our credentials from the government of France.
You're the two French fellas old Schermerhorn told me about. You're surely welcome. Step right on in and meet the governor. I'm Judge Morse, and I'm real pleased to meet you.
It is an honor. Forgive me, I do not know the proper address toward a person in your station.
Just call me Judge. Yeah, and shut the door behind you, will you? You just call any man here what you want to call him. But the fancier you call him, the more he'll be pleased.
I thought there were no aristocratic titles in a democracy.
We've managed to scrape up a few non-aristocratic ones. You couldn't toss a rock out into any street of New York City any hour of the day or night without bringing down at least a colonel. Why, just the other day, I heard tell of a delegation from one of the counties of Florida. There were 18 men in it. 4 generals, 6 colonels, 3 majors, 1 ex-governor, 1 doctor, and 1 esquire. That left only 2 fellows that were just people. Here we are. Governor, meet Mr. Tocqueville and Mr. Beaumont. Gentlemen, meet Governor Throop.
Delighted to have the honor.
Excellency.
Excellency?
Which of you fellas is which?
I am Alexis de Tocqueville, Excellency.
And I'm Gustave de Beaumont, at your service.
Well, that's dandy. Pull up a chair and sit down. You boys seem to have got the American language pretty well licked.
We have applied ourselves conscientiously, Excellency.
Call the governor Mr. Governor, or he won't know who you're talking to.
Forgive us, Mr. Governor.
Allow me to offer you some tobacco, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, thank you.
Oh, you gentlemen don't chew? No? Well, you're quite right. It's a filthy habit. Disgusting. Hand over the plug, Judge, and I'll take a bite. I wish I'd never taken it up.
First, Mr. Governor, let me present my credentials.
I don't need credentials. I read all about you in the papers. Come to look over the prisons.
And to see what it is like in a democracy.
Oh, I'm sure we'll do everything in our power to help you. You've been having a little trouble over there in France, I guess. Government's going up and down, things like that. Oh, don't like to say anything. Well, that's smart and patriotic, too. We admire patriots over here. What do you make of us, Mr. Tocqueville?
How do you mean?
How do you like America?
We like it very much, what little we have seen of it.
I see you're in the tact and discernment business, too.
Well, everything is so different from France. Even on the streets, there are differences. Where are the children?
Children? Why, I guess they'd be in school, wouldn't you say, Judge?
Sure. That's where they are. Unless they're playing hooky.
All the children are educated?
Well, just about as many as we can lay our hands on. We Americans are great believers in public education and self-improvement. Did you think we didn't have any children?
Well, I thought they might be working in factories or something of the sort.
Oh, some of them, I guess, are, but most will be in school.
And also, there are no soldiers. Now, how do you keep up law and order without soldiers?
Well, we have soldiers. Every man you see is a soldier. The Constitution of our Union lays it down as a sacred right of every citizen to bear arms. If we ever had need of soldiers, you'd find them springing up all around you. It's happened before, and if it's needed, it'll happen again. Every man fit to bear arms is his own soldier.
This I understand, Mr. Governor, although it surprises me. But there is something else about it that surprises me even more. First, why is the governor of the state of New York living in a boarding house without pomp and ceremony? And second, why do you not positively need at least some soldiers on your streets? How does your society hold together without the splendor of the civic arm and the might of the military arm?
Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you. It's because we in America have started on a great adventure.
I am afraid, Mr. Governor, that I do not understand you. Monsieur de Beaumont and myself, we are on an adventure. Everything we see is full of surprises.
Like finding the governor of the state of New York in a boarding house?
Exactly.
Well, it's convenient, that's what it is. If there's one thing that's hard to find nowadays around New York City, it's domestic help.
And don't you see, the governor doesn't have to worry about his prestige or anything like that. It doesn't come from himself, you see. It comes from the people. Don't forget this is a democracy.
Even if we wish to forget it...
Which I assure you we do not.
We find it thrust upon us at every point.
Well, I guess every country's proud of its native institutions. And I guess we Americans are a little prouder than the average because we figure we really have something to be proud about.
I believe we have noticed that.
I believe you have, Mr. Tocqueville. I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't been pumped up to the eyebrows with boasting from everyone you've met, myself included. Still, if you're on to a good thing, you want other people to know about it.
And you are convinced, Mr. Governor, that this democracy is a good thing?
Sure, I'm convinced. Oh, not that it hasn't its bad side, mind you, and Judge Morris here and myself know all about it. We've sat on the bench and judged our fellow creatures, and a pretty miserable bunch some of them turned out to be, too.
They surely did. But even there, I take issue with you, Mr. Governor.
Go ahead.
Well, I had a fella up before me one day who was by way of being a burglar. This fella had broken into a good-looking house, but when he got in, he found there was more to the rap-in than there was to the package.
I beg your pardon.
The place looked good, but there was nothing worth stealing inside. He hunted around a spell, couldn't find anything he wanted, so he finally left. But when he got outside, he found it had come on to rain. Back he goes into the house and steals a fine new cotton umbrella. It was just coming on daylight when he got back into the city, and this umbrella was getting to be an embarrassment to him. He didn't want to be caught with it. I asked him why he didn't get rid of it. Well, now, Judge, I tell you, he said, I calculated there'd be even more trouble if anyone had caught me heaving it away. So what he did, he gave it to a friend in the same line of business as himself. They caught the friend. The friend said where he'd got the umbrella from, and this other fella's in the penitentiary right now, thinking it all over.
Well, that's a good story, Judge, but I don't see where it fits in.
It fits in this way, Mr. Governor. We've got our bad eggs and our rotten apples, same as anyone else. But even when they're bad, they got a democratic flavor about them. That fella talked to me from the dock as though I were his equal. No, he did better than that. He talked to me as though he were my employer.
If you will forgive me, sir, your story shows me something else. The way you tell it shows me a sort of fundamental sympathy with this wrongdoer.
I wouldn't exactly say that. A good judge ought to come at a criminal the way he goes for a bottle of port. Try him carefully, then punish him severely.
But nonetheless, I detect a feeling that this man is, after all, a human being.
Well, isn't he?
Oh, quite so. But in our country, there are many people who find it very hard to realize that. Madame de Sévigné, for instance, she was a brilliant, sensitive woman, but a true aristocrat. It would be scarcely unfair to say that Madame de Sévigné, like many aristocrats, had no clear notion of suffering in anyone who was not a person of quality.
Yes, I see what you mean. That certainly isn't true here. We have our faults, but on the whole, I believe we're a humanitarian people. We like to think well of people, and usually we have a basic belief in fair play.
But, Mr. Governor, to return to the question of soldiers.
Oh, yes. Why aren't there any? Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Or is this just peculiar to the city of New York? We've already been told several times that New York is not, after all, America.
Nor is it. But you won't find much in the way of soldiers wherever you go. As I said, we're on an adventure. Every man Jack has a stake in the country. It's to his own benefit to live in a peaceful, happy community. Everything, in short, is regulated as far as possible by enlightened self-interest, which is the basis of our democracy. Every man is every man's equal. Every man is every man's associate. Every man is every man's customer. Put your society on those terms, Mr. Tocqueville, and you'll not need the military because you will have extinguished the mob, that body of the poor and depressed who can have no interest in a stability which never steadies them, a settled tranquility which never relaxes them, a prosperity which never touches them. The bond of this mighty continental nation, gentlemen, for to tell you the truth, I don't know whether we're a nation or a continent yet, the bond is commercial liberty. Not mere political liberty, but positive freedom from all the slightest restraints. That is the birthright of this growing country.
Is freedom from all restraints wholly good, Mr. Governor?
Is anything wholly good, Mr. Tocqueville? I don't know. I'm sure it must have its dark side, and I'm equally sure that this country wants it and that this country's got it. It is a heritage as natural as the air we breathe, whether it sweetens the hard toil of New England or inflates the hot pride of the South. It's always the same brave spirit pervading the same republic. And its influence is not the less powerful because it is everywhere propagated by an animating spirit of dispute.
Animating spirit?
You're taking notes, Mr. Tocqueville. I'm glad to see you do it. Take a note of this. The American people, dispersed over an immense territory, abounding in all the means of commercial greatness, who early found an opportunity of adapting their government to their circumstances.
Adapting their government to their circumstances.
They followed the manifest order of nature when they adopted a constitution which was free, a constitution which was republican, and a constitution which was based on a commercial federation.
But, Mr. Governor, was that desirable?
No, sir. I will not comment on its desirability, except to say this. As far as we are concerned, it is infinitely desirable, because it was wholly inevitable. Will you forgive me if I speak for a moment of your own country and speak to you privately as a man?
We should be honored.
Very well, sir. Your country, too, has recently passed through a great revolution, but one which I cannot help feeling has had a very different influence on your destiny. You will forgive the strong language, but I cannot help but remark that the course, and indeed the catastrophe, of the French Revolution has cast a gloom over republicanism which perhaps it may never shake off, and which renders it, in Europe, repulsive and discreditable, at least for the present. But here, sir, is the difference between your revolution and ours. The American Republic is the natural fruit of the American soil. The spirit of freedom may be impassioned, it may be factious, but it is neither furious nor bloody. The strong bonds of union are here and will remain. There is a common language, there are common laws, there are common political attachments, and finally, and above all, there is the great reciprocal bond of common interest. Remember this always, gentlemen. We live on trade. We live by trade, we live for trade. Trade is our life. And I tell you frankly, we all regard the carrying on of trade as something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life. And indeed, while we are talking today, 100 ships are discharging their cargoes, and 1,000 emigrants from all parts of the globe are landing with big hearts and stout hopes to realize their dreams of a free and happy West.
Listen, Beaumont. Listen to the street criers. Everywhere we are pursued by this wild enthusiasm for trade.
There are also street criers in France.
But these street criers are different. They have meaning. They belong to a pattern.
Oh,
sweep all up, from the bottom to the top without ladder or rope. Sweep.
You're eyeing that chimney sweep as if he were a future millionaire of this new democracy.
Who knows? Perhaps he may be.
The governor's ideas have excited you.
What we are seeing, Beaumont, is a new world unfolding.
Whale oil, fill lamps, find whale oil.
Cattails to make beds going. Cattails.
Well, she's selling reeds and bulrushes.
I will not write down that Americans sometimes sleep on the tails of cats. Look across the street. In front of every shop, there are long boards nailed across two posts with appeals for trade on them. Visit the Pleasure Railway at Hoboken. Bars, warm, cold, shower and vapor, sulfur and other medicated baths in marble and tin tubs.
Tocqueville, stop looking at those silly signs and listen for a moment.
Certainly, I'm all ears. Dogs. That is the sound of dogs.
Quite so, but what are they doing to them? Look down there. There are men running after dogs and killing them with clubs. Let us go and see. Well, this is appalling. There's blood all over the road, and 7, 8, 9 dead dogs beaten to death. This is a strange scene for a humanitarian country.
It recalls what one has read of the Reign of Terror. Pardon me, sir, but why are these men killing so many dogs?
Are you a foreigner?
Yes, sir.
From Germany, likely.
No, from France.
You over here on business?
You might say so, but why are these dogs?
Haberdashery? Hardware? Export and import?
Anything that strikes our fancy. These dogs...
General line, eh? Same as me.
Very possibly.
My name's Hawkins. I don't believe I caught your name.
Tocqueville.
It sounds foreign. Well, of course. You said you were a foreigner. Dutch name?
From France.
Blame me. That's what you said. I don't believe I caught your name, sir, either.
My name is Beaumont.
Oh, that sounds foreign. Oh, wait, you told me. Swedish name?
Also French.
Well, that's refreshing. I'm certainly honored to make the acquaintance. And now, what can I do for you?
Why are all those men killing all those dogs?
Why, they're the city dog killers. What else would you expect them to do?
This, then, is their job?
Around here, there are too many dogs. They just run wild in the streets. You got to do something about them. Usually, we got to kill off 4,000 or 5,000 in a year. In the hot weather, they're knocking them down at the rate of 300 a day.
But it is so cruel. Look, sometimes the animals are only maimed.
What else would you suggest? I wouldn't want to do the job myself. I don't like getting blood all over me. But I'll tell you this. The job's got to be done. We Americans don't like anybody criticizing anything that we reckon we ought to do. Least of all, Italians and Portuguese and foreigners generally. So I think you'd find it wise to remember that. And not be so free with your unwarranted accusations. I give you a good day.
Well, evidently an American Democrat can be just as sensitive and touchy as a European aristocrat.
But the European boasts of what his country is. The American of what it does.
Let us leave this shambles. Already I can see it's not going to be very easy to understand this country.
More noise. There is a band now. Surely the streets of New York must be the noisiest and busiest in the world.
And yet, for all their bustle and prosperity, I feel all the time that we are walking about in a city which is nothing but one gigantic suburb.
There they go, across the end of the street. Flags, banners, bands. What can all this be? Three cheers for the clockmakers!
Plumbers and gas fitters! Three cheers for the bakers!
Beaumont, I can hardly believe my own eyes. This is a parade of tradesmen, of mechanics. Look at them, look at the banners. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker.
It is miraculous. Did you ever see such assurance, such confidence, such calm complacency with which these fellows hold up all the traffic?
and listen to the cheers of the people.
Yes, the governor told us that these people think that the carrying on of trade is something to which a man may honorably devote his whole life.
And look at their clothes. Sleek coats, glossy hats, gay watch guards, and doeskin gloves. Hey there! Look at the dandy mechanics! Give them 3 cheers, boys! 3 cheers for the dandy mechanics! Hooray!
Hooray! Hooray! The dandy mechanics. It is the right name for them.
There is an unbelievable outward equality in America.
The whole country has melted into a middle class. A remarkable thing. A country blessed with nature's richest gifts and selected by Providence for the noblest experiment tried by man, which is not only the civilization of a new world, but the practical establishment of principles that till now have only had an ideal existence. A great people which has no army, a country full of activity and vigor, where the action of the government is hardly perceived. A world given up to trade and equality, and proud of both.
You have just heard The Governor in the Boarding House, a study in American equality, item 2, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study in the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 3, the 4th of July in Albany, 1831, on Democracy in America.
An American in Orbit, now scheduled Saturday on NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Charge your glasses, gentlemen, for the 13th and final toast, whose sentiments are time-honored and traditional. I give you the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
The fair sex! Albany, New York, July the 4th, 1831. How true that if you want to understand American manners and American society, you must first understand the situation of the American woman.
Any woman is a lady. A study in American manners. Item 5 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American manners. Any woman is a lady.
Beaumont and I had not been in America long before we noticed that the first and most intense passion that is produced by equality is the love of that same equality. Indeed, everybody has remarked that now, in 1831, and especially in our native France, this passion for equality is every day gaining ground in the human heart. But the principle may be established in civil society without prevailing in the political world.
In America, there is a good deal of both, and the signs of both are to be found everywhere in society.
One class, one price. But the best cars are, of course, reserved for ladies and folks with them. The roughest character understands that a lady, and I need hardly tell Frenchmen that any woman is a lady, has an absolute right to the front seat at the show, the head of the table, the best cabin, and so forth. Rich or poor, mistress or maid, those are her rights as an American female. And mark this, one lone female, old or young, pretty or ugly, may travel from one end of the United States to the other and find nothing but respect from every man she meets.
Well, it's true. Equality of conditions and greater mildness in customs are related to each other. So I certainly can't admit that there is nothing commendable in the manners of a democratic people. In a democratic age, men rarely sacrifice themselves for one another. But they do display general compassion for the human race.
Only because of equality, Tocqueville. The same man who's full of humanity towards his fellow creatures when they're his equals becomes insensible to afflictions as soon as that equality ceases.
Ah, but wait, Beaumont. There are servants in American society, and they are well treated. How do you explain that? They aren't even called servants. What do they call them?
The help. They don't call them servants because they don't think of them as servants. Not as we think of servants in France. In a democracy, at any moment, a servant may become a master. The servant is therefore not a different man from the master. They talk familiarly to each other. They eat with each other. To give a man a tip would insult and humiliate him.
One evening, gentlemen, I was at the house of the president of Harvard University. We were waited on at tea by the butler, one of the president's help, who's also a major of the militia. Now, on cavalry days, when guests are invited to dine with the regiment, the major dresses in his regimentals, takes the head of the table, and has the president of the Harvard at his right hand.
And there is no embarrassment?
Not a bit on either side. And when the toasts are over, he goes home, takes off his regimentals, and waits on everybody at tea. And still no embarrassment. For all honest callings are honorable. That, gentlemen, is democracy.
That indeed is democracy, which does not attach men deeply to one another, but places their habitual relations on a much easier footing.
Men, but what about women?
We are in America, Beaumont. Ladies.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ladies. Well, what about them?
Really, Beaumont, to judge from your intent observation, I should have thought you were the authority on American ladies.
And I won't have a word said against them? They are paragons of virtue. It really is remarkable. Every American lady is a guardian of morality.
True enough. And Americans respect and admire them, without, however, having much time for them. Americans are so busy, restless, even in the midst of their prosperity. And yet, you know, Beaumont, the Americans are the freest and the most enlightened men in the world today, in spite of their being so serious, even in their pleasures. I must say, Mr. Livingstone, that I am finding this a charming party.
I usually find this kind of affair pretty dull myself.
It is a social affair, and it has social interest.
Your friend, Mr. Beaumont, seems to be enjoying himself.
He's already an admirer of American ladies. So indeed am I. We find them very fresh and natural.
You will also find them, sir, very moral.
Oh, of that I am sure.
You had better be very sure. Our ladies have free and open manners, but their standard of morality is high, very high, extremely high, exceedingly high, excessively high.
I assure you, sir, neither I nor my friend will ever have occasion to test the truth of your assertion.
Good. Saves misunderstandings. And one of the drawbacks of American society is that it has a short way with misunderstanding.
One of the drawbacks? Are there others?
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but I will. There are drawbacks, yes. In my opinion, the chief drawback is the want of intellectual tone.
In society everywhere, surely, brainlessness is set at a premium.
Oh, I can still remember, Mr. Tocqueville, when I was young, having seen this country peopled with rich proprietors who lived on their lands in the States. They cultivated the mind and followed certain traditions of thought and manners. Now then, this inheritance law, giving all the heirs equal shares in the estate, has constantly worked to destroy and redistribute the fortunes. Their ideals became lost and will soon become extinct. Land changes hands with unbelievable speed. No one has time to become attached to a place. The people have no roots in the country. Everyone has to resort to practical work, to trade, to maintain himself in the position his father occupied.
Is there anything in America resembling the prestige of landed proprietors?
No, sir. A man only counts for what he himself is worth.
How do the wealthy classes like this?
Well, you might as well put up with it, since there's no way of preventing it.
In that case, is there not hard feeling between the wealthy classes and the rest of the people?
None whatsoever. All classes, without exception, took part in the War of Independence. Since then, the power of democracy has been so great and so invincible that no one has spoken against it. And in general, the people as a whole elect to office the wealthiest and the best educated.
Oh, I see. Of course, what strikes me most in America is the extreme equality in social relationships. The rich man and the laborer shake hands publicly in the street.
Equality, yes. Yes, we have equality, a great deal of it. But perhaps just a little less than you might suppose at first glance. The rich don't have to sacrifice their money. They only need to sacrifice their pride. You see, in a democracy, you attach the poor to you not so much by the benefits you give them as by your manners. But these manners are sometimes no more than formal expressions of feeling.
In what way?
Well, in this way. The handshake that you see in the street may mean no more than subscribing yourself at the end of a letter, your very humble servant.
Ah, I understand.
You see, in America, it is vital to be polite to everybody, for everybody has political rights. Of course, here in New York, there's a good deal of financial pride, among the newly rich, that is. We Americans recognize something that is recognized the whole world over, the aristocracy of money.
Oh, so there is an aristocracy after all?
Well, if you can use the word aristocracy for a class that changes all the time and has pretensions but no power. Now, sir, let me press you to some punch. Shall we move into the other room?
The horses ran away.
Oh, no, I will not argue about this anymore.
Ah, hello, Beaumont.
What have you found out now?
Opinions in a democracy are by no means unanimous. And you?
That the ladies are charming.
And virtuous.
Oh, that is the greatest part of their charm. I must say that if one were to enter American society with the purpose of accomplishing seductions, one would find one's time largely wasted.
American society, then, has several aspects. Equality, of course. Then, the love of wealth, which makes for monotony in the midst of animation. There are no masters and servants as we know them.
And in no country has such constant care been taken as in America to trace two clearly distinct lines of conduct for the two sexes, and to make them keep pace with one another, but in two pathways that are always distinct.
This, very sensibly, is the way the Americans understand the equality of the sexes, that each should fulfill its respective task in the best possible way. But the public attitude towards American ladies must sometimes be very irksome.
Yes, sir, you can certainly say that. I put in 10 or 12 hours a day in the counting house, and then I find when I go into society that I have to handle the ladies as if they were poor, helpless, pitiable creatures. The ladies must be waited upon, the ladies must be helped. The ladies must be put into the carriage. The ladies must be taken out of the carriage. The ladies
Do you regret these little attentions, sir?
Regret them? No, I can't say that. But I'd like to have a little more choice about who I bestow them on. You hardly ever get a chance of making yourself agreeable to a particular individual, you know. You just have to worship the lot, wholesale.
But as you describe it, the adoration consists of a sort of polytheism in which no particular goddess has a temple dedicated to herself alone.
Yeah, I don't know about that, sir, but I'll tell you this. When an American gentleman meets a lady, he looks upon her as the representative of her sex. And it is to her sex, not to her own peculiar, amiable qualities, that she is indebted for his attention.
Equality again, Beaumont. All American ladies must be treated equally.
Hence their high morality?
No, equality of conditions cannot ever make men chaste, but it may make their immorality less dangerous. No American has the time or opportunity to assail a virtue armed in self-defense. So you will expect to find, at the same time, a great number of courtesans and of virtuous women.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with the gentleman in Boston, when we asked him if it was true that morals are as pure here as they pretend.
Well, let me see. Morals are less good in the lower classes than among the enlightened. However, I think them superior to the same classes in Europe. As for the educated, their morals are as perfect as it is possible to imagine them. I don't believe that there is a single intrigue in Boston society.
Not one?
A woman suspected would be lost. Mind you, the women here are very coquettish. They even display their coquetry with greater boldness than with you, because they know they cannot go beyond a certain point, and no one believes they overstep the bound. To tell you the truth, gentlemen, I prefer European women with all their weaknesses to the glacial and egotistical virtue of American ladies.
How do these young women learn to be so virtuous? What is their education like? To begin with, of course, paternal authority is strangely lacking.
Whenever we hear of elopements, public sympathy is almost always with the daughter and against the father.
An American girl has scarcely ceased to be a child when she already thinks for herself, speaks with freedom, and acts on her own impulse.
But the education of young girls is not without its peculiarities, as you would know if you were to hear a group of ladies talking.
Listen to that piano. Surely that girl knows nothing about music. She's been practicing that same piece ever so long.
That's a fact. My daughter went to the same school with her. And except for astronomy and trigonometry, Susan beat her in everything. Susan can play the storm. And her music master tells me when a young lady can once do that, she can do anything.
Oh, Ma.
And she's doing just as well in history. How far have you got with it, Susan?
About 2/3 through with the book. But how queer you talk, Ma.
Pray, madame, what boarding school is it your daughter went to?
It's kept by the Mrs. Jones, 3 miles from Albany.
And what branches are taught in that school?
Susan, you tell the gentleman.
We had reading, writing, spelling, arithmetic, grammar, geography, history, maps, the globe, algebra, geometry, trigonometry, astronomy, natural philosophy, chemistry, botany, mineralogy, geology, and zoology in the morning. And dancing, drawing, painting, French, Italian, Spanish, and German in the afternoon. Greek and the higher branches of mathematics were only studied by the tall girls.
And how many masters were there for teaching all that?
Oh, the 2 Mrs. Jones teach everything. They wouldn't allow a gentleman to enter the house.
I know this to be a fact. And that's the reason their school is so popular. It is principally on the score of morality I sent Susan there.
And what is the usual age of the young ladies?
Oh, they take them from the age of 5 to the age of 18.
Well, madame, I trust that your daughter will marry a gentleman capable of appreciating her education.
And yet it is so difficult to judge of men in these times. There was not one girl of 10 of my acquaintance knew a word of Latin and mathematics. And yet we all married respectable men. But they say this is the progress of education. And I don't wish Susan to be inferior to other girls. Boys don't cost half as much. They learn everything they want at the counting house. And what they learn there sticks to them as long as they live.
American education, even at its best, tends to make cold and virtuous women instead of affectionate wives and agreeable companions to man. Society may be more tranquil and better regulated, but domestic life often has fewer charms.
These, however, are secondary evils, which may be braved for the sake of higher interests. A democratic education is indispensable to protect women from the dangers with which democratic institutions and manners surround them. But then, in America, the independence of women is irrecoverably lost in the bonds of matrimony.
But surely there are compensations.
Increased attentions from their husbands? Oh, we businessmen have no time for cooing. An American man of business so rarely shows his family a sign of tenderness and affection that there's a nickname for those households where, after an absence, the husband kisses his wife and children. We call them kissing families. Generally, of course, the first objective is trade. Everything else is subordinate. However, we don't have too many disappointments.
You mean unhappy marriages?
That's right. You see, suppose one of our young men marries a woman whose tastes and character are essentially different from his own. Well, in our way of life, he may never know it. The points of contact are so few, the sphere of action of each party so well defined by custom and law, and the occupation of the man outside the house so constant that he may become the father of a large family and die without finding out his mistake.
Within this pragmatic society where everyone is engaged in business, American girls have theirs too, that of finding a husband. To every girl over 16, marriage is the great interest in life. In France, she desires it. In America, she hunts it.
They are quite right. It is an important question. As you know, I feel strongly that whatever affects the condition of women, their habits and their opinions, has great political importance. Women in America are the guardians of status. Equality, you see, is not quite everything. There is an aristocracy, usually of money. And woe betide the unhappy girl whose family is trying to enter the American aristocracy.
Who's that strange creature?
Where?
Over there in that horrible dress. I'm sure I've never seen her before. Do you know her?
Oh, indeed I don't. Wonder how she got here.
Don't stare at her too hard. She'll blush.
Why not? Well, I'm sure that material's not worth 75 cents a yard.
And who's that unlicked cub that's with her?
Heaven alone knows. I dare say just come from the woods.
With his mouth full of tobacco.
I hope she isn't going to dance. If she does, I shall leave the room.
I shan't stay either.
Let us look no longer on this tender victim of fashionable society. She is now only serving her apprenticeship, but she will soon rise to the rank of an ancient in the clique and then treat every newcomer in precisely the same manner she is treated now. But status in society has another aspect, which we saw at its height in a theater in Baltimore. When we first entered, I was surprised at the care with which the spectators of white skin were distinguished from the black faces. I see. In the first gallery are the whites, in the second the mulattoes, in the third the Negroes.
You must realize, sir, that the dignity of the whites requires this sort of classification.
Tocqueville, look.
Where?
In the mulattoes gallery, over to the left. An extraordinarily beautiful young woman, and surely she's white.
Oh, I see her.
That woman is colored.
Colored? She is whiter than a lily.
She is colored. The tradition of the country establishes her origin, and everyone knows that she numbers a mulatto among her ancestors.
But a little nearer the center, in the whites gallery, surely I see a face that is at least half black. Now, what is she doing there?
The lady who now attracts your attention is white.
White? Well, her complexion
She is white. The tradition of the country says that the blood flowing in her veins is Spanish.
Social status is important, even in the land of equality. And the equality itself varies from one sphere to another. In Massachusetts, for instance, Negroes have the rights of citizenship. They may vote in elections. But prejudice is so strong that it is impossible to receive their children in schools. However, I say no more of this aspect of American society, but return to the situation of American women, who so jealously guard their division into classes. All men are equal, but you do not hear that assertion from the lips of a lady. It is almost in vain to talk of female republicanism. There exists and can exist no such being on either side of the Atlantic, for human nature is the same on both. American women are, however, also the guardians of culture. And remarkably mediocre it is.
In the United States, men rarely even read. They haven't the time. Women are charged with this duty, and they report on all political and literary publications to either their fathers or their husbands, so that the men can discuss them as if they had read them.
As for music?
As for music, well, when the music starts, it is a signal for conversation. And this is very understandable when you have heard a certain amount of American music. Whew. Listen to that.
Well, you know, she does her best.
But how is it possible to applaud such singing as this? There is neither simplicity nor taste, neither feeling or execution in the performance, and yet the storm of applause is not abated.
For the Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases, only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
Tocqueville got into no such difficulties. The singer, a lady about 45, Springs, is passionately fond of music, an unhappy passion if ever there was one. She howled for 2 hours as if possessed by devils. And what was Tocqueville doing hearing all this? Seated near the piano with a smiling face, he was applauding each tirade.
I was merely being polite.
And then you sat down and wrote back to our friends that America was an El Dorado for husbands.
So it is. American wives live their whole lives bounded by domesticity. Besides, I had advice.
Mr. Tocqueville, if you heard an oratorio performed by our Handel and Haydn Society, you would perhaps change your mind. That society is almost entirely composed of working men who cultivate music from taste.
What a singular society in which the laboring classes cultivate the arts from taste and in which the rich people listen to it from obligation. Oh, excuse me, sir. I've smiled long enough at this. I should be obliged to leave the room. Will you accompany me?
Oh, no, I'd like to, but people would notice. And I live here, you know. Among the Romans, do as the Romans do. By the way, if anybody asks you about the concert, and especially about that lady, say you were delighted. That's the word now. There's no use in making yourself enemies. Delighted, sir. Don't forget.
Delighted.
Good.
Delighted. That was my advice, and very sensible, too.
And what did you really think, Tocqueville?
I was delighted. That's the word, Beaumont. Delighted. After all, they are a serious nation, not given to frivolity. How can they cultivate taste? Not for a while, at any rate.
Tocqueville, you are cynical.
I assure you I am not. American society is a very remarkable thing, and its cornerstone is those very remarkable American women, the guardians of class, of culture, and above all, the guardians of morality. Men and women are both considered beings of equal value. And as for myself, though I do not hesitate to avow that the women of the United States are confined within the narrow circle of domestic life, and their situation is in some respects one of extreme dependence, I have nowhere seen women occupying a loftier position. And if I were asked, finally, to what the singular prosperity and growing strength of the Americans ought mainly to be attributed, I should reply, to the superiority of their women.
You have just heard Any Woman is a Lady, a study in American manners, item 5 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Cement of Democracy, item 6 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation. The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In Europe, Christianity has been intimately united to the powers of the earth. Those powers are now in decay, and religion is, as it were, buried under their ruins. The living body of religion has been bound down to the dead corpse of superannuated policy. But the Americans combine the notions of Christianity and of liberty so intimately in their minds that it is impossible to make them conceive the one without the other. Despotism may govern without faith, but liberty cannot. For what can be done with the people who are their own masters if they are not submissive to the deity?
The Cement of Democracy, a study in American religion. Item 6 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American religion. The Cement of Democracy.
It must never be forgotten that religion gave birth to Anglo-American society. In the United States in 1831, religion has, as it were, laid down its own limits. Religious institutions have remained wholly distinct from political institutions, so that former laws have been easily changed, while former belief has remained unshaken. In the United States, Christianity is an established fact, but Christian sects are infinitely diversified and infinitely tolerant. This struck us very forcibly on the Sunday Beaumont and I spent in the great prison of Sing Sing, where the warden showed us the chapel.
I guess we're a little late for the sermon. Looks as if the preacher's just delivered it.
What sect is the preacher?
No, I don't rightly know just who was up this Sunday. There was some talk of a Presbyterian, but maybe it was one of the Methodists. Tell you this, though. We have trouble getting good chaplains out here at the prison.
Why is that?
Don't pay enough, I guess. Even the preacher's got to live, you know.
Do all the Methodists go to church one Sunday, and all the Presbyterians the next, and so on?
No. All the men go every Sunday. We just let each of the preachers talk to them in turn. It all works out very well, just so long as they stick to general morality and don't go pushing dogmas too far.
But this is astounding. Beaumont, do you hear what this gentleman is telling us?
What is he telling us?
That it makes no difference what sect the minister represents.
So long as he gives them general Christian morality.
To criminals, then, there is no one church that is the true faith.
And you'll find the same outside the walls. As far as religion goes, you'll find a lot of toleration over here. A lot of toleration.
Well, Tocqueville, I should very much like to know how a lively and sincere faith can get on with such a perfect toleration. How can one have equal respect for religions whose dogmas differ? What real influence on the moral conduct of these Americans can be exercised by this religious spirit whose outward manifestations are so noticeable?
Well, the extreme religious tolerance is due to the very multiplicity of sects. If there were only two, they might cut each other's throats. But no sect having the majority, all have need of tolerance.
But might it not be that this outward show of religion has more breadth in it than depth? Might not all these sects compete with one another in the minute observance of their cults and of the moral principles which religion commands? Might they not compete, Tocqueville?
I should think they sometimes do.
Then, perhaps some of the religious zeal is due to conceit and emulation rather than to conviction of the truth.
No, that I do not believe. Frankly, I consider the United States one of the most religious countries that I have ever encountered. Consider how zealously they observe their Sunday. In the United States, on the 7th day of every week, the trading and working life of the nation seems suspended. All noises cease. A deep tranquility succeeds the turmoil of the week. On this day, the centers of trade are deserted. Every member of the community, accompanied by his children, goes to church, where he listens to a strange language which would seem unsuited to his ear. He is told of the countless evils caused by pride and covetousness. He is reminded of the necessity of checking his desires, of the finer pleasures that belong to virtue alone, and of the true happiness that attends it. How silent New York is.
How empty.
The streets are deserted.
You can see that Sunday is very different from weekdays.
Listen, here comes a carriage. You can hear it.
There it goes across the square. No, it's being stopped. How very odd. That man in the checkered greatcoat is stopping it and turning it back. What can be going on?
Let us by all means hurry over and find out.
Well, I don't know. The service should be out in about 15 minutes. Then you can go through here.
Well, lead the horse round for me, will you?
Happy to oblige. Up there. Come on, up. Morning to you, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir. Might I inquire why you are turning back carriages?
You gentlemen from foreign parts?
We are from France.
Ah, well, that accounts for it. What I'm doing here, gentlemen, is protecting the worshippers in that church over there from being disturbed by passing carriages. It's my turn to do this for the church this Sunday.
How unusual.
You're wrong there. In some neighborhoods, it's quite the regular thing to ask people not to drive past during divine service. Why, the religious severity of Philadelphia is so great that they put up chains across the streets on a Sunday to prevent horses and carriages from passing. And in Massachusetts, they used to put you in jail for traveling on a Sunday. New York, too.
We have only been here a few weeks, but we have noticed that your people invariably make a point of attending some church service.
No, you don't have that straight. Go down and take a look at the Hoboken ferries. Every single Sunday, you'll find 10,000 people going over to the country for a breath of fresh air and a sight of green fields. Every Sunday, out they go to Harlem, too. And in the evening, you'll see the folks coming back from the woods and fields of Harlem, all laden down with green boughs and bunches of flowers. Lovely sight. You see, Sunday's probably the only day the working man has a chance to take his family and wife out for an airing.
Well, you will never make a man who labors all week spend all day Sunday thinking.
In other words, Americans are not as conscientious in Sunday observance as we had thought.
Oh, no, now. It'd be a great mistake to think that. Heard of what they call the night blooming cereus?
I have heard of it.
It's a flower. You wait years for it to open. Well, there's one near here. Last year it opened. But it chanced to be on a Sunday evening, and a lot of people wouldn't go to see it. Conscientious scruples.
The sentiments do them credit.
How do you make that out? If there's anything wrong in coming out on a Sunday, I should have thought the flower might have known about it. May I inquire what church you gentlemen belong to?
We are Roman Catholics.
Well, we have plenty over here. We have plenty of everything. Any kind of religion you want. Just the other day, I was in what they call a revival meeting right here in the state of New York. 40 days and 40 nights, relays of ministers kept it going. Over here, gentlemen, you'll find any kind of religion you want. Oh, I see they're coming out of church now. Good day, gentlemen. Hope I've been of some assistance to you.
To be well received in society, it is indispensably necessary to declare that you belong to some one of the regular sects. Now, the Methodists are considered as the most pious, the Presbyterians as the most powerful, the Episcopalians and the Catholics as the most genteel, the Universalists the most liberal, the Swedenborgians the most musical, the Unitarians the most enlightened, the Quakers the most amiable, the Dancing Shakers the most amusing, and the Jews the most interesting. I know a respectable family where one is a Methodist, one a Presbyterian, and a third a Universalist.
The religious state of this people is perhaps the most curious thing to examine in America. It's incredible to see the infinite number of subdivisions into which the sects in America have split. It may fairly be believed that a certain number of Americans pursue a particular form of worship from habit more than from conviction. In the United States, in spite of the separation of church and state, the sovereign authority is religious, and consequently hypocrisy must be common. But there is no country in the world where the Christian religion, particularly the Old Testament, retains a greater influence over the souls of men than in America.
I never saw or read of any other country where religion has as strong a hold upon the ladies. In Washington, the Presbyterian ladies go to church 3 times every Sunday. Episcopalian and Catholic churches are filled with elegantly dressed females. And each, of course, acts upon the universally recognized national principle that each and every one has a right to choose a creed and mode of worship for herself.
The religious and anti-religious instincts which can exist in man are developing here in perfect liberty. Now, we often remarked that the American clergy, in general, not even excepting those who do not admit religious liberty, are all in favor of civil freedom. During our visit, we spoke to many men of the church. Father Richard, for example, in the frontier territory of Michigan, was perhaps not used to interested inquiry.
It is very good of you, Father Richard, to tell us about your work.
I am only glad that you are interested. I am so used to indifference.
Indifference, Father? But the people of Detroit sent you to Congress to represent the Michigan Territory.
But not the Catholics, the Protestants. How could they have elected a Catholic priest if they were not indifferent to religion?
Beaumont and I have noticed an extreme tolerance in American religion.
An extreme indifference, you mean? Nobody asks what religion you belong to. They only ask what you can do. And after all, we know where all this leads.
For the life of me, Father, I don't see where.
To deism, to natural religion, religious rationalism, skeptical of revelation and contemptuous of dogma. That is one alternative. The other, of course, is Catholicism. But don't take my word for it. See what the other priests have to say. See if they don't agree with me.
very good of you, Father Power, to receive us with such cordiality.
I'm very happy to be of service to you gentlemen. Another glass of wine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, it's a very odd thing, Father Power. While we were at the service, we almost imagined ourselves back in France. Tocqueville here, in fact, spoke to one of his neighbors in French, and I think very much surprised him. But when you came to preach your admirable sermon, we knew at once that we were in America and not in France. And not only because you were speaking in English.
What did I say that seemed to you so remarkably American?
It was not what you said, perhaps so much as what you did not say. You seem to have no prejudice whatsoever against Republican institutions.
Certainly not.
Do you think the support of the civil power is useful to religion?
On the contrary, I am profoundly convinced that it is harmful. I know that the majority of the Catholic priests in Europe have a contrary belief. I understand their point of view. They distrust the spirit of liberty, whose first efforts have been directed against them. Having besides always lived under the sway of monarchical institutions which protected them, they are naturally led to regret the loss of that protection. They are therefore victims of an inevitable error. If they could live in this country, they would not be long in changing their opinions. All religious beliefs are on the same footing here. The government neither sustains nor persecutes any one. And doubtless there's not a country in the world where the Catholic religion counts adherents more fervent and proselytes more numerous. I repeat, the less religion and its ministers are mixed with civil government, the less part they will take in political dissensions, and the more power religious ideas will gain.
In France, the church has, of course, been in opposition to republicanism.
Aha, over here there's such a thing as the separation of church and state. Several of the states have it written into their constitutions. New York State's one of them. Let's see, how does it go? And whereas the ministers of the gospel are, by their profession, dedicated to the service of God and the care of souls, and ought not to be diverted from the great duties of their functions. Therefore, no minister of the gospel or priest of any denomination whatsoever shall at any time hereafter, under any pretense or description whatsoever, be eligible to or capable of holding any civil or military office or place within the state.
Oh.
And in case, gentlemen, you're thinking that the church is weakened by this kind of provision, let me tell you unhesitatingly, and the Protestant ministers will say the same, that the reason why religion is as dominant as it is in the life of this country is precisely because of this separation of church and state.
You really feel that, Father Power?
I am absolutely convinced of it. Absolutely.
There is, of course, no established religion in America.
Not in the sense that you mean, that is correct. But I should say myself that very often men seem to act as if the worship of opinion was the established religion of the country.
Not the worship of wealth?
Oh, wealth, yes. The old country estimation of wealth has stayed with us, though I hope and trust it's somewhat diminished. I'll admit that every man works for it in America, and not quite every man does so in the old countries. All the same, it doesn't seem to me that wealth is quite as important as an idol, a snare, a deception as this other thing. The worship of public opinion is the leading heresy around here, in my humble opinion.
You seem very tolerant in your views, Father Power. Is this true of all American Catholics?
It's true of most of them, I should say. We're now the largest single communion in New York, but we're still in a minority. So I shouldn't wonder if some of us are more tolerant when we belong to the minority than when we have the numbers on our side.
But even so, American Catholics seem to love democracy as much as members of other religions.
Oh, certainly. And they take it away with them when they go abroad. I was hearing only the other day of a lady from Charleston, South Carolina. Oh, very distinguished Catholic family, but the name wouldn't mean anything to you. This lady was on a visit to Europe, and she paid a visit to Rome. Now, naturally, she was anxious to have an audience with the Holy Father. And she had an introduction to one of the cardinals. And sure enough, of course, he was very pleased to arrange for her to attend a general audience. You know, when there's a lot of people there and they all receive the Holy Father's blessing. Ah, but this wasn't good enough for her. No, indeed. She wanted to talk to His Holiness. No, says the cardinal, it's not allowed. That's an honor confined to the princesses of the blood, the daughters of sovereigns. Then this lady gave him the answer straight. But, sir, she says, I am a princess of the blood and the daughter of a sovereign. For in America, the people are all sovereign, and I am the daughter of one of the people.
Oh, remarkable reply.
Oh, very much so. And it had its effect. His Holiness heard about it, and he was so pleased with it that he granted an interview. And that American lady was admitted to an honor to which no lady of private station had ever before aspired. Now, there's an American Catholic for you. And if you want to know what an American Protestant is like, I'll give you an introduction to one of the Episcopalian ministers here, a friend of mine, the Reverend Dr. Wainwright.
So you find no point of conflict between religious ideas and political doctrines?
None, sir. None whatsoever. They are two entirely separate worlds, in each of which an honest and conscientious man may live in peace.
I should like to hear why you think this is so, Dr. Wainwright.
Is there any doubt in the matter? I believe not, sir. It is because the ministers of the various sects have never entered politics, and have never been or pretended to be a political power. We should think that we were injuring our standing if we were to concern ourselves with a political matter. A great number among us even abstain from voting at the elections. That's what I myself am always careful to do.
Is there no encouragement of religion in public life?
In our political and public life, we frown upon clericalism, but we warmly encourage religion. We attach great importance to it in everyday life. Have you seen yesterday's paper, the New York Spectator?
I believe not.
I have it by me. I'll find you a paragraph which will impress you. Yeah. Read it for yourself. There.
The Court of Common Pleas of Chester County, State of New York, a few days since rejected a witness who declared his disbelief in the existence of God. The presiding judge remarked that he had not before been aware that there was a man living who did not believe in the existence of God, and that this belief constituted the basis of all testimony in a court of justice, and that he knew of no case in a Christian country where a witness had been permitted to testify without such belief. The judge refused to admit any of his evidence on the grounds that they destroyed the confidence of the court in the truth of whatever he was about to say.
Extraordinary.
Thus, you may see, gentlemen, the doctrine that we hold so dear of the separation of church and state does not mean that we must separate godly conduct from practical life. On the contrary, it means, if anything, that we Americans judge all our actions, public and private, from the point of view of religious morality. That we have always done so, and that I trust we shall always continue to do so. And others would tell you the same.
What do you say to that, Dr. Stewart?
That we judge all actions from the point of view of religious morality? Well, I'd say it's true. I'm a medical doctor here in Maryland, as you know, gentlemen, and I observe that people follow the advice of the clergy. They hire only those that seem religious. The church has a prodigious influence in the affairs of the world.
Well, this state of affairs must create a good many hypocrites.
Yes, but above all, it prevents people's criticizing religion. Public opinion accomplishes with us what the Inquisition was never able to do. I have seen, I have known a multitude of young men who, after receiving a scientific education, thought they had discovered that the Christian religion was not true. Carried away by the fire of youth, they began to maintain this opinion openly, and they became indignant at the intolerance of the zealous Christians and placed themselves in a position of open hostility. Well, some were obliged to leave the country or to vegetate there miserably. The others, feeling that the struggle was unequal, were constrained to return outwardly into the ways of religion, or at least keep their mouths shut. The number of those thus beaten by public opinion is very considerable.
Astonishing. Then there is a great depth of doubt or indifference hidden here.
Yes. Of course, anti-religious books are not published with us, or at least the thing is very rare. Yet several of our great men have not been members of any religious sect, have shared anti-religious feeling. Washington, for one. Washington's opinion in the matter of Christianity is unknown. He never explained himself. But Jefferson, Franklin, John Adams were decidedly deists, rationalists. On the other hand, it must be acknowledged that with us, a great many men of talent have been and are still firm believers. The great majority of the people firmly sustains the opinion that a man who is not a Christian offers no social guarantee. This is the source of an intolerance of which you can have no idea.
I must admit, before I left France, I thought that America was peopled with philosophic infidels and that deism was the most we could hope for. Actually, this extreme tolerance on the one hand towards religions in general, on the other this considerable zeal of each individual for his own religion, is a phenomenon I can't even explain to myself. I must say also that I am surprised to find religion on the side of democracy.
Frankly, Beaumont, I think we are discovering the cement of this democracy. Religion is much more necessary in this republic, which the Americans set forth in glowing colors, than in the monarchies which they attack. It is more needed in democratic institutions than in others. How can society possibly escape destruction if the moral tie is not strengthened in proportion as the political tie is relaxed? And what can ever be done with a people who are their own masters if they are not generally submissive to the power of God? Religion in America takes no direct part in the government of society, but it must be regarded as the first of their political institutions. For if it does not impart a taste for freedom, it facilitates the use of it. I do not know whether all Americans have a sincere faith in their religion, for who can search the human heart? But I am certain that they hold it to be indispensable to the maintenance of republican institutions.
You have just heard The Cement of Democracy, a study in American religion, Item 6, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials, which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Cold Water Army, Item 7 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation. The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
The ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race belong to democratic ages. The America of 1831 is devoted to equality. And equality suggests several ideas that would not have originated from any other source, and it modifies almost all those previously entertained. I take as an example the idea of human perfectibility and progress because it is a great philosophical theory, everywhere to be traced by its consequence in the conduct of human affairs.
The Cold Water Army, a study in American progress. Item 7 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American progress. The Cold Water Army.
Although man has many points of resemblance with the brutes, one trait is peculiar to himself. He improves. They are incapable of improvement. The idea of perfectibility is as old as the world. Equality did not give birth to it. But equality has imparted to it a new character. An aristocratic society can conceive improvement, but not change. An aristocratic society can imagine the future condition of the world may be better, but not essentially different. But in a democracy, the image of an ideal, the always fugitive perfection, presents itself to the human mind. Thus it was that when my friend Beaumont and I set foot in the United States in 1831, we were stunned by the tumult.
On every side, 1,000 simultaneous voices demand the satisfaction of their social wants.
Not a reading man, but has a draft of a new community in his vest pocket.
We're all a little wild here with numberless projects of social reform.
We students of Yale, therefore, solemnly form ourselves into a band and vow never to cease in our efforts, but totally to devote ourselves to the salvation of Illinois.
Progress is the great topic of inquiry.
Come, join the Cold Water Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Now, brothers, all come at our call and join us in our roundelay. The pledge divine, make haste and sign, for 'tis our temperance holiday.
Yes, sisters, all we've heard your call and join you in your melody. We whine, resign, the pledge we'll sign and sing with you in harmony. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us now, join us now. Come join the Cold Water Army. Join us, join us, join us now.
Be ashamed to die until you have won some victory for humanity. Ancient injustices are no longer tolerable. This association calls for the end of sweatshops and the establishment of the 10-hour working day.
The new College of Oberlin will ban tea, coffee, meat, fish, pepper and other condiments, gravy, butter, and practically anything with taste enough to be a temptation of the flesh.
As the editor of a newspaper, I must ask for the heavenly compassion of my female readers for my persistence in the sin of celibacy. But I am so much engaged in building up the newspaper and reforming the age that actually I have scarcely time to say, how'd you do?
In a democracy, no one sits quietly in despair of improving his condition.
Bread, rent, fuel, their prices must come down. The people will meet in the park, rain or sunshine, at 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon to inquire into the cause of the present unexampled distress and devise a suitable remedy.
Meetings are called to denounce the government and to deplore the laxity of the day.
Would you believe it? They no longer arrest people who travel on Sundays. And even the mail coach, carrying government dispatches, now goes its rounds on the day of the Lord. If this disastrous trend is not stopped, all is over. Not only with our private morality, but with public morality too.
Societies are formed which regard drunkenness as the principal cause of the evils of the state.
Young man, shun that cup. Touch not a drop therein. In youth it ruined me when filled with rum and gin. Societies are formed for everything.
Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
It is impossible to spend more effort in the pursuit of happiness. To take a hand in the regulation of society and to discuss it is his biggest concern, and, so to speak, the only pleasure an American knows. Debating clubs are, to a certain extent, a substitute for theatrical entertainments. An American cannot converse, but he can discuss, and his talk falls into a dissertation. He speaks to you as if he were addressing a meeting, and if he should chance to become warm in the discussion, he will address the man he's talking to as gentlemen.
After all, gentlemen, reformers are metallic. They are sharpest steel. They pierce whatsoever of evil or abuse they touch. They are armed in the might of principles. And, gentlemen, God backs their purpose. They uproot institutions, erase traditions, revise usages, and renovate all things. Reformers are the noblest of creatures. Living in time, they work for eternity. Dwelling with men, they are with God.
Forever seeking, forever falling to rise again, often disappointed, but not discouraged, the American tends unceasingly toward that unmeasured greatness so indistinctly visible at the end of the long track which humanity has yet to tread.
We live in a period of the world and a stage of society favorable to every charitable institution and useful improvement. Never were the poor and miserable more generously taken care of. In these western countries of the earth, we have equal strength and beauty of body. With them we have as improvable and elegant minds, and unless untoward and sad events alter our situation, may exhibit human nature in as favorable a point of view as it has ever yet appeared.
It can hardly be believed how many facts naturally flow from the philosophical theory of the indefinite perfectibility of man, or how strong an influence it exercises even on those who, living entirely for the purposes of action and not of thought, seem to conform their actions to it without knowing anything about it.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with Mr. Poinsett?
Mr. Poinsett, of course, was also a man of considerable thought.
He was indeed. He was a distinguished world traveler. He had been ambassador to Mexico. He was a personal agent of President Andrew Jackson. And finally, Mr. Poinsett had a beautiful red flower named after him. We met him at a tavern in South Carolina, and together we traveled back to Washington and talked and talked and talked. And in part, we talked about American progress.
We are told, Mr. Poinsett, that Americans are very economical when it comes to managing ships. Why?
Well, Mr. Tocqueville, the American sailor possesses an activity and an economical bent. He has an understanding of his own interests. The price of labor is high. Ships cost more to build here than in Europe, but we look for other ways to make improvements. There's not an English or a French vessel crosses the ocean in as little time as ours. None that stays as short a time in port. I'll tell you something. The American has a quality, land or sea, which makes him singularly apt to succeed and make money.
We have observed that.
Of course you have, sir.
Let me return to these American ships.
Yes, Mr. Bowman?
I have heard it said that these beautiful, fast ships of yours generally don't last very long.
Well, Mr. Beaumont, I think you might begin by... Well, you have to distinguish between ships built for sale and those built for your own use.
I see.
There is in the North a shipbuilding industry. And in fact, the vessels it produces do have a short life. But when we want to make a ship that we can use as long as possible, we find in the building woods of the South, particularly in the live oak of the Floridas, the best materials in the world. What makes our ships last such a short time is the fact that our merchants often don't have much disposable capital to begin with. It's a calculation on their part. Provided that the vessel lasts long enough to bring them in a certain sum, a certain profit, well, that's all they expect. Besides, there's a general feeling among us Americans that prevents our aiming at the durable in anything. There reigns in America a popular and universal faith in the progress of the human mind. Americans are always expecting that improvements will be discovered in everything. And in fact, they are often right.
Does everyone act on this sort of system?
Certainly, Mr. Tocqueville. Any American sailor will tell you that ships aren't built to last because of progress.
In the words which fall accidentally on a particular subject from an uninstructed sailor, I recognize the general and systematic idea upon which a great people direct all their concerns. The idea of perfection, of a continuous and endless bettering of social conditions. This idea is presented unceasingly in all its aspects.
Our original purpose in visiting America was to study its prisons. And here, as everywhere, the American spirit of perfectibility pervaded everything. Tocqueville, do you remember our first sight of the great prison of Sing Sing? We were traveling up the Hudson River on a warm May morning.
The first warm May morning. It had been quite cold up to then.
And an American chatted to us, eager, as always, to explain his country to the strangers from France.
And here's another thing you'll want to know. And now you make a note of this, too.
Yes, sir.
If you're aiming to spend a little time with us, this may be useful to you. We think a man can do anything. Anyone told you that before?
Not in so many words, but we have noticed a great flexibility.
Well, that's what we believe. We believe a man can do anything. We believe if something needs to be done, then someone can do it. We believe that people can do what they want to. If they want something, they can get it. That's what we believe, and that's the way we act. If we think anything needs to be changed, and gentlemen, I mean anything, from the face of the planet itself to the most complicated of human institutions, if we think it ought to be changed, and we know it can be changed, and we know that we can change it, and we go right ahead and do it. Now, you remember that.
We have noticed change and alteration on all sides.
Good. And there's evidence coming into sight right around that bend.
Where do you mean?
That great stone building there is a machine for changing human nature. It's the new penitentiary of Sing Sing.
But that is our destination. That is what we've come to your country to study.
Fine, gentlemen. You will find here that we don't give up even the most hardened criminal as hopeless. If man is capable of improvement, he will be improved in America.
In America, there is not only belief in progress, but there are innumerable societies to promote progress.
Oh, Beaumont, those societies. Americans of all ages, all conditions, and all dispositions constantly form associations of 1,000 kinds: religious, moral, serious, futile, general or restricted, enormous or diminutive.
The Americans make associations to give entertainments, to found seminaries, to build inns, to construct churches, to diffuse books, to send missionaries to the Antipodes. In this manner, they found hospitals, prisons, and schools. If it is proposed to inculcate some truth or to foster some feeling by the encouragement of a great example, they form a society. Wherever at the head of some new undertaking you see the government in France or a man of rank in England, in the United States, you will be sure to find an association.
The American Tract Society.
The American Peace Society.
The American Home Missionary Society.
The General Union for promoting the Christian observance of the Sabbath.
The American Association for redeeming females who have deviated from the paths of virtue.
That is to say, societies are formed to resist evils that are exclusively of a moral nature. There is no end which the human will despairs of attaining through the combined power of individuals united into a society. Consider, for example, the societies for the abolition of slavery, and the fiery words of William Lloyd Garrison, who on January the 1st, 1831, 4 months before we landed in America, published the first issue of the Liberator and proclaimed the war cry of the abolitionists.
I determined by every hazard to lift up the standard of emancipation in the eyes of the nation, assenting to the self-evident truth maintained in the American Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I shall strenuously contend for the immediate enfranchisement of our slave population. In Park Street Church on the 4th of July, 1829, in an address on slavery, I unreflectingly assented to the popular but pernicious doctrine of gradual abolition. I seized this opportunity to make a full and unequivocal recantation, and thus publicly to ask pardon of my God, of my country, and of my brethren the poor slaves for having uttered a sentiment so full of timidity, injustice, and absurdity. I am aware that many may object to the severity of my language, but is there not cause for severity? I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice. On this subject, I do not wish to think or speak or write with moderation. No, no! Tell a man whose house is on fire to give a moderate alarm. Tell him to moderately rescue his wife from the hands of the ravisher. Tell the mother to gradually extricate her babe from the fire into which it has fallen. But urge me not to use moderation in a cause like the present. I am in earnest. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will not retreat a single inch. And I will be heard.
Here is the intensity, the fury, the fanaticism of the man who burns to bring progress, who burns to free the 2 million Negro slaves. But all this zeal was met with counter-zeal. In the southern states, it became a crime for Negroes to read, and southern judges were severe in judgment. In Norfolk, Virginia, for example.
Of all the Negro race, there cannot be found another so large a body as the millions of slaves in the United States, at once so intelligent, so inclined to the gospel, and so blessed by the elevating influence of civilization and Christianity. But many now living will remember how and when and why the anti-slavery fury began, and by what means its manifestations were made public. Our mails were clogged with abolition pamphlets and inflammatory documents to be distributed among our southern Negroes to induce them to cut our throats. These, however, were not the only means resorted to by the northern fanatics to stir up insubordination among our slaves. They scattered far and near pocket handkerchiefs and other similar articles with frightful engravings and printed over with anti-slavery nonsense, with the view to work upon the feelings of ignorance of our Negroes, who otherwise would have remained comfortable and happy. The prisoner is therefore sentenced to 1 month in jail for the crime of teaching a Negro child to read.
But the abolitionists are not the only ones who are zealous in their wish for progress. As soon as several of the inhabitants of the United States have taken up an opinion or a feeling which they wish to promote in the world, they look out for mutual assistance. And as soon as they have found one another out, they combine. From that moment, they are no longer isolated men, but a power seen from afar, whose actions serve for an example, and whose language is listened to.
Lo, the temperance banner floating free o'er a gallant band. Hark the temperance legion shouting victory through the land. On to the battle on, strike the fell monster down. Fight, 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 day and night, gaze the tyrant alcohol. Fight, 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 day and night, gaze the tyrant alcohol.
That is a song, as the people themselves say, composed, selected, arranged, and adapted to the cause of total abstinence.
Do you remember, Tocqueville, that man we met in Albany on the 4th of July? The one who wanted us to join the Cold Water Army?
Gentlemen, I happen to have here a few little pamphlets which I should be pleased if you'd carry back with you for the interest and edification of the French people. I've inscribed them all on the title page, E.C. Delavan's respects, and I hope you'll forgive the liberty.
Oh, we are delighted. Let me see. Second annual report of the New York Temperance Society.
Founded by myself in company with Dr. Eliphalet Nutt.
Most interesting, evidently. What is a temperance society?
Has to do with the evils of strong drink. I crusade against it.
Oh, of course. We agree with you. Moderation in all things.
Temperance, sir, does not mean moderation. As far as strong drink is concerned, temperance means abstinence. Let me draw your attention to some of those fine colored plates. Section of the liver of a drunkard who died miserably some little while since in Poughkeepsie.
Oh.
Interior of the stomach of a drunkard who perished in agony near Syracuse.
Ah.
Series of cross-sections of the spleen.
Oh, thank you. We have seen sufficient.
Well, they're fine pictures. I'm working now on something which I'll take the liberty of transmitting to you gentlemen, seeing that you're from France. It's to be entitled Temperance in Wine Countries. And I'm sure you'll agree that your unhappy nation certainly qualifies in that category.
Certainly, sir. The wines of France are the pride and delight of the civilized world.
Not in this quarter, they're not. The cases I've collected, you'd be surprised if the New York Temperance Society has its way. And sooner or later it will have its way. Any kind of alcohol will be totally prohibited in this state, and anywhere else we can prohibit it.
But is not this an intrusion on the rights of the individual? If you do not like alcohol, well and good. But are all men to be forced to your mold? On what grounds do you propose these extraordinary things?
On the grounds of morality. You gentlemen are strangers to America. You're from Europe. You're not acquainted with morality. You are not aware of the moral force and power of aroused public opinion as it's found and cultivated in this free land of ours.
Are there a great many reformers in America who seek to influence others to their views on moral grounds?
A very great many. Some of them, of course, are nothing more than infernal busybodies. There's a gang out to try and prevent Americans from indulging in their inalienable right to chew tobacco. Oh. That kind of thing is just nosy Parkerism, far removed from the wholehearted public decency of a movement such as our own. I'll leave all these pamphlets with you. Shall you be staying in town some days? Shall you be here over the 4th?
That is our expectation.
I trust the elevated tone of the proceedings will not be marred by strong drink and debauchery. However, we shall hope for the best and expect the worst.
The first time I heard in the United States that 100,000 men had bound themselves publicly to abstain from spirituous liquors, it appeared to me more like a joke than a serious engagement. And I did not at once perceive why these temperate citizens could not content themselves with drinking water by their own firesides. I at last understood that these 100,000 Americans, alarmed by the progress of drunkenness around them, had made up their minds to be patrons of temperance. They acted in just the same way as a man of high rank who should dress very plainly in order to inspire the humbler orders with a contempt of luxury. It is probable that if these 100,000 men had lived in France, each of them would individually, by himself, have memorialized the government to keep an eye on the saloons and public houses.
And they were certainly effective. By 1835, there were 1,200,000 members of the American Temperance Society. There were 8,000 local affiliates and organizations in every state but one.
It is a universal American idea that the promotion of public progress is the proper concern of the private citizen. And this idea can be found clearly and explicitly stated in the American press.
I see no reason why the wildest dreams of the fanatical believer in human progress and perfectibility may not ultimately be realized. And each child so trained as to shun every vice, aspire to every virtue, attain the highest practicable skill in art and efficiency in industry, loving and pursuing honest, untasked labor for the health, vigor, and peace of mind thence resulting, as well as for its more palpable rewards, and joyfully recognizing in universal good the only assurance of individual good.
Aristocratic nations are naturally too liable to narrow the scope of human perfectibility. Democratic nations to expand it beyond reason. Democratic nations care but little for what has been, but they are haunted by visions of what will be. In this direction, their unbounded imagination grows and dilates beyond all measure. Nothing deters the American in his undertakings. Nothing discourages his efforts. He has a fund of energy in his soul to improve man and society. This same daring enterprise has given birth to American industry, whose marvels astonish me. Those canals, those railroads which penetrate the continent, the businesses which enrich the commerce of all nations, the fertile fields, the magnificent cities and smiling villages, everywhere, wealth and plenty. To democratic ages belong unquestionably the ideas of progress and of the indefinite perfectibility of the human race.
You have just heard The Cold Water Army, a study in American progress. Item 7 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair. Music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials, which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Heavenly Prison, Item 8 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Your best buys are the quality name brands featured on NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In 1831, there are in America estimable men whose minds feed upon philosophical reveries, and whose extreme sensibility feels the want of some illusion. These men, for whom philanthropy has become a matter of necessity, find in the penitentiary system a nourishment for this generous passion. Starting from abstractions which deviate more or less from reality, they consider man, however far advanced in crime, as still susceptible of being brought back to virtue. And pursuing constantly this opinion, they hope for an epoch when all criminals may be radically reformed, the prisons be entirely empty, and justice find no crimes to punish.
The Heavenly Prison. A study in American reform. Item 8 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American reform. The Heavenly Prison.
When Beaumont and I arrived in America in 1831, we were impressed by the fact that everybody was a success.
The whole world here, man turns and fashions to his pleasure. Not a man but may reasonably hope to gain the comforts of life. Not one who does not know that with love of work, his future is certain.
But even in America, Beaumont, there are persons who have come into conflict with society. Persons, therefore, whom their fellow Americans wish to reform. But this passion for reform is made more complicated by the American belief that their democracy peculiarly expresses the will of God. The attitude towards American democracy is permeated by religion, and hence, to the American, a criminal is also a sinner.
Americans are very zealous in promoting schemes to reform one another. It is part of their belief in the indefinite perfectibility of man. Do you remember, Tocqueville, our trip up the Hudson River and the American who chatted to us?
In America, if we think anything needs to be changed, we know it can be changed, and that we can change it. That great stone building there is a machine for changing human nature. It's the new penitentiary of Sing Sing.
Welcome to Sing Sing, gentlemen. How do you like our penitentiary?
Mr. Warden, this word, penitentiary, it interests us very much. These places you very often seem to call penitentiaries rather than prisons. Why is this?
A prison is a place to shut a man up, to keep him away from society, as a menagerie shuts up a fierce tiger. Very well. A penitentiary is a place for penitence, a place for a man to do penance. In other words, a place to reform him and send him back to society converted and improved.
And by what means do you attempt this difficult task, Mr. Warden?
Work and silence.
Almost the Benedictine rule.
I would know nothing about that, sir. As far as I'm concerned, this is the rule of Mr. Elam Linz, who was the first warden of Sing Sing. Sometimes we call it the Auburn system because Mr. Linz started the system when he was at Auburn Prison, upstate a piece. Well, that was 10 years ago.
And do you find this system works?
You gentlemen will be here for a week or more. You'll judge for yourself how it works. We have here nearly 1,000 desperate criminals, kept without walls. We put the convicts in cell blocks at night, and by day they all work together in the open under a few guards. in absolute silence.
To prevent possible conspiracy.
Yes, and also to prevent possible contamination. Even a bad man can be contaminated by a worse. And also to give the men a chance to meditate on their crimes and to realize that they offended against the laws of man and of God.
Mr. Elam Linz, recognized even by his enemies as the father of the present penitentiary system, was indeed a very remarkable man. We finally met him at Auburn, near Syracuse.
We found him in a hardware store that he owns. He was dressed like a salesman and acted like one. But when he came over to see us, we soon saw that Elam Linz, for all his coarse appearance, is very intelligent and singularly energetic.
All right, gentlemen. Elam Linz at your service.
This is a great pleasure, Mr. Linz.
That's right.
You've heard a great deal about you.
That's right. Some good, I hope, sometimes.
But of course.
I've got enemies, don't tell me. I retired from 10 years of prison work a year ago, and now I look after my store. Done enough for the common good. Time to look after myself.
We shall not detain you long.
Glad to hear it. What's on your mind, Mr. Tocqueville?
Reform is on my mind. The American faith in the power to reform the heart of man.
That's right. A penitentiary is not just a lockup. It's a place to learn new habits, preferably good ones. Should be, anyway.
We hear that your system, Mr. Linz, is extreme discipline.
That's right. Silence and the whip. I regard whipping as the most effective and humane punishment. Never injures the health, forces the inmates to live an essentially healthy life, and makes them prudent.
Do you think this would work outside America?
It'll work anywhere it's put to work, given a chance. I'd say it worked better in, say, France than in America. Your prisons are solidly supported by the government. Over here, we're the slaves of something that's always changing, public opinion.
But Americans say that your system works because, fundamentally, Americans respect the law.
I don't believe it. At Sing Sing, a quarter of the inmates are foreigners. I disciplined them as if they were Americans. The French, by the way, submitted with the least trouble. I'd rather direct a French prison than an American.
Mr. Lenz, you speak frankly.
That's right.
Then, frankly, do you really believe that a penitentiary reforms a great number of the inmates?
Let's understand each other, Mr. Tocqueville. I don't believe in complete reform. Except maybe for juveniles.
Never?
I'll say this. I don't think you often see a mature criminal become a religious and virtuous man. I don't have any faith in the saintliness of those who leave prison. And I don't believe that the exhortations of the chaplain or the private reflections of the inmate ever makes a good Christian of him.
The chaplain at Auburn prison is of the opinion that out of 650 inmates, there are already at least 50 who are radically reformed into what he considers good Christians.
That's the chaplain's opinion, is it?
It is, Mr. Linz.
He's entitled to it. My opinion is that a great number of former convicts don't relapse into crime. They even become good citizens. But the reason is that they learned a trade in prison and picked up the habit of doing a little useful work.
Is that reform?
It's the only reform I ever hope to produce. And I think it's the only one that society can reasonably ask for.
The conduct of the inmate actually in the prison, what do you think that proves about his future reform?
Nothing. I'll go further. If I had to bet, gentlemen, I should even say that the inmate who behaves perfectly in prison will probably pick up his old habits on the outside. The worst characters are excellent inmates, just fine. They're usually more clever, more intelligent. They see through the system, if you like. They calculate the way to get by is to stay out of trouble, stay clear of the whip. And that's right, of course. So, of course, they act well. But as to being reformed, why, that's another matter.
Oh, you are very frank, Mr. Linz. Your candor leaves us speechless. There's really no conclusion to be drawn.
Yes, there is. But some impractical reformers mightn't like to hear it. It's the conclusion that you should never, under any circumstances, grant pardons for good conduct in prison. All you do is put a high value on hypocrisy. And you're no nearer reform than you were in the beginning.
So, pondering on the American dream of the infinite perfectibility of man, we came at last to the great city of the Quakers, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, beyond all other cities, is infatuated with the penitentiary system. And since, of course, the penitentiary system is our trade, the Philadelphians compete in pampering us. There are here, above all, two kinds of men who take a prodigious interest in prisons, although they look upon the subject quite differently. These are the theorists and the practical men, those who write and those who act.
Our own interest is to listen to everybody freely without taking anybody's word for anything and accept the books and dinners pressed upon us by these zealous Quaker philanthropists. Philadelphia gentlemen like Mr. Robert Vaux, who is ardently dedicated to the reform of man.
I tell thee this, friend Tocqueville, that in Philadelphia we believe that it is the duty of those that have seen the light to reform those that still walk in darkness.
What exactly do you mean by reform, Mr. Vaux?
Reform. Reform. To make again. If thee's never seen before a man made again by God's grace, then I can assure thee can see it here. There are many eloquent testimonials to the powerful working of the inner light.
Well, of this I have no doubt. Nonetheless, it seems to me that you have undertaken a very formidable task.
Very formidable.
Formidable?
To change human nature.
Thee has forgotten we are not alone. If God be for us, who can be against us?
Most commendable sentiments, but surely sometimes a little difficult to achieve in practice.
No, friend, not for us. We are clothed in the whole armor of righteousness. There are many frail men and women in Philadelphia, many who have broken the laws of God and man. We do not punish them so much as provide them through God's grace with the means of salvation. That is why the Eastern State Penitentiary was built on Cherry Hill. We've spared no expense. The wall alone cost $200,000.
$200,000? And how much does each cell cost?
In the neighborhood of $1,600.
A very large sum of money.
But it is needed to provide every prisoner with the silence and solitude necessary for him to repent his sins and become a true penitent.
Do you really keep the prisoners in silence?
In complete silence.
And always alone?
Always completely alone.
Is not this very cruel, Mr. Vaux?
No, friend, it is not cruel. It is the greatest kindness, for it gives every prisoner the best chance to hear the still, small voice. The guilty conscience never stings with keener pain or smites the soul with greater grief than when we are alone.
Are they well, in good health? Are they penitent?
They are well looked after. They are alone with their consciences. They must be penitent.
If I can talk to some of these prisoners myself, talk to men who have not had a conversation with a fellow human being for months, perhaps years, then I shall have a real idea about what the value of your prison system may be.
No one has ever been permitted to speak to the prisoners. This would violate the heart of the system. We believe in it and are sure of its worth.
I know, but...
But thee come from France to learn, and we have no other interest than the truth. We shall arrange it, so thee may speak to the prisoners, friend Tocqueville. What use it may be is up to thee. But if there is something vicious in the prison we direct, it is important that we learn of it. As thee see, friend Tocqueville, some of the cell blocks over in that direction are incomplete. The prison is but 2 years old.
These prison cells appear to radiate out like a wheel.
They do. Here, friend, is number 28, condemned for murder. Protests his innocence, knows how to read and write. He has nothing but his work and the Bible. He has talked to no one for several years. Well, open the door, Warden. I shall wait for the outside.
Good day to you.
Good day, sir.
My name is Alexis de Tocqueville. I have come here from France. France. They have given permission, and I have come to talk to you a little and find out what it is like for you in this prison. Would you like to talk to me?
Yes, sir. Sir, I am innocent.
Be sure I shall tell the authorities.
I've been a drunkard, sir, and very turbulent. I'm not religious, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, of course not.
But I've repented, sir. I've repented from the bottom of my heart. Excuse me, sir, I can't help tears. It's rather a shock being alone, you know.
Is it very bad to be alone?
Well, sir, I don't know. Sometimes there's almost a kind of pleasure in the solitude. I am tormented.
You are tormented?
Tormented by a desire to see my family again. I want to give my children the right sort of bringing up. I never used to think about that. Now I think a lot. Sometimes. You see, sir, I'm not a murderer, though I did do other things.
I see you were at work when I came in. Do you think you could live here without work?
No, sir. Don't mention the idea. Work isn't a burden here. It's a privilege. Sometimes the solitude is frightful, and then work is all there is. It's absolutely necessary to existence, sir. I should die without it.
Do you see the keepers at all?
Through the bars, I see them go past, that's all.
How often?
I'm able to see them 6 times a day.
Is that any help to you?
Well, it's a consolation. It's a sort of joy to glimpse a human face. This summer, you know, a cricket came into my yard. Each prisoner has a little bit of yard, alone, of course. I was glad to see that cricket. It looked like company for me. When a butterfly or any other animal comes into my cell, I never do it any harm.
They often told me that though their bodily health was good here, the soul was sick. In these solitary cells, I interviewed 42 prisoners. They were all anxious to talk, and many of them wept while they spoke to me. They all tried to prolong the conversation and detain me. It took 8 days to see them, one by one. Work and the Bible was all they had. Many of them professed themselves reformed, made new men, as the good but stern Quakers who had built the prison would have wished and prayed for. Others, however, were not affected by their punishment in this particular way. One man, age 40, imprisoned for armed robbery on the highway, told me,
I was 14 or 15 years old when I arrived in Philadelphia. I was the son of a poor farmer in the West and found no work. And the first night I was obliged to lie down on the deck of a vessel, having no other place to rest. And here I was discovered the next morning. The constable arrested me, and the mayor sentenced me to 1 month's imprisonment as a vagrant. Confounded during my short imprisonment with a number of malefactors of all ages, I lost the honest principles which my father had given me. And on leaving the prison, one of my first acts was to join several young delinquents of my own age and to assist them in various thefts. I was arrested, tried, and acquitted. Now I thought myself safe from justice, and confident in my skill, I committed other offenses which brought me again before the court. I was sentenced to an imprisonment of 9 years in Walnut Street Prison.
Didn't this make you feel that you needed to correct yourself?
Yes, sir. Yet the Walnut Street Prison has never produced in me any regret at my criminal actions. I confess that I never could repent them there, or that I ever had the idea of doing it during my stay in that place. But I soon noticed that the same persons reappeared there, and that however great the finesse or strength of courage of the thieves was, they always ended by being taken. And this made me think seriously of my life, and I firmly resolved to quit forever so dangerous a way of living. So I conducted myself better, and after 7 years imprisonment, I was pardoned. I had learned tailoring in prison, and I soon found a favorable employment. Then one day my master received a letter from one of the constables in Philadelphia which informed him that one of his journeymen was a former prisoner of Walnut Street. I do not know what could have induced this man to such a step. I owe to him my being now here. As soon as my employer had read the letter, he sent me indignantly away. I went to all the other tailors in Baltimore, but they were informed of what had happened and refused me. Misery obliged me to seek labor on the first railroad then building between Baltimore and Ohio. Grief and fatigue threw me after some time into a violent fever. Well, my sickness lasted a long time, and my money was at an end. Hardly recovered, I went to Philadelphia, where the fever again attacked me. When I was convalescent and found myself without resources, without bread for my family, when I thought of all the obstacles which I found in my attempts to gain honestly my livelihood, and of all the unjust persecutions which I suffered, I fell into a state of inexpressible exasperation. I said to myself, well then, since I am forced to do it, I will become a thief again. And if there is a single dollar left in the United States, and if it were in the pocket of the president, I will have it. I called my wife. I ordered her to sell all the clothes which were not indispensably necessary, and to buy with the money a pistol. Provided with this, and when I was yet too feeble to walk without crutches, I went to the outskirts of the city. I stopped the first passenger and forced him to give me his pocketbook. But I was arrested the same evening. I'd been followed by the person whom I had robbed, and my feebleness having obliged me to stop in the neighborhood, there were no great pains necessary to seize me. I confessed my crime without difficulty, and I was sent here.
What are your present resolutions for the future?
I do not feel disposed, I tell you freely, to reproach myself with what I've done, nor to become what is called a good Christian. But I am determined never to steal again, and I see the possibility of succeeding. If I leave in 9 years this prison, no one will know me again in this world. No one will have known me in the prison. I shall have made no dangerous acquaintance. I shall be then at liberty to gain my livelihood in peace. This is the great advantage which I find in this penitentiary.
Had this man reformed as his jailers intended? Had he grown more virtuous? Or had he grown only more cautious? The penitentiary had made its impression, but what impression? On the surface, of course, everything was ideal. Can there be a combination more powerful for reformation than that of a prison which hands over the prisoner to all the trials of solitude, leads him through reflection to remorse, through religion to hope, and makes him industrious by the burden of idleness. It is incontestable. All this perfect isolation shelters the prisoners from all harmful contagion.
It seems irresistible, but there are difficulties. There are indeed difficulties. All this mass of evidence, and so little that we can be sure of.
Look, we have the materials to prove that the penitentiary system reforms and that it does not reform, that it is costly and that it is cheap, that it is easy to administer and that it is impracticable. In short, that it suits and that it does not suit France, according to the taste of the selector.
And we guarantee to support each of these assertions with pertinent examples. But we still wonder how much these systems actually reform.
What do you mean by reform? The radical change of a wicked person into an honest man? A change which produces virtues instead of vices?
A thing like that must be very rare.
Yes, to give back its primitive purity to a soul which crime has polluted. And here the difficulty is immense. It would have been much easier for the guilty individual to remain honest than it is to rise again after his fall. It is in vain that society pardons him. His conscience does not. Even when he resolves to live honestly, he cannot forget that he has been a criminal. And this remembrance, which deprives him of self-esteem, also deprives his honor of its rewards and its guarantees. But something still remains. The Americans' belief in perfectibility in all its forms, whether through public progress or private reform, whether by forming associations to modify the laws and even the customs, or to work no less earnestly upon the souls of those citizens who stand in need of punishment, correction, and ultimately recovery and reinstatement in society. Such is the fixed belief of the Americans, and to further it, they are willing to spend time, energy, and money.
You have just heard The Heavenly Prison, a study in American reform, Item 8, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair. Music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Tyranny of the Majority, Item 9 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Relax and enjoy the companion listening of Radio NBC.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In an age of equality, faith in public opinion becomes a kind of religion, and the majority is its ministering prophet. Opinion is more than ever mistress of the world. There is here matter for profound reflection
to those who look on freedom of thought as a holy thing, and who hate not only the tyrant, but tyranny itself. For myself, when I feel the hand of power lie heavy on my brow, I care but little to know who oppresses me, and I am not the more disposed to pass beneath the yoke because it is held out to me by 1,000,000 men.
The Tyranny of the Majority. A study in American freedom. Item 9 in the series Democracy in America. Prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American freedom. The Tyranny of the Majority.
My friend Beaumont and I visited America in 1831. We watched many things together. We saw for ourselves the principles of democracy and equality, and everywhere we went, we were welcomed.
Now, gentlemen, you've been over here how long?
Several months.
All right. How do you like America?
Beaumont?
Really, Tocqueville?
Speak frankly, gentlemen, this is a young country. We're just getting started. We want to know what visitors think of us. We don't see many foreigners here, you know. Of the 13 million people in America, only 400,000 are foreigners. Only about 25,000 a year come over, and this is a big country.
Well, I think America is a most remarkable country.
A most remarkable country. That's what we like to hear, honest talk straight from the shoulder. A most remarkable country. Well, go on, sir.
We admire the enormous progress you have made.
Progress in what? Be frank, don't hold anything back.
In everything, in developing your cities, in taming the wilderness, you are a most industrious nation.
And successful.
And very successful.
That's what we want to hear straight from the shoulder. Don't you think our women are wonderful?
Superb. And as virtuous as they are beautiful.
Mr. Beaumont, it's a pleasure to talk to you. Have you read any American books?
Yes.
Beaumont.
What do you think of them? Truthfully now?
Truthfully, I think they are dreadful.
You think they're dreadful? Mr. Beaumont, our American authors are the finest in the world.
I beg leave to differ. Even your own Fenimore.
There's no difference possible. You're from France. You haven't had a chance to develop your taste likely. When you do, and I hope for your sake it'll be pretty soon, you'll recognize that American literature, like everything else American, is unequaled in the world. And if the disadvantages of your taste and upbringing don't permit you to appreciate America as she truly is, why, then I suggest, gentlemen, that you'll be happier and we'll be happier if you go back home where you came from.
Tocqueville, what did I do?
You spoke frankly, Beaumont.
He asked me to. Besides, I praised America extravagantly.
Any criticism is too much. You see, an American takes part in everything that's done in his country, so he feels obliged to defend everything. You're not only attacking his country, you're attacking the man himself.
It makes life embarrassing, this irritable patriotism. It's so odd because America is in many ways such a free country.
A free country in which, lest anybody should be hurt by your remarks, you are not allowed to speak freely of private individuals, or of the state, of the citizens, or of the authorities, of public or of private undertakings. This is a country which lives under a tyranny.
A tyranny? Tocqueville, are you serious?
The tyranny of the majority.
The tyranny of the majority? What do you mean?
Do you remember the conversation we had in Boston with that gentleman who was the editor of the North American Review?
Mr. Jared Sparks.
Our whole system, from top to bottom, is one of avowed distrust of public men. Every art is used on principle to complicate the machinery of electioneering, to scatter the conflicting motives so that every man shall act more or less as a check on his neighbor. We think every man is as good as his neighbor. We believe in individual judgment, individual conscience.
But why?
It comes from our very origin. We came here in the beginning, Republicans and religious enthusiasts.
To establish the ideal commonwealth.
Yes.
The majority has all power, then.
Yes. The political dogma of this country is that the majority is always right. The majority may make mistakes in some matters, but on the whole, it is always right. And there is no moral force superior to it.
And you consider this wise?
In general, Mr. Tocqueville, we find it very good to have adopted it. But I will admit that the theory does not always work in practice.
It is incontestable that the people frequently conduct public business very badly.
And occasionally the majority wishes to oppress the minority.
Have you no protection against this?
We have in the veto of the governor, and above all in the power that the judges have to refuse to execute an unconstitutional law, a guarantee against the passions and the errors of the masses in an unlimited democracy. But these are only a small guarantee against the tyranny of the majority.
In my opinion, Beaumont, when a citizen of a democratic country compares himself individually with all those about him, he feels with pride that he is the equal of any one of them. But when he comes to survey the totality of his fellows and to place himself in contrast with so huge a body, he is instantly overwhelmed by the sense of his own insignificance. The public, therefore, among a democratic people, has a singular power, for it does not persuade others to its beliefs, but it imposes on them by a sort of enormous pressure of the mind of all upon the mind of each. That's what I mean by the tyranny of the majority.
This is absurd, Tocqueville. Andrew Jackson says, one man with courage makes a majority. The whole foundation of America is based on opposition to tyranny. Remember the words of the Declaration of Independence.
But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security.
But, Beaumont, when an individual or a party is wronged in the United States, to whom can he apply for redress?
To public opinion.
Public opinion constitutes the majority.
Then to the legislature.
The legislature represents the majority and implicitly obeys it.
Then to the executive.
Appointed by the majority.
All this is true, Tocqueville. But you do not allow for the spirit of the American people. This country is always on the watch for tyranny. At its very beginning, it was saluted by Thomas Paine for its contrast to the tyrannies of Europe.
O ye that love mankind, ye that dare oppose not only the tyranny, but the tyrant, stand forth. Every spot of the old world is overrun with oppression. Freedom hath been hunted round the globe. Asia and Africa have long expelled her. Europe regards her as a stranger, and England hath given her warning to depart. Oh, receive the fugitive, and prepare in time an asylum for mankind.
How can you say that this country has submitted itself to a political tyranny? Everybody here says this is a free country. The customs of America are against tyranny, as Senator Gray told us in Boston.
The habit of treating all affairs by discussion and of proceeding in all affairs, even the smallest, by means of majorities, that habit is harder to acquire than all the others. Yet it's the only one which makes governments really free. It's this 200-year-old habit which distinguishes New England not only from all the countries of Europe, but even from the other parts of America. Even our children never go to their master to settle their differences. They regulate everything among themselves. I have no doubt but that every man in Boston has a more truly parliamentary spirit and is more accustomed to public discussions than the majority of Europe's legislators.
I still say thought and opinion are particularly under the power of the majority. As long as the majority is still undecided, discussion is carried on. But as soon as its decision is irrevocably pronounced, everyone is silent, And the opponents, as well as the friends of the measure, unite in assenting to its propriety. I know of no country in which there is so little independence of mind and real freedom of discussion as in America.
How can you say a thing like that? Take the publication of books. There is complete freedom of the press with no censorship of books.
Beaumont, you are the one who complains about American literature.
The quality, not the freedom.
The two are connected. There can be no literary genius without freedom of opinion, and freedom of opinion does not exist in America.
For example?
For example, in America, the majority raises formidable barriers around the liberty of opinion. Within these barriers, an author may write what he pleases, but woe to him if he goes beyond them. Before making public his opinions, he thought he had sympathizers. Now it seems to him that he has none anymore, since he has revealed himself to everyone. Then those who blame him criticize loudly, and those who think as he does keep quiet and move away without courage. He yields at length, overcome by the daily effort which he has to make, and subsides into silence as if he felt remorse for having spoken the truth. No writer, whatever his eminence, can escape paying the tribute of adulation to his fellow citizens. The majority lives in a perpetual utterance of self-applause, and there are certain truths which the Americans can learn only from strangers or from experience. But, to do them credit, Beaumont, intelligent Americans are aware of this. Fisher Ames has said,
"In democracies, writers will be more afraid of the people than for them."
And the greatest American author of the day, James Fenimore Cooper.
The tendency of democracies is in all things to mediocrity, since the tastes, knowledge, and principles of the majority form the tribunal of appeal. This circumstance, while it certainly serves to elevate the average qualities of a nation, renders the introduction of a high standard difficult. Thus do we find in literature, the arts, architecture, and in all acquired knowledge, a tendency in America to gravitate towards the common center in this as in other things, lending a value and estimation to mediocrity that are not elsewhere given.
Mediocrity, yes. But Cooper says nothing about this despotism of yours.
No, listen to him, Beaumont.
The public is to be watched in this country as in other countries, kings and aristocrats are to be watched.
But Tocqueville, even while Fenimore Cooper was saying that, the distinguished American historian George Bancroft was proclaiming the American faith.
True political science does indeed venerate the masses. The people can discern right. Individuals claim the divine sanction of truth for the deceitful conceptions of their own fancies. The Spirit of God breathes through the combined intelligence of the people.
And many more Americans agree with George Bancroft than with Fenimore Cooper.
Beaumont, you are as bad as they are. This is exactly what I mean. In America, most people believe that the majority can do no wrong, and that there is more intelligence and wisdom in a number of men united than in a single individual. No, I cannot accept it.
This may sometimes be true, Tocqueville.
Sometimes, certainly, even perhaps usually, but certainly not always. And yet the idea that the majority has not only superior power, but superior intelligence, governs even the minor incidents of social life.
Matters have come to such a pass that a peaceable man can hardly venture to eat or drink or to go to bed or to get up, to correct his children or to kiss his wife, without obtaining the permission and direction of some society.
Remember, Beaumont, how you discovered for yourself in Boston the iron grip of public opinion on the manners of society.
Listen to that.
Well, you know, she does her best.
But how is it possible to enjoy such singing as this? There is neither simplicity nor taste, neither feeling nor execution in her performance.
For the Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases. Only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
This sort of tyranny, I admit, and the Americans admit it too.
Or at least some of the Bostonians do.
Our society takes it upon itself to punish political, moral, and religious dissenters, but most of its wrath is spent upon the champions of democracy. That society is the means of seducing our unsophisticated country members of the legislature, making them believe that republicanism is only fit for backwoodsmen, is a fact too notorious to be mentioned. What man is there in this city that dares to be independent at the risk of being considered bad company? We take it as an insult offered to our own joint judgment when a man stubbornly follows his own mind. For we are accustomed to everything except seeing a man not influenced by the opinion of his neighbors.
As you express it, sir, it seems remarkable.
Remarkable? It's dangerous.
Dangerous? But this does not apply in political life. Here you are protected.
How?
Because every man is entitled to one vote.
My dear sir, you don't grasp the situation. We have frequent elections. That means the majority becomes jury, judge, legislator, and governor. You dare not act as you please in your own house. You dare not educate your children in your own way. You dare not express a wish of your own, but what you have to dread to be exposed in public and have your name paraded in the newspapers. What we face, sir, is the despotism of the majority.
I do not believe enough precautions have been taken in America to limit the power of the majority. A majority taken collectively is only an individual whose opinions and interests are opposed to those of another individual who is styled a minority. If a man possessing absolute power may misuse that power by wronging his adversaries, why should not a majority be liable to the same reproach? Men do not change their characters by uniting with one another. The power to do everything, which I should refuse to one of my equals, I will never grant to any number of them.
Are you saying, Tocqueville, that there is frequent use of tyranny in America now in the 1830s?
No, but I maintain there is no sure barrier against it. I think the kind of oppression by which democratic nations are menaced is unlike anything that ever before existed in the world. You see, every man allows himself to be put in leading strings because he sees that it is the people at large who hold the end of the chain. Everybody is willing to recognize the rights of the majority because they all hope at some time to become the majority. The majority in America, therefore, exercise a prodigious actual authority and a power of opinion which is nearly as great. This state of things is dangerous for the future. And notice, Beaumont, the power of public opinion in the field of religion.
The other day, a tailor sold a suit of clothes to a sailor a few moments before he sailed, which was on a Sunday morning. The Corporation of New York prosecuted the tailor for violating the Sabbath, and he was convicted and sentenced to a fine greatly beyond his means to pay. A New York lawyer defended him with much eloquence, but in vain. This lawyer's powerful speech, however, was not without effect, for it raised him such a host of Presbyterian enemies as sufficed to destroy his own practice. Nor was this all. His nephew was at the time preparing for the bar, and soon after the above circumstance occurred, his certificates were presented and refused with this declaration: that no man of that name and family should be admitted.
Remember what we were told by Father Power, the vicar of the Catholic Church in New York.
I should say myself that very often men seem to act as if the worship of opinion was the established religion of the country.
Not the worship of wealth?
Oh, I'll admit that every man works for wealth in America, and not quite every man does so in the old countries. All the same, it doesn't seem to me that wealth is quite as important as an idol, a snare, a deception, as this other thing. The worship of public opinion is the leading heresy around here, in my humble opinion.
And the same thing was put from a different point of view by the physician we spoke to in Maryland, Dr. Stewart.
Public opinion accomplishes with us what the Inquisition was never able to do. I have known a multitude of young men who, after receiving a scientific education, thought they had discovered that the Christian religion was not true. Carried away by the fire of youth, they began to maintain this opinion openly. They became indignant at the intolerance of the zealous Christians and placed themselves in a position of open hostility. Well, some were obliged to leave the country or to vegetate there miserably. The others, feeling that the struggle was unequal, were constrained to return outwardly into the ways of religion, or at least keep their mouths shut. The number of those thus beaten by public opinion is very considerable.
But there is always the escape to the west. Remember the song we heard in the Michigan Territory?
And there's the land of blue laws where deacons cut their hair, for fear their locks and tenets will not exactly square. When beer that works on Sunday a penalty must pay, while all is free and easy in Michigan, aye. Come go with me and settle in Michigan, aye. Yay, yay, in Michigan, aye.
But in Pennsylvania, I said, explain to me how it happens that in a state founded by Quakers and celebrated for its toleration, free Negroes are not allowed to exercise civil rights. They pay taxes. Is it not fair that they should vote?
You insult us, Mr. Tocqueville, if you imagine that our legislators could have committed so gross an act of injustice and intolerance.
Well, then the Negroes possess the right of voting in this country?
Without a doubt, sir.
How comes it then that at the polling booth this morning I did not perceive a single Negro?
Well, sir, that's certainly not the fault of the law. The Negroes have an undisputed right of voting, but they voluntarily abstain from making their appearance.
A very pretty piece of modesty on their part.
Why, the truth is, sir, that they're not disinclined to vote, but they're afraid of being maltreated.
What?
In this country, sir, the law is sometimes unable to maintain its authority without the support of the majority. But in this case, the majority entertains very strong prejudices against the Negroes, and the government officials are unable to protect them in the exercise of their legal rights.
Then the majority claims the right not only of making the laws, but of breaking the laws it has itself made. I see. As Jefferson says,
the inquisition of public opinion overwhelms in practice the freedom asserted in theory by the laws.
And Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Society everywhere is in conspiracy against the manhood of every one of its members. The virtue in most request is conformity. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist. Nothing is ultimately sacred but the integrity of your own mind.
These are not the views of strangers and foreigners. They are the views of the Americans themselves.
But, Tocqueville, the Americans resist this tyranny of the majority by voluntary associations.
Oh, that's true.
Just think of all those associations we have found here and the reformers we have met. They fight for minority views and personal rights. And the majority is sometimes defeated by energetic minority agitation. No, the feeling in America is not that the will of the majority is a tyranny. In general, Americans agree with George Bancroft.
The best government rests on the people and not on the few, on the free development of public opinion and not on authority. because God has conferred the gifts of mind upon every member of the human race. Truth is not to be ascertained by the impulses of an individual. Truth emerges from the contradictions of personal opinions. Truth acknowledges neither the solitary mind nor the separate faction as its oracle, but owns as its only faithful interpreter the dictates of pure reason itself, proclaimed by the general voice of mankind. Thus, the opinion which we respect is indeed not the opinion of one or of a few, but the sagacity of the many.
In an age of equality, the majority always commands belief. Faith in the majority is itself a kind of religion. But although I fear the tyranny of the majority in America, and although I warn against it, I remain hopeful. Despotism seems to me peculiarly to be dreaded in democratic times. I should have loved freedom, I believe, at all times. But in the time in which we live, I am ready to worship it. But the men who live in democratic ages have naturally a taste for independence. They are naturally impatient of regulation. For a long time, these feelings should prevent the establishment of any despotism, and they will furnish fresh weapons to each succeeding generation that struggles in favor of the liberty of mankind. Let us then look forward to the future, not with that faint and idle terror which depresses and enervates the heart, but with that salutary fear that makes men keep watch and ward for freedom.
You have just heard The Tyranny of the Majority, a study in American freedom, item 9 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. These new Tocqueville study materials, including Tocqueville's 2-volume work, an album of the recordings, the text of the dramatizations, a newly published book, The Happy Republic, containing writings from the 1830s, and a discussion and reading guide, may be obtained from the American Foundation for Continuing Education at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to Common Sense and Moonshine, item 10 on Democracy in America.
Keep an ear to the world around you. Tune to NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
In America, the press constitutes a singular power, so strangely composed of mingled good and evil that liberty could not live without it, and public order can hardly be maintained against it. It causes political life to circulate through all parts of the vast territory. Its eye is constantly open to detect the secret springs of political designs and to summon the leaders of all parties in turn to the bar of public opinion. It rallies the interests of the community around certain principles and draws up the creed of every party. In the United States, each separate newspaper exercises but little authority, but the power of the press is second only to that of the people.
The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press. Item 11 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. a series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in the American press, the chief instrument of freedom.
When Beaumont and I left America in 1832, the American press was on the verge of a great transition. While we were in America, daily newspapers cost 6 cents as a rule. This was too much for the working man. This sixpenny press, as it was called, was edited in the main by and for business institutions and politicians. No one of the 55 newspapers in New York had more than a circulation of 2,000 copies.
Then, suddenly, a year after we left, the great change took place. The penny press was started by the New York Sun in 1833. And what interested the 6-cent public, it did not interest the penny public. Soon there was a newspaper in the hands of every man in the city, and even of every boy old enough to read. These papers are to be found in every hotel, tavern, counting house, shop, etc. Almost every porter and drayman, while not engaged in his occupation, may be seen with a paper in his hands.
Even after we left America, we were able to follow the American press and to discover the inflated and bombastic claims of the self-confident editors of the penny press. Editors who collected all their own news and wrote the entire paper themselves, such as the celebrated Scottish-born James Gordon Bennett.
May 6, 1835. My first declaration of policy for the New York Herald, price 1 penny. In debuts of this kind, many talk of principle, political principle, party principle, as a sort of steel trap to catch the public. We openly disdain all steel traps, all principle, as it is called, all party, all politics. Our only guide shall be good, sound, practical common sense, applicable to the business and bosoms of men engaged in everyday life. We shall endeavor to record facts on every public and proper subject, stripped of verbiage and coloring, with comments, when suitable, just, independent, fearless, and good-tempered. The editors of many of the other daily newspapers are heavy speculators in Wall Street and are truly unfit by nature to come to a right conclusion upon any subject. They pervert every public event from its proper hue and coloring to raise one stock and depress another. There is no truth in them.
Every profession, of course, has its class spirit. The characteristics of the American journalist often consist in an open and coarse appeal to the passions of his readers. He abandons principles to assail the characters of individuals, to track them into private life and disclose all their weaknesses and vices. The first American newspaper over which we cast our eyes contained the following article on the President of the United States, Andrew Jackson.
In all this affair, the language of Jackson, the President, has been that of a heartless despot, solely occupied with the preservation of his own authority. Intrigue is his native element. He governs by means of corruption, and his immoral practices will redound to his shame and confusion. His conduct in the political arena has been that of a shameless and lawless gamester.
And this sort of attack is perfectly usual. Any American journalist will tell you the same, will indeed boast of it.
And why shouldn't I boast of it? In America, the press is a mighty power, and I share a little of that power.
What, sir, do you do exactly?
I'm a correspondent of one of the New York papers.
Oh, you write the letters from Washington for that paper?
Precisely so. And it's a more difficult task to write a good letter than to make a bad speech.
Well, no doubt of that, sir. You may often be employed in making the best of a bad argument.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean by improving what has been said by a senator or representative.
Not only that, but it is we that give the cue to every argument. The representatives in Congress take up a question as they find it stated in the papers.
And it is you that govern the country.
It's the press, sir, and nothing but the press which governs free people.
But is not the press liable to error?
All human institutions are. But we have such abundant means of correcting and preventing it that it's almost impossible for us to be in the wrong. In the first place, our press has the money by which it can secure the best talents, such as me. And secondly, our people are too cool to be easily wrought into a passion.
We are a calculating people.
But your papers are full of personal abuse. Do you think that an advantage?
Not exactly, but it's unquestionably a great help, a seasoning of dull editorials. Our people have so much ordinary conversation in the course of the day that if it were not for the slander contained in our newspapers, they would not be amused at all.
Papers, sir, are the eating, drink, and fuel of the Americans. And on that account, they can never be too hot for them.
But very high seasoning marks a bad taste. I should think the best papers on what is called the aristocratic side would scorn personal abuse.
Quite the reverse, sir, I assure you. It's the only means of attracting notoriety and of pleasing our first people. Besides, it'd be useless to play the part of a gentleman in that respect when all the rest are blackguards. We want strength, sir, strength and nothing but strength. None of your milk and molasses productions of which a man can make neither head nor tail. If we give a man a beating, we do not want him to get up again. We go the whole hog. When we attack a man, we assail at once his moral, political, religious, and domestic relations. Every little helps, you know. Give a dog a bad name and hang him, says the proverb, and it is just so with our politicians.
Indeed, it is pitiful to see what coarse insults, what small vilifications, and what imprudent calumnies fill the journals which serve as party organs.
I have always felt that whatever the divine providence permitted to occur, I was not too proud to report.
To say nothing of the fact that an American newspaper cheerfully prints whatever eccentric notion has entered the editor's head.
The motto of the New York Hawk and Buzzard: our gossip bird shall keep a bright lookout and show the world what folly is about.
I cannot support John Quincy Adams because he has introduced the billiard table into the president's house for the amusement of its inmates and visitors, thus holding out inducements to engage in a captivating vice, departing from plain Republican manners, imitating the court etiquette of regal power, and furnishing an example to the youth of our country which I conceive can be neither too generally nor too severely reprehended.
I founded the Indianapolis Gazette 60 miles from the nearest post office in a Buckeye log cabin of one room, part of which was occupied for family residence, and the ink was put on with balls of dressed deerskin stuffed with wool.
An editor might have started as a lawyer, a preacher, or a self-educated printer. But as an editor, he's let himself in for an exciting life. If he doesn't speak his mind, people lose respect for him. If he speaks his mind too much, he's in danger of life and limb. Editors openly accuse one another of the most disgusting acts, and the pistol is an editorial accessory not infrequently used. I reckon that's why the hard-pressed newspaperman wears his hat at his desk, so as to be able to make a hurried exit.
The policy of James Gordon Bennett. I want to make the New York Herald the great organ of social life, the prime element of civilization, the channel through which native talent, native genius, and native power may bubble up daily. I shall mix together commerce and business, pure religion and morals, literature and poetry, the drama and dramatic purity, till the Herald shall outstrip everything in the conception of man. The age of trashy novels, of more trashy poems, of more trashy quarterly and weekly literature is rapidly drawing to a close. This is the age of the daily press.
We live by our advertisements. Our advertising columns are open to the public, the whole public, and nothing but the public. We admit any advertisements of anything or any opinion from any persons who will pay the price.
The way these American editors speak of the financing of their newspapers reminds us that in America, writers are brain merchants. Literature is an industry. There is neither a classical school nor a romantic school. There is only the commercial school.
Oh, calmement.
Well, you know very well, Tocqueville, these writers will edit newspapers, pamphlets, advertisements. They sell ideas as others sell cloth. Their desk is a counter. Their artistic shows are yard goods. Each article has its price, and they will tell you exactly what a printed inspiration costs.
True, up to a point. But some of the editors of the penny press saw their newspapers as superseding all other institutions.
What is to prevent a daily newspaper from being made the greatest organ of social life? Books have had their day. The theaters have had their day. The temple of religion has had its day. A newspaper can be made to take the lead of all these in the great movements of human thought and of human civilization. A newspaper can send more souls to heaven and save more from hell than all the churches or chapels in New York, besides making money at the same time. Let it be tried.
This is a most extravagant view of the function of the press. But even in 1831, before the revolution of the penny newspapers, the American press was the general and universal literature of the country. In the whole of America, there were more than 1,200 newspapers.
Twice as many as in France and England put together.
In New York City, there were 55 newspapers, many of them weekly, but 11 of them were daily.
A very remarkable thing for a city of little over 200,000 inhabitants.
But in 1831, no one of these papers dominated the others. Not one sold as many as 2,000 copies.
The ease with which American newspapers can be established produces a multitude of them. Each county has a newspaper. But as competition prevents any considerable profit, persons of much capacity are rarely led to engage in these undertakings. Such is the number of the public prints that even if they were a source of wealth, writers of ability could not be found to direct them all. The journalists of the United States are generally in a very humble position, with a scanty education and a vulgar turn of mind. Not authors, really, but idea-mongers.
The editor of the New York Courier and Enquirer, James Watson Webb, was foolish enough yesterday to assault your editor in the street. In the course of the scuffle, he gave me a smart rap over the head. The fellow, no doubt, wanted to let out the never-failing supply of good humor and wit which has created such a reputation for the New York Herald, and appropriate the contents to supply the emptiness of his own thick skull. He did not succeed, however, in rifling my ideas. My ideas in a few days will flow as fresh as ever, and he will find it so to his cost. My damage is a scratch about 3/4 of an inch in length on the third finger of the left hand, which I received from the iron railing I was forced against, and 3 buttons from my vest, which any tailor will reinstate for a 6pence. His loss is a rent from top to bottom of a very beautiful black coat which cost the ruffian $40, and a blow in the face which may have knocked down his throat some of his infernal teeth for anything I know. Balance in my favor, $39.94, and the admiration of my vast public.
This editor's report increased his circulation by 9,000 and was therefore satisfactory. The will of the majority is the most general of laws, and it establishes certain habits to which everyone must conform.
An editor must always be with the people, think with them, feel with them, and he need fear nothing. He will always be right, always be strong, always popular, always free. The world has been humbugged long enough by spouters and talkers and conventioners and legislators et genus omne. This is the editorial age, and the most intellectual of all past ages.
Well, the claim of the press to be the prime element of civilization has some point to it. In ages of equality, every man naturally stands alone. He is easily got rid of, and he is trampled on with impunity. At the present time, an oppressed member of the community has therefore only one method of self-defense. He may appeal to the whole nation, and if the whole nation is deaf to his complaint, he may appeal to mankind. The only means he has of making this appeal is by the press. Thus, the liberty of the press is infinitely more valuable among democratic nations than among all others. It is the only cure for the evils that equality may produce. Equality sets men apart and weakens them, but the press places a wonderful weapon within every man's reach, which the weakest and loneliest of them all may use. Equality deprives a man of the support of his connections, but the press enables him to summon all his fellow men to his assistance.
Yes, and every printer feels his responsibility. Do you remember the 4th of July celebrations in Albany? Part of the procession included wagons and floats, and one of the most interesting and one of the most significant was the printer float.
Well, this like is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin, one of the fathers of independence.
And he spent a lot of time in France. We know something of the famous Mr. Franklin. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Old Ben became a great man, but he was still a printer, trained. He got his education not in cloistered halls, but in front of a typecase.
Very extraordinary.
And Benjamin Franklin was also a very witty author.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, gentlemen. I can see you don't quite understand the situation of a printer in America.
Evidently not.
Well, I'm a printer. I set type. I do odd printing jobs. But I bring out a newspaper. I collect the news. I write it up and I print it. I have my views about how things should be run, and they're pretty decided views. I write them down and I print them.
So a printer is also an editor and a journalist.
That's what he is. Here's a copy of my own paper. Read over the editorials at your leisure. You'll find some of them pretty stinging, I reckon.
I'm sure we shall.
Oh, these announcements of weddings.
Oh, that's a regular thing. Don't you have them?
Certainly, but what is this motto that you have placed at the head of the column?
Yeah, it's a pretty good motto, eh?
The trap sprung, another fool caught.
My views on matrimony. I'm a confirmed bachelor.
As you please, but don't your readers object?
That's their right. An American editor is used to objections from the public. Favorite American pastime, trying to horsewhip the editor. And, of course, in some parts of the country, a lot of editors have to fight duels. Haven't fought any myself, but I have had something to do with readers objecting.
But this doesn't seem to worry you.
Why should it? If a man objects real hard, he can go and start his own paper.
In theory, yes, but can he really?
Of course he can. What do you suppose I did? It only costs a few $100s, and you're in business. The power of the press, gentlemen, is accessible to everyone. Now, let's have a look at this float of ours. The object in the middle is, of course, a printing press. It's a climber press, if you're interested in such things. And the bird flying over is...
The American eagle.
Yeah, good for you.
Who is he carrying in his clothes? It looks like a bust.
It is a bust.
Of Benjamin Franklin again?
Yeah, good for you a second time. Now, you gentlemen being French, I shan't have to tell you what the scroll says in the bird's mouth.
Vérité sans peur.
Truth without fear.
Very noble sentiment, and very appropriate.
But who are the figures that support all this splendor?
On the right, the goddess of liberty, supporting the American flag.
Again, very appropriate.
Yeah. And on the left, the figure of a slave bound in chains. You'll observe the slave has burst the shackles on one arm and is reaching like toward the press for emancipation. That's where it'll come from, you know. And behind there's a crown reversed and a broken scepter. All pretty much to the point when you know where it's supposed to be heading. All highly illustrative of the strength and universality of the power of the press.
The freedom of the press in America began with Jefferson, who was himself roasted on what he called the gridiron of the press. In countries where the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people ostensibly prevails, the censorship of the press is not only dangerous, but absurd.
Is it possible that the publication of facts, or even rumors, can have any tendency to defeat the general operation of justice? If this were true, the more utterly ignorant a man is, the fitter he is to sit as a juror. The honesty, the purity, the integrity of legal practice and decisions throughout the country are more indebted to the American press than to the whole tribe of lawyers and judges who issue their decrees. The press is the living jury of the nation.
When the right of every citizen to a share in the government of society is acknowledged, everyone must be presumed to be able to choose between the various opinions of his contemporaries and to appreciate the different facts from which inferences may be drawn. The censorship of the press and universal suffrage are two things which are irreconcilably opposed and which cannot long be retained among the institutions of the same people. Not a single individual of the millions who inhabit the United States has as yet dared to propose any restrictions on the liberty of the press.
Much of this became clear as we watched the press, both during our stay in America and later as the penny press began. Tocqueville and I were also instructed by Mr. J.G. Spencer, a most distinguished lawyer whom we met at Canandaigua in the state of New York. We asked Mr. Spencer what the influence of the press might be on public opinion.
Here in America, we enjoy all the benefits and advantages of a vicious free press. Let me answer you, Mr. Beaumont, by telling you about an editor I know who always says he makes a moral distinction between telling lies in conversation and telling lies in a newspaper where everybody expects them.
Then we must not believe what we read in a newspaper?
In a newspaper, no. You may be deceived. In the press as a whole, things may be different. Every point of view is represented so strongly that in the midst of the lies and abuse, you can often make out the drift of the truth. Enlightenment through deceit, you could call it.
Under these circumstances, Mr. Spencer, does the press have any influence?
It has a great influence, but it does not exercise it in the same manner as in France. Thus, we attach very little value to the opinions of the journalist. He obtains influence only through the facts which he makes known and the turn he gives them. It's in this way that he sometimes succeeds in misleading opinion about a man or a measure.
What are the limits that you put on the liberty of the press?
Our principle in this matter is very simple. Everything in the realm of opinion is perfectly free. In America, one could every day print that a monarchy is the best of all governments. But when a journal publishes calumnies, when it gratuitously attributes culpable intentions, then it is sued and ordinarily punished with a heavy fine.
What is, in your opinion, the way to diminish the influence of the periodical press?
I am completely convinced that the most effective of all is to multiply the number of newspapers as far as possible and sue them only in extreme cases. Their power diminishes as they become more numerous. With us, interests are divided in 1,000 ways. There are no great centers of action.
As we have in Paris.
With us, it is almost impossible to agitate public opinion over a large area. The New York City newspapers have no more influence on us than those of the neighboring village. Another reason for the small influence obtained by journalists through the expression of their personal opinions is the ill use they put them to in the first years of the Republic. At that time, it was proved that most of them were in the pay of England. And from that time on, public confidence was taken away from them.
In some ways, then, the power of the press is greater in France than in America, and more dangerous for us.
After all, in America, the press is by no means all-powerful. Both Jefferson and Jackson, who is president at this very moment, were elected against the concerted advice of the press.
And yet the press in America remains so free. Is there ever a prosecution launched against it by the government?
By the government? Not since Jefferson. He instituted the freedom of the press. And it's reasonable, gentlemen. After all, it's logical.
How so?
Well, we Americans, having once admitted the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, apply it with perfect sincerity. It was never our intention, out of elements which are changing every day, to create institutions that should last forever. And there is consequently nothing criminal in an attack upon existing laws, provided a violent infraction of them is not intended. We also believe courts of justice are powerless to restrain the abuses of the press without the loss of liberty, and that, as the flexibility of human language perpetually escapes judicial definition, offenses of this nature evade in some manner or other the long arm of the law.
Newspapers, therefore, become more necessary in proportion as men become more equal. To suppose that they only serve to protect freedom would be to diminish their importance. They maintain civilization. In democratic countries, newspapers frequently lead the citizens to launch together into very ill-digested schemes. But if there were no newspapers, there would be no common activity. The evil which they produce is therefore much less than that which they cure. I think that men living in aristocracies may, strictly speaking, do without the liberty of the press, but such is not the case with those who live in democratic countries. To protect every man's personal independence, I do not trust to great political assemblies, to parliamentary privilege, or to the assertion of popular sovereignty. All these things may, to a certain extent, be reconciled with personal servitude. But that servitude cannot be complete if the press is free. The press is the chief democratic instrument of freedom.
You have just heard The Chief Instrument of Freedom, a study in the American press, item 11, in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen, script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now, this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Aristocrats of Democracy, item 12, on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
No matter where you shop, ask for brand names, those featured on NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
When the American people are intoxicated by passion or carried away by the impetuosity of their ideas, they are checked and stopped by the almost invisible influence of their legal counselors. Lawyers in America are the most powerful existing security against the excesses of democracy. If I were asked where I place the American aristocracy, I should reply without hesitation that it is not among the rich, who have no common tie, but that it occupies the judicial bench and bar.
The Aristocrats of Democracy, a study in American law and lawyers. Item 12 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American law and lawyers, the Aristocrats of Democracy.
When Beaumont and I visited America in 1831, we were much impressed by the influence of lawyers in public life. For, of course, the government of democracy is favorable to the political power of lawyers. For when the wealthy, the noble, and the king are excluded from the government, the lawyers take possession of it in their own right, as it were, since they are the only men of information and sagacity that the people can choose.
Well, Tocqueville, you feel that the lawyers are always on the side of order.
Lawyers, Beaumont, aren't afraid of tyranny. What they don't like is arbitrary power. Also, lawyers are trained to rely on precedents, and this makes them very conservative.
I think it's rather sweeping to maintain that American lawyers are always conservatives on the side of order.
No, I don't say that all members of the legal profession are at all times the friends of order and the opponents of innovation, but merely that most of them usually are. Remember our talk with Mr. Albert Gallatin, who had been President Jefferson's Secretary of the Treasury.
Lawyers occupy the first rank in society. They exert a great influence. The result is that lawyers here are rather conservative.
But that is surprising. Very often in Europe, they are restless. They often cause disturbances.
Lawyers mainly contributed to the overthrow of the French monarchy in 1789.
Well, it's different here. Now, of course, if it wasn't for the lawyers, some things might be easier. Our civil laws, for example, should have been revised long ago. But, of course, the lawyers profit by all the abuses and obscurities, and so they defend them. It is to the interest of the lawyers to have the laws as unintelligible as possible, since no one would pay them for advice concerning laws which could be understood. So American lawyers don't improve the civil laws.
It is curious for us, two French lawyers, to hear your complaint against the stationary spirit of lawyers and the prejudices they have in favor of existing institutions.
Well, Mr. Tocqueville, they compose the majority of the members of the legislatures.
What about your judges? Are they also lawyers? What sort of judges do you have?
Well, the magistrates are all taken from among the lawyers.
I understand your lawyers form the highest political class and the most cultivated portion of your society.
Very true. And the bench is sustained only by public opinion. And, of course, it makes continual efforts to retain it. Its integrity is beyond question. I regard the bench, upheld as it is on every occasion by the body of lawyers, as the regulator of the irregular movements of our democracy, the part that maintains the balance of the whole machine. And notice this, because it's very important. The judges are able to refuse to apply an unconstitutional law, and this means that they are, in a sense, a political body.
The more I think of it, Tocqueville, the more I am convinced we are right when we say that America is governed by lawyers.
But there's no doubt that intelligent Americans are well aware of this. Do you remember Mr. John Latrobe of Baltimore, the lawyer?
Mr. Latrobe. Oh, yes. He was the gentleman who told us about elections in America and about the extremely democratic Constitution in Maryland.
Realistically speaking, gentlemen, there are no political parties in the United States today.
No political parties?
Not in the European sense. There are no fundamental differences, monarchists versus republicans, for instance, nothing of that sort. Once a party, so-called, gets into power, it directs things very much as its opponents were doing. Oppositions can never actually govern with the principles that get them elected. Everything in America is a question of men rather than parties. There are only those who have the power and those who want to have it, those who are in and those who are out.
A number of Americans have told us, Mr. Latrobe, that the General Jackson party strength is a danger to property rights and may lead to a military despotism.
This despotism exists wholly in the imaginations of the defeated party. Indeed, it is difficult to say what more of liberty they would have than they now enjoy. Each state has its separate sovereignty, and by universal suffrage, or nearly so, all the members of its upper and lower house are elected and its governor chosen. No law can be made or taxes imposed without their consent. Freedom of the press and trial by jury exist in their greatest vigor, while all opinions on political or religious subjects are as free and persons and property as perfectly protected as in any country that ever existed. If the present administration were removed tomorrow and another planted in its place, not a single additional liberty, civil, political, or religious, could be granted to the people.
Oh, that could not be said of France. But how is this accomplished? What men do the American voters choose?
Lawyers. The United States is governed by lawyers. It's they who have almost all the posts. The president, General Jackson, is a soldier.
And also, I think, a lawyer.
Well, anyway, a soldier mainly. But look at his cabinet. Every single secretary is a lawyer. Yes, gentlemen, for better or worse, the United States is governed by lawyers.
But many of these things Beaumont and I saw for ourselves. For in January of 1832, we traveled by stagecoach from New Orleans to Norfolk, and then by steamboat up the Potomac to the national capital, the city of Washington.
How well I remember that journey up the Potomac. We spent it in the company of a most wise and intelligent American, Mr. Joel Roberts Poinsett, a former ambassador to Mexico, and a personal representative of President Andrew Jackson. And as we neared Washington, we questioned Mr. Poinsett about the federal government that we were soon to see for ourselves.
Do you really think, Mr. Poinsett, that this complicated federation of states can be made to work?
I think it's the only thing that will work. For my part, I don't believe in the duration of a great republic unless it be a federation. Of course, gentlemen, the Constitution of the United States is a difficult and complicated instrument.
I understand that, Mr. Poinsett. Everything must rest, I suppose, on the people's choice of representatives.
Well, mostly they choose men who flatter them. If voting were limited, things might be better. I only say might. Anyway, it doesn't signify. It's in the nature of a democracy that the qualifications broaden irresistibly until everyone has the vote.
Well, universal suffrage is by no means a guarantee of the wisdom of popular choice, whatever its advantages may be. This is not one of them. And I suppose a poor selection gives rise to poor laws and poor government?
Not nearly as much as you'd think, Mr. Beaumont.
Why not?
Well, these assemblies always contain some men of talent. From the first days of the session, these overwhelm the others and dominate business entirely. It's really they who make and discuss the laws. The others vote blindly. We have had representatives who didn't know how to read or write.
I suppose many people don't care.
But surely they must care about the president. Doesn't the nomination for president excite real political passions?
It certainly puts the interested parties into a great commotion. It makes the newspapers make a lot of noise, but the mass of the people remain indifferent. The president has, in the last analysis, so little influence on their happiness. To tell you the truth, Mr. Tocqueville, it's Congress that governs, in my opinion.
Well, one or two strong presidents might make a difference. Who knows?
Oh, Beaumont, I can hardly wait to get to Washington and see all this for myself.
Well, you won't have long to wait. You've been looking at Washington for the last 5 minutes. There, on your right.
What? Washington? Is this the capital of the United States?
Sure, it's the outskirts. Haven't you noticed the houses?
A few cabins dotted about on an arid plain.
Look at it with the eyes of an American, and you'll see something very different. We predict a population of 1 million very soon. In the meantime, Washington, whatever it may look like today with its 20,000 people, is still the home of the 3 branches of government: the President, the Congress, and the Supreme Court.
We scarcely arrived in Washington when the French minister took us to the White House in the evening to present us to Andrew Jackson, the President of the United States. Even though we were very young and unimportant and completely unknown assistant magistrates in France, we were able to see the President. To our surprise, any stranger or foreign visitor can secure an invitation to a White House party simply by leaving his card. We saw the President on a day of public reception, but during our whole visit, only 2 or 3 persons entered.
What do you think of this palace?
Hardly a palace, Beaumont. The President has no guards watching the door. In Paris, I think we'd simply call this a fine private residence.
I like the decoration. It is simple, tasteful, but less brilliant than the offices of our French ministers.
The President will see you now, gentlemen.
Well, Beaumont, this is the Democrat we have heard so much about. The man of iron.
Yes, the deadly duelist, the victor of New Orleans.
Mr. President, I have the honor to present to you Count Alexis de Tocqueville.
Sir, it is an honor.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Tocqueville.
And I have the honor also to present Mr. Gustave de Beaumont.
Sir, I am enchanted and overwhelmed.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Beaumont. Well, gentlemen, how long have you been in America?
Since last May, sir.
Last May. Very good.
Therefore, we have been here about 9 months, sir.
9 months? Yes, good. How do you like our country?
We are Overwhelmed, sir?
Most people, I believe, are. It's an overwhelming country. Take a glass of Madeira with me?
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Have you been making any particular study of our institutions, gentlemen?
Monsieur de Tocqueville and Monsieur de Beaumont are here to study American prisons.
Most interesting. Well, gentlemen, here's health.
Health to you, sir.
Have you seen much of the country?
As much as possible, sir. We have traveled extensively in New England and down the Mississippi.
Well, gentlemen, then you've seen the West, I'm sure. I certainly congratulate you. And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me.
By all means, sir.
It's been a great pleasure to meet you gentlemen from France. I hope that seeing America has enlarged your views. There never have been 13 millions of people associated together in one political body who enjoyed so much freedom and happiness as the people of these United States. Perhaps you'll be able to get to the White House again sometime during your stay in Washington.
Well, Beaumont.
Well, Tocqueville?
General Jackson. An old man. What is he, 66? But full of vigor. Not a man of genius. That was the dullest interview of our trip.
Tocqueville, you underestimate General Jackson.
If I do, Beaumont, so do all of the enlightened people who have told us that General Jackson is only able to flatter the passions of the people.
Only able to flatter the people. But that's it. I think that the presidential leadership of General Jackson, the popularity of General Jackson, is a most mysterious and remarkable thing in this democracy, which apparently seems to be governed by lawyers.
In every country, military glory has a prestige the masses can't resist.
Yes, but does that explain General Jackson's presidential leadership? I think not. I think President Jackson is very artful. He's the first president to make use of the press. You know, every guest at the White House dinner is provided with 2 forks, steel and silver, to take his choice. Jackson uses the steel forks, and he's known as the man of iron. General Jackson's great achievement is in making himself a popular personality. I watched him closely, perhaps because this afternoon, while at the Capitol, I overheard an extraordinary conversation between 2 senators about the presidency.
General Jackson understands the people of the United States 20 times better than his antagonists. And if his successor has but half the same tact, the Whigs may give up hope of governing the country for the next half-century. Brandy?
Delighted. But you ought not to say tact, for that alone will not do it. He must have the same manners as Jackson, addressing himself to the feelings of every man with whom he comes in contact, carrying the conviction of honesty, while the firmness of his character inspires his friends with the hope of success. Jackson's mottos are, never sacrifice a friend to an enemy, and make yourself strong with your friends, and you needn't fear your foes.
These loyalties must be born in a man. They must be spontaneous and felt as such by the people, or they lose the best part of their effect. All the tact in the world will not answer. But when we see a man as prudent, we become cautious ourselves, and then farewell to popularity.
Well, Senator, when the people give their vote to a man, they never do so on a rigid examination of his political principles. They haven't the time or disposition. And it's useless to attempt to persuade the people to a different course by a long and tedious argument.
My experience as a senator is that the masses act in politics pretty much as they do in religion. Every doctrine is with them a matter of faith, received principally on account of their trust in the man. If a man fails to captivate their hearts, no reasoning in the world is capable of filling the vacancy.
Precisely so. The people have faith in Andrew Jackson. General Jackson is popular just because he is General Jackson.
With this kind of popularity, it is in vain to contend.
Very remarkable. It is a pure gift of heaven, and a self-educated man into the bargain.
What has his education to do with it, sir?
Not much, 'tis true.
Nothing, sir. People complain that General Jackson can't write a decent English sentence.
I don't believe it. He's a qualified lawyer.
Is education the standard to measure the capacity of a political chief, especially an American one? No, sir. I say again, General Jackson understands the people better than any president before him. All his deeds are in unison with his political doctrines and carried through, notwithstanding the enormous opposition that wealth and talent put in the way of their execution.
There's certainly no doubt whatever that the impulse that General Jackson has given to the democracy of America will always continue to be felt and impel the government in a popular direction.
I agree, Senator. Not that I approve of all his political principles, for I don't. But I like Old Hickory and would rather see him president than any other.
General Jackson has a good memory. He never forgets a man who's rendered him a service, nor does he ever cease to remember an injury.
Naturally.
General Jackson introduced the doctrine of reward and punishment and has got along with it better than his warmest friends anticipated. He has appointed his friends to office and dismissed his antagonists the moment they took an active part in politics. That principle, sir, is the proper one to go upon.
You're right.
The hope of reward and the fear of punishment govern men in politics and religion. Oh, sir, more brandy.
Thank you, Senator. And a toast to General Jackson.
General Jackson.
Jackson, he was wide awake and wasn't scared at trifles, for well he knew what aim we take with our Kentucky rifles. And down there stood our little force, none wished it could be greater, for every man was half a horse and half an alligator. Oh, Kentucky, the hunters of Kentucky. Oh, Kentucky, the hunters of Kentucky.
After we saw the president, we saw the Congress. We stayed 2 weeks in Washington in January of 1832, meeting the Secretary of State, congressmen, senators, having dinner with ex-President John Quincy Adams, and seeing the Capitol. Mr. Poinsett was our guide, and we spent almost all our days in the Senate and the legislature.
Let me take you into the House of Representatives. This is a great place for talk, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, during the Revolutionary War, David Gordon lived in Mecklenburg County, Virginia, a county then and now celebrated for raising fine horses. Yes, the best...
Who are the leaders, Mr. Poinsett, among the congressmen?
Well, 9/10 of the congressmen are lawyers, men accustomed to public speaking.
Do you know, Mr. Poinsett, I am convinced that the profession of law is the only aristocratic element that can be peacefully combined with democracy, and usefully and permanently combined.
Oh, come, Tocqueville, lawyers aren't such wonderful fellows as all that.
I know all about their inherent defects, but without this admixture of lawyer-like sobriety with the democratic principle, I question whether democratic institutions could long be maintained.
I'm accustomed to think of lawyers as something of a nuisance. But you, Mr. Tocqueville, speak of them as if they were essential to make democracy work.
That is it exactly. I cannot believe that this republic could hope to exist at the present time if the influence of lawyers in public business did not increase in proportion to the power of the people.
Well, it's true that the legal profession, Mr. Tocqueville, is the nursery of our Congress.
What is this issue before them now? I believe they are talking about a horse.
Amy Darden's horse. It's a celebrated case. The case of a horse in Virginia that was requisitioned over 50 years ago in the War of Independence and somehow never got paid for. It'll need an act of Congress to settle. It's a big emotional issue. This fellow's Mr. Claiborne, a representative from Virginia. Listen to him go.
The people, Mr. Speaker, have equity jurisdiction. They are sovereign. We represent them here. We will take chancery jurisdiction then and pay this debt. Sir, I have been astonished at the tone adopted in speaking of Mrs. Darden's horse, Romulus. He was a full-blooded Arabian, beautiful in color, his step gay and lively, his eye bespoke spirit and docility. White nostrils breathing fire made him a war horse whom Bonaparte himself would have been proud to have ridden at the Battle of Jena. We are told that if we pass this bill, we may be called on to pass many similar claims. I have no fears of that sort. Let us wipe off the debts of the revolution. It is time to do so. Alas, how life is fleeting. The claim has now descended to Darden's children, and unless it be soon discharged.
It is striking that this great deliberative body should spend so much time on a long-dead horse.
It's not the horse, it's the principle.
Oh, precisely.
American parliamentary eloquence is a very remarkable thing, and it is devoted to gratifying a congressman's constituents.
And what, Mr. Poinsett, goes on in that part of the Capitol building?
Today, nothing. But that, gentlemen, is where the third branch of the government meets. The Supreme Court, under the powerful direction of Chief Justice Marshall.
What a task they have. I have gradually learned that the peace, the prosperity, and the very existence of the Union are vested in the hands of those federal judges. Without them, the Constitution would be a dead letter. The executive appeals to them for assistance against the encroachments of the legislative power. The legislature demands their protection against the assaults of the executors. They defend the Union from the disobedience of the states from the exaggerated claims of the Union, the public interest against private interests, and the conservative spirit of stability against the fickleness of the democracy.
The Supreme Court judges, especially as led by Justice Marshall, do have enormous power.
Yes, but it is the power of public opinion. They are all powerful as long as the people respect the law. But they would be impotent against popular neglect or contempt of the law.
They must be statesmen as well as judges.
Yes, they must be wise to discern the signs of the times, not afraid to brave those obstacles that can be subdued, but at the same time ready to turn away from the current when it threatens to sweep them off, and the supremacy of the Union and the obedience due to the law along with them. I think that if the Supreme Court is ever composed of imprudent or bad men, the Union may be plunged into anarchy or civil war. In America, the lawyers have enormous influence upon society. The spirit of the law gradually penetrates to the lowest classes. The whole people contract the habits and the tastes of the judicial magistrate. The laws help to form the spirit, the morals, and the character of the people. All citizens are obliged to borrow in their daily controversies the ideas and even the language peculiar to judicial proceedings. The language of the law thus becomes a common tongue. The lawyers of the United States form a party which is but little feared and scarcely perceived, which has no badge peculiar to itself, which adapts itself with great flexibility to all social movements. The aristocracy of America is on the bench and at the bar. The legal profession extends over the whole community and penetrates into all the classes, acting upon the country imperceptibly and finally fashioning it to suit its own purposes.
You have just heard The Aristocrats of Democracy, a study in American law and lawyers. Item 12 in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair and George E. Probst. Music by Lucio Agostini. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Happy Republic, Item 13 on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Keep an ear to the world around you. Tune to NBC Radio.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
A glance is enough to detect the faults of democracy, but the good qualities can be seen only by long observation. The laws of American democracy are frequently defective. How comes it then that the American republics prosper and continue?
The Happy Republic, a study in American values. Item 13 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of the 1830s, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American values. The Happy Republic.
I wonder if I might have a little silence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, two of our guests this evening, Mr. Tocqueville and Mr. Beaumont, are sailing tomorrow for France.
Fancy picking the middle of February to cross the Atlantic.
Fancy picking any day to leave the United States in favor of Europe.
Alas, madame, we too are patriots.
I know you are, Mr. Tocqueville, and the sentiment does you credit. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose a toast to our guests, and to the United States, the home of liberty, and to France, the home of Lafayette.
United States and France.
Come on, gentlemen. Reply.
No, don't reply to the toast. Instead, just tell us what you think of America.
Miss Fulton, that was the first question we heard when we arrived 10 months ago.
Then let it also be the last as you leave. Surely you've learned something, Mr. Beaumont.
I have learned, Miss Fulton, to admire and to respect American womanhood. And to leave the ladies the last word.
Now, just a moment. You came here when?
May 1831, Mr. Sparks.
You've traveled to many places?
Everywhere.
You've talked to many people?
Everybody.
You've seen many things?
Everything.
Then I support Miss Fulton's question. What do you think of America? What comes into your mind now when I say the word America, Mr. Tocqueville?
America? Equality.
Mr. Beaumont?
America? A picture, a scene on the frontier. We were approaching Detroit. On the one side, Canada. On the other, the United States. In the distance, we could see Fort Malden.
Fort Malden, founded by the French.
Yes, with the Catholic steeple surmounted by a rooster, just like Caen or some other town in Normandy.
I remember very well.
We were 2 weeks in the wilderness of the territory of Michigan. The forest was like a majestic order reigning above our heads. Their branches intertwined, the forest trees seemed to form a single immense and indestructible edifice, under whose vaults reigns an eternal obscurity. There was a silence so profound, a stillness so complete, that the soul was filled with a sort of religious terror.
Not only man was missing,
But even the voices of animals and birds were not heard in the heat of the July day.
This wilderness everywhere stretches before you, even to the Arctic Pole, to the Pacific Ocean. But on the morrow of our visit, these mighty forests will be gone. Civilization consumes the wilderness like a forest fire.
I remember the cabin that had a big black bear chained up outside it as a watchdog, and the Indian we met near Saginaw. Just as we were going to cross the stream, this man came towards us in his buckskins, with the sun gleaming on his copper face. He put 2 fingers on my shoulder and said, in good, strong French, with a Norman accent, "Watch out, people sometimes get drowned here." I shouldn't have been more surprised if my horse had spoken to me in French.
Oh, the West is so romantic, Mr. Tocqueville. But I hear Niagara Falls is splendid.
Dear Madame, it is as enchanting as yourself.
And so unspoiled.
What strikes you most in this country?
That would take a volume to tell everything, Mrs. Brooks. And perhaps even I would no longer believe it tomorrow. There are, however, 2 or 3 impressions which strike me about this country.
Tell us.
The first is that this people is the happiest in the world.
I agree, sir.
It seems to me, Mr. Perry, that this country owes its immense prosperity much less to its peculiar virtues, less to a form of government, of itself superior to other forms, than to the particular circumstances in which it finds itself. Never before has a people found for itself such a happy and fruitful basis of life. Here, freedom is unrestrained and subsists by being useful to everyone without injuring anybody. But there is undeniably something feverish in the activity this imparts to industry and the human spirit.
Mr. Tocqueville, nothing is easier than to enrich oneself in America. Everybody works.
And the country is still so rich that all who work rapidly succeed in acquiring that which renders existence happy. Political agitation only occupies a small corner of the picture here. There is not an American newspaper in which the price of cotton does not take up more room than politics.
Don't you believe in business, in our American progress?
Well, I believe in American progress. I'm planning to invest some of my money in Western Railroad bonds. Surely that is a sign of confidence.
Oh, why not in steamboats?
Miss Fulton's father is, of course...
He is, of course, the distinguished Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor of the steamboat.
I think that steamboats have not been operated in a way that could inspire confidence.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Sparks?
I've been on quite a few vessels where the strength of the boiler has not quite been equal to the zeal and the enthusiasm of the captain.
Oh?
Steamboat racing, you know, is quite a pastime here. What do I mean, Miss Fulton? I mean racing. I mean blowing up. I mean shipwrecks.
As a matter of fact, Miss Fulton, we have been in 3 steamboat wrecks, with all respect to your famous father.
Oh, dear.
But everyone must recognize the discovery of steam has added unbelievably to the strength and prosperity of the Union because it has made communication easier.
It's very true that in the South, where communications are bad, things languish a trifle by comparison.
Mr. King, I really think it's time for the ladies to withdraw for a moment to collect their finery while you gentlemen enjoy another cigar.
Very well, Mrs. Brooks. Miss Fulton?
Are you ready, Miss Fulton? Oh, sir.
Yes. Light up, gentlemen. Let's have a little more brandy.
Yes, Mr. Brooks, there is hardly a pioneer's hut that does not contain a few odd volumes of Shakespeare. It was in a log cabin that I read Henry V for the first time.
You said, Mr. Tocqueville, that America calls to your mind equality?
It does, Mr. Brooks. I see gradually the distinctions of rank being done away with. The barriers that once severed mankind are falling. Property is being divided, power is shared by many, education is spreading, the capacities of all classes tend toward equality. Each man has a consciousness of his independent position and his individual dignity, which doesn't always make him very agreeable to approach, but leads him to respect himself. On the steamboat, we at first wanted to give a tip to the steward. They prevented us, claiming that this would humiliate him. The general equality of condition of the people is a fundamental fact.
There is a great deal of equality, but a great many of us in Boston are trying to keep up higher standards. Tell you what, Mr. Tocqueville, radicals spout a lot about equality in Europe. Well, there's no greater punishment for a European demagogue than to pass a year or two in the United States. Am I right, Mr. Perry?
Our fashionable society in Boston is certainly capable of curing the maddest Republican of his Republican distemper. Yes, sir. Just send him over here for 2 months with plenty of letters to our first people, but he'll return home as quiet and as loyal a subject as anyone born in the glaring sunshine of royal favor.
I'm serious, Mr. Perry. Democracy, equality is not all present by any means.
Democracy is like a raft, Mr. Brooks. It doesn't sink, but your feet are always wet.
Yes, Mr. Sparks. Democracy, like any other human institution, must have disadvantages as well as advantages.
That's certainly true. And one of the disadvantages is that democracy turns into mobocracy. And it is the European emigrants that are responsible. The present company excepted, I don't mean the French, I mean those blackguards, principally the Germans and the Irish. They come here with the most ridiculous notions of liberty and equality. Having been slaves all their lives, they set an exaggerated value on freedom without knowing the value of property. What can a man know about our institutions if he's not raised among us? Our institutions, after all, are only the English ones, improved and mutilated, just as you please. But be this as it may, I prefer the English to our own. I cannot bear equality.
I've made 22 trips to Europe, Mr. Brooks, and I observe that frequently the higher classes in America seem to be determined upon making everyone that is poorer than themselves feel his inferiority in order to make him as uncomfortable as possible. And all this is done with an affection of republican simplicity, which makes every arrogance only the more offensive as coming from an equal.
In order to make any kind of aristocracy tolerable, Mr. Poinsett, it is necessary that it should, in some shape or other, either protect the lower classes or never come in contact with them. The aristocracy of the Atlantic cities is unfortunately neither a protector of the lower orders, with whom it's continually wrestling for power, nor is it capable of avoiding incessant contact with them. Hence arises a continual jarring, the rich claiming a rank which the poor are unwilling to grant, and the poor, provoked by the unprofitable arrogance of the rich, opposing to them insolence which a laboring man in Europe would hardly dare to offer to his equals.
I wonder, Mr. Riker, who would you say does have the power in America?
Mr. King?
By and large, I'd say the elected officers, the men who fill public office.
What kind of men are they?
What kind of men fill public office? Usually, I should say, men whose capacity and character place them in the second rank.
Even Governor Throop of your own state here in New York?
Throop's a good enough fellow, but no family, no background, no roots. And I do not run for office myself. Public positions, you see, do not yield enough money or enough consideration or enough power to attract the energies of really distinguished men. It was, of course, quite otherwise when our republic was founded. Today, unfortunately, we no longer see great statesmen. The great men employ their energy in other careers. Isn't that true in Boston, Mr. Perry?
The fact is, instead of great men, our own Massachusetts House of Representatives is now composed of members who are interested in mackerel inspection, cider presses, proper fencing, and who make their livelihoods raising potatoes or brewing small beer. And these representatives come for no other purpose than to oppose the more elevated measures proposed by the more enlightened members from Boston.
That is a fact. And even our city representatives in Boston have so far degraded their station that it is now a disgrace, not an honor, to be delegated by the people.
But, Mr. Brooks, what have they done to disgrace themselves?
That is soon told, Mr. Beaumont. Every country member comes with a determined purpose to oppose us. And above all things, to let the Bostonians pay most of the expenses of the state.
The positive fact is that few of our representatives are gentlemen.
The fact is, Mr. King, that very few gentlemen will nowadays consent to become representatives except it be for the Congress. Even that won't last long if things go on much longer the way they have for the last 7 or 8 years.
Is this Jacksonian democracy?
General Jackson, the president, is partly a scoundrel, partly a fool, and partly a mountebank.
But he was elected by the will of the people, Mr. King.
The voice of the people is the voice of God. Not, I think, when they called him General Jackson. No, our democracy is of the worst kind. It does not strive for equality, but for supremacy. All we lacked was universal suffrage to complete our misery, as if the mob had not enough power without it.
May I say, The United States is, perhaps of all nations, the one where ruling gives least glory to the rulers. No single person is responsible for its leadership. Management of government affairs does not depend on a few men. It is the work of all. You must admit, Mr. Perry, that you gentlemen from Boston are used to certain standards. You are born to riches.
No, Mr. Beaumont, you mustn't think my attitude arises from my being born to riches, as you put it. Although I do feel I was intended to be a substantial sort of man. I was born in the country, and my father, who was a poor farmer with a large family, used to come to Boston to market. One day, when I was 12 years old, I came with him, hoping to find some work to do to earn my living. We got in early in the morning by driving nearly all night. And while we were in the street waiting for somebody to buy our load, I took a newspaper off a doorstep and began to read it. Almost the first thing I saw was an advertisement of Boy Wanted. When Father had sold his load, we went to look for the place. It was a large house on a handsome street belonging to a merchant. And the boy was wanted to work in the kitchen, help the cook clean knives, black boots, and wait on tables. The work seemed easy enough and the pay good, so I stayed. The merchant was pleased with me, and after a while took me into the store to do errands and such light work. Then I became a clerk, then a partner. The merchant's daughter was as partial to me as her father always had been, and I got married. And here I am. And all from looking into a newspaper one frosty morning in the streets of Boston.
It is one of the great advantages of democracy that a man can change his station.
Perhaps, Mr. Perret, you were born one of nature's men of property, just as they say there are nature's noblemen.
Do you seriously believe there are?
As a matter of fact, I do. Your own George Washington was certainly one. I heard the other day a remarkable story of the War of 1812. British soldiers were sailing up the Potomac in 1814 to set fire to the capital. But as they passed Mount Vernon, the British officers assembled on deck and reverently uncovered their heads in honor of the great George Washington. Even an enemy respected that man's nobility.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's time we join the ladies. Drink up smartly, douse your cigars. Mrs. King can't abide a brother smoke getting into her curtains. The time was I used to have to smoke with my head up the chimney, even in here.
And still, Mr. Tocqueville, you leave tomorrow and you haven't really told us what you think of America.
My dear Miss Fulton, I'm trying. But the subject is so vast. One would need to write a book.
Then do so.
I will.
And what will you say?
Well, that there is nothing absolute in the theoretical value of political institutions.
Oh?
Their efficiency depends almost always on the original circumstances and the social condition of the people to whom they are applied. I see institutions succeed here which would infallibly turn France upside down. Yet I believe this people is one of the happiest in the world. Your society is 100 times happier than ours.
Yes. The quarrels which are carried on in the newspapers or in society only concern persons. For example, the friends of General Jackson versus the friends of Henry Clay.
The more I consider this American society, the more I realize it to be composed of peculiar elements which render imitation very dangerous, if not impossible. Indeed, I wonder if it is ever wise for one people to imitate another, or whether one people should ever urge another to imitate them.
Well, don't mention our newspapers, Mr. Tocqueville. They're so bad, they're quite unimportant.
Oh, Miss Fulton, I was quite struck by the toast to the press given at the 42nd anniversary celebration of Tyranny, several days after I landed in New York. The toast was, the press, the channel of public opinion. Who would not submit to its occasional abuse rather than forego the blessing of its freedom? I'm quite sure they are very important.
What are very important, Mr. Tocqueville?
Newspapers, Mr. Poinsett.
There's no doubt of that. Many causes, many crusades, many zealous men look to the press for support. And if no newspaper is ready to support them, they start a new one.
Really, there is nothing but a newspaper which can drop the same thought into 1,000 minds at the same moment. I think of a newspaper, Mr. Poinsett, as an advisor, that does not have to be sought, but which comes to you of its own accord and talks to you briefly every day of the common affairs without distracting you from your own private affairs.
Yes, and the press enables the people to carry out together the schemes they thought up separately.
I think at once of the valuable and widespread temperance associations. America is full of these voluntary associations that speak through American newspapers.
Are you speaking of temperance associations?
And the press, Mr. Brooks.
So newspapers always represent some kind of association?
I think so. A newspaper can survive only on the condition of publishing sentiments or principles common to a large number of men. A newspaper, therefore, always represents an association that is composed of its habitual readers. The newspaper brought them together, and the newspaper is still necessary to keep them united. In this way, voluntary associations, supported by the press, help to diminish the tyranny of the majority, which seems to me one of the most serious disadvantages of democracy.
But we have noticed in America that political ideas seem to be invested with what you might almost call a religious aura.
Very true, Mr. Beaumont. A religious aura, but not a sectarian one. You're quite right if you feel that to the vast majority of Americans, the Union itself has an almost sacred feeling connected with it. It's been idealized into an object of love and veneration. After all, it's the principal guardian of our liberties.
Not the press?
Or the vote?
Or the jury?
All these are the children of the Constitution and of the Union.
Why do you mention the jury, Mr. Sparks? It is only made up of ignorant men. It makes mistakes.
The men are ignorant only in learning, Mr. Beaumont. As far as the case before them is concerned, they've given the matter sustained attention.
They certainly have. Last month, when Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, and I were traveling by stagecoach across Alabama, we were told by an Alabama lawyer journeying with us that there's no one who isn't carrying arms under his coat. If a man gets into the smallest kind of argument, he's apt to pull out a knife or pistol.
Mr. Poinsett, I remember asking, when a man is killed in this fashion, isn't his assassin punished?
And the answer this Alabama lawyer gave was, he's always judged and acquitted by the jury, providing there are no very aggravating circumstances. Not a single man of the least note pays for that sort of killing with his life, because every man on the jury feels he may one day find himself in the same situation as the prisoner, and when he remembers that, why, he acquits.
We were astonished at what the people are doing. The people are judging themselves. Instead of common sense, you get perhaps their prejudices in the matter.
Well, they do act from passion, from prejudice sometimes.
And then the judge overrules them.
No, he's not allowed to do that. He can't alter the verdict of the jury. The Court of Appeal does have the right to question the verdict of a jury for any motive whatever, and to send the case back for retrial. But that right is used only in the last extremity, and when the error or the prejudice is glaringly obvious. You see, the people set great store by the judgment of the jury.
Even in civil matters?
Yes. The people watches with great jealousy, lest any blow be struck at the moral power of the jury. The jury, in fact, is the most direct application of the principle of the sovereignty of the people. I should say that the practical intelligence and political good sense of Americans are mainly attributable to the long use they have made of the jury in civil causes. The jury makes every man think like a judge. It teaches every man to judge his neighbor as he himself would be judged. The jury teaches every man not to recoil before the responsibility of his own actions. By obliging men to turn their attention to other affairs than their own, it rubs off that private selfishness which is the rust of society, and teaches people how to rule well.
I agree entirely, Mr. Sparks. The jury, your courtroom system, the federal system are great advantages for American democracy. In France, our courts of justice are called upon to try only the controversies of private individuals. But your Supreme Court summons sovereign powers to its bar. When the clerk in that court calls the docket and announces the state of New York versus the state of Ohio, each party representing millions of men. Gentlemen, the Supreme Court is no ordinary body.
Americans have great respect for law.
Rightly. In America, you obey the law, not only because it is self-imposed, but because it may be changed if it is harmful.
Do you think this is the greatest advantage of democracy?
No, Miss Fulton. I think the greatest advantage is that democracy simply tries to contribute to the well-being of the greatest number. But it is difficult. Nothing is more fertile in prodigies than the art of being free. Nothing is more arduous than the apprenticeship of liberty.
Do you think American democracy will flourish?
Is it an argument against democratic institutions that they cannot last forever? Might you not just as well despise youth and vigor because they are doomed to old age and decrepitude?
Mr. Riker, I'm not so much alarmed at the excessive liberty you find in America in the 1830s as in the inadequate securities against tyranny.
Then do you think men of property have anything to fear?
Those complaints against property, Mr. Brooks, which are so common in Europe, are not heard in America. No. Because every American has property of his own to defend, everyone recognizes the principle upon which he holds it.
Say what you like, Mr. Tocqueville. Democracy gives you government by the mob, government by ignorant demagogues.
Yet, Mr. Perry, the most remarkable thing is this in the United States. Where public officers have no class interest to promote, the general and constant influence of the government is beneficial, although the individuals who conduct it are frequently unskilled and sometimes contemptible. There is indeed a secret tendency in democratic institutions that makes the exertions of the citizens subservient to the prosperity of the community, in spite of their vices and their mistakes.
At last, Mr. Tocqueville. Is that what you think of America?
I still can't reply in a single word, Miss Fulton. America is not simple, you know. Nowhere does America exhibit that systematic uniformity so dear to the superficial minds of the day. But we are leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to think about that question for a long time. So, let me leave you with a question for you to think about for a long time.
And what's that?
What's the question?
It's simply this, and I address it to every one of you. What do you think of America?
You have just heard The Happy Republic, a study in American values, item 13 in the series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair and George E. Probst. Music by Lucio Agostini. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to These Precious Premises, item 14 on Democracy in America. This program was pre-recorded and is an NBC Radio Network presentation.
Be brand name conscious. Buy the brand names featured on NBC Radio.